Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
Letting out a sigh, Enar focused on Lita. The girl had grown a few centimeters in the short time he had been away. It was her period of rapid growth after the blood ceremony, I'll start calling it that, and the girl had probably eaten a lot of food. Lita stood next to Enar and showed a satisfied expression. She didn't like leaving her king alone, even with Kara XES to protect him. I'll bathe and sleep, Lord Stark. I probably won't join you to break my fast at night. Enar spoke in a calm tone. He didn't feel like dining with other people and preferred the silence of his room with Lita. Eddard nodded. He himself hadn't planned to have dinner tonight. Now he just wanted to sleep and face a new day rested and without anger. He didn't want to do or say anything to Caitlin that would hurt her. Lord Stark. Enar suddenly spoke, looking at Eddard with a deep gaze. Lady Caitlin must not leave Winterfell for life. Should she disregard this order, I will consider her a traitor and cut off her head. Honestly, the only reason Caitlin wasn't dead was because she was her uncle's wife and the mother of his cousins. Otherwise, her fate would be similar to what will happen to Lisa Tull in the future. She will die in very painful ways, especially the current Lord Paramount of the Trident, Hoster Tully. Although Caitlin remained in exile in Winterfell, it was better than dying, and the only concession he could make in respect for Eddard and Robb. Eddard looked gratefully at his nephew. He knew how much Enar hated his wife. And although Caitlin was a difficult person, she was a good mother and an excellent wife. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Negotiations with Free Folk. The crown is just a prettier leash. It remains to be seen whether you really want to be a good monarch or simply ignore the weight of it and become a mediocre monarch. Enar Targaryen. Prince Enar. Just as Enar was ready to enter his room with Lita, he heard a young, delicate girl's voice. Looking down, he saw a red-haired girl with big blue eyes. Sansa, you've grown up a lot. You're becoming more and more beautiful. Stroking Sansa's hair, Enar greeted the girl with a gentle smile. Unlike Arya, Sansa accepted his new identity with ease. The girl had really grown in the months he had been away. I saw your dragon landing outside Winterfell. He's super giant. Sansa felt the caresses in her hair and smiled sweetly. She looked at Enar with her blue eyes and spoke with a tone full of admiration. Well, Caraxes is really big. Enar replied with a laugh. However, remembering a fragment from the future, where there was a crimson dragon feeding on an entire planet, he thought that the current Caraxes was still a bit small. Do you want me to take you flying? Enar asked with an amused tone, his eyes looking at Sansa with a hint of teasing. Sansa's face turned pale at the mention of flying on a dragon. She quickly shook her head and denied it without any hesitation. No. I'd rather stay on the ground, where I can feel safe. Enar wasn't surprised. In a world where people couldn't fly by plane, the fear of flying on a dragon was really great. In his past world, many people were afraid to fly, let alone in this medieval world. Then let's go horseback riding another time, little redhead. Enar said amusedly as he entered his room with Lita. Sansa pouted when she saw Enar enter the room, but she wasn't disappointed. She knew he had just returned from a trip and was probably tired. Taking another look at his room, she left with lighter steps and a happy smile on her lips. Despite having changed her identity, she felt that Enar and Jon were the same person, only one was a bastard and the other a prince. But they both exuded a prince-like aura. Your Grace is very popular with the women. Lita commented with a respectful tone as she helped Enar out of his clothes to bathe. Enar rolled his eyes. He was no fool and could see the look in Sansa's eyes, but he had no romantic feelings for her. She was his sister. But specifically, Sansa was his sister, without the Targaryen part involved. Enar couldn't help but laugh when he realized the difference in circumstances between Rhaenys and Sansa, but then again, he really only saw Sansa as a cute little sister who likes attention. "How's your power growth?" Dipping into the barrel containing hot water, Enar asked as he leaned his arms on the barrel. Lita helped Enar clean her hair and replied, "I can lift a horse with some difficulty. Run 100 meters in 5 seconds. My sword can cut through a tree trunk with one blow. Lightning manipulation is also growing, I can cover all 5 of my fingers with lightning." Enar couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. Lita's growth was greater than he had expected, which showed that his blood had become even more special after taking the water of life. "How was your conversation with Eddard? Enlightening or embarrassing?" Enar asked in an amused tone, betting on the second option, knowing Lita and Eddard's personalities. They were both generally thoughtful and quiet people. "Awkward," Lita replied with a touch of helplessness. Talking to Eddard, even about something insignificant, was difficult. "But I can see why my mother fell in love with him. He's a foolish and honorable man, which is rare." "You think being honorable is foolish?" Enar asked, eyes closed, enjoying Lita's hands on his hair. "If this were a peaceful world, being honorable would be a good thing, but after I saw a good man die at the hands of a thief, whom he himself helped, I realized that good people die early and bad people live longer." Lita replied in a calm, deep tone. "Do you wish me to be evil or honorable?" Enar whispered to Lita, with a deep look in her eyes. "A monarch should not be good or bad, but do what is necessary to bring peace to his people and kingdom." Lita replied with an indifferent tone. She knew that Enar was honorable, but the circumstances didn't allow him to act honorably, especially with the long night approaching. "The crown is a beautiful collar studded with precious stones." Enar laughed and spoke. Lita said nothing and continued to help Enar bathe. The night passed quietly and the next day Enar was ready to start his journey to the wall. "Brother, you said you'd train with me." Arya commented with a sad tone, looking at Enar with her grey eyes. "I'm sorry, Arya, but I have important things to take care of at the wall." Enar stroked Arya's hair and apologized with a sincere tone. Although reluctant, Arya nodded. "Rob, do you want to go to the wall on a dragon or on horseback?" Enar turned to Rob, who was dressed dignifiedly in black clothes and a white wolf cape over his shoulders. "Horse." Rob didn't hesitate to reply, there was no chance of him riding a dragon in his lifetime. Hearing this, Arya's eyes lit up with excitement. She glanced discreetly at the carriages bringing food and weapons, and a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. Enar rolled her eyes at Rob's cowardice, but said nothing, since the heir of Winterfell would be accompanied by more than 200 guards. "Then I'll see you at the wall." Enar spoke with a serious tone. He knew that these negotiations would be a headache. If the northern lords were considered hard-headed, the wildlings earned the title of the most stubborn people in Westeros. "Be careful and don't trust the wildlings too much," Eddard advised his nephew in a serious tone. Not once or twice had he cut off the heads of wildlings and he knew exactly how they behaved. Enar nodded, but wasn't too worried. Apart from the cannibal tribes, he was confident of subduing all the other tribes and making them bend the knee. Taking his leave, Enar walked towards the exit of Winterfell, with Lita following behind him. Eddard looked at his daughter and couldn't help but speak. "Be careful, Lita." Lita stopped walking for a moment, but soon rejoined Enar, nodding in his direction. "Like father, like daughter," Enar murmured in an amused tone. Soon, under the eyes of everyone in Winterfell, the gigantic crimson dragon took to the skies, causing exclamation and shock. Even though it wasn't the first time they had seen Caraxes flying, the surprise was no less than the first time. Seeing that everyone was focused on the dragon's flight, Arya quickly snuck up and climbed onto one of the food carts, hiding behind a barrel crammed with preserved dried meat. When I get back to Winterfell I'll be grounded for eternity, but how can I miss such a rare opportunity to see the wall and watch the wildlings bend the knee to Enar? Arya murmured, with a glint in her eye, eager to see the scene that would probably be written about in the Westeros books. Robb and Eddard didn't notice Arya leave. The Lord of Winterfell looked at his heir and spoke with an emotional tone. Be careful and stay by Enar's side, don't hesitate to express your opinions, and if anyone causes trouble, cut someone's hand off first and then ask. Robb pursed his lips at his father's somewhat savage words, but nodded, showing a determined expression. Eddard watched his son accompanied by 200 guards with a slightly emotional look on his face. He was almost Robb's age when he went to war for the first time, and his son would unfortunately follow in his footsteps. Don't worry, Robb, when I'm alive, you won't have to go to the battlefield. Eddard muttered with a determined look on his face. He also had to prepare for war, especially finishing the last touches on the Moat Cailin, making it a real war fortress. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Negotiations with Free Folk. 3, It really is a strange world. One day the boy was a bastard and the next, he was a prince riding a dragon. Jeor Mormont in front of Enar Targaryen, formerly known as Jon Snow. The closer he got to the wall, the more Enar could feel the cold intensifying. The temperature was significantly colder than the last time he was at the wall. At the same time, Enar could see things he couldn't see before, especially the war between the two gods above Westeros. In his eyes, the colors blue and red collided violently in the sky, like two different gigantic seas crashing into each other. Arhillar and Great Other. Honestly, as the avatar of the Omnipotent and Omniscient God, the fact that Arhillar couldn't kill this god meant many things, showing that Great Other was the avatar of a god of great power, just like the Omnipotent and Omniscient God. For someone who has read cosmic horror, Enar just hoped it wasn't an outer god. He already had to deal with the future gods of chaos, he didn't want to have to deal with another pantheon of gods full of madness and insanity. However, another thing that caught Enar's attention was the wall. To others, the wall looked like a gigantic wall of ice and snow, but to Enar's eyes, in addition to the structure itself, a white force field acted as a long curtain of light, going from the highest point of the wall and up as far as his vision could no longer reach. Enar saw that this was the reason why Silverwing hadn't crossed the wall during Queen Alysanne's visit to the north. It was a barrier that prevented magical beings from leaving the far north. Although dragons could cross it, they would probably feel very uncomfortable. Under the snow that covered the wall, Enar also discovered hundreds of thousands of runes intricately carved into the seemingly eternal ice, runes that, strangely enough, drew power from a dimension he was getting to know very well, the Immaterium dimension. How exactly the runes of the first men were doing this, Enar had a certain idea, especially when he noticed the weirwood scattered all over the north. It was a brilliant idea to use trees that had an affinity to connect with the warp as continuous batteries to power the wall's runes. Although all the energy that came out of the warp and was carried by the weirwood was insignificant, even tiny, Enar had to admire the first men's boldness. What if the weirwood mutated as a result of the warp's energy? That was the concern that was worrying him enormously. Why? The more Enar immersed himself in this dimension of seemingly infinite energy, the more he realized the terror that resided there was totally uncontrollable. He felt the gestation of entities beyond human comprehension, chaotic, insane, problematic BNGS. Gods of chaos. Although they were still in gestation, the birth of the chaos gods was inevitable. humanity was still in its infancy, but when its population reached a critical number, the Chaos Gods would be born. And then, Enar knew, the second true holy war would begin. True horror would descend upon the known universe. To face this conflict that would cover the entire universe, against races much older than humanity and even than the Chaos Gods, Enar saw only one way out: to unify the planet. Only through this absolute unity could humanity achieve a level of cohesion never before seen. Only united, focused on a single purpose, would they have a chance of winning. Castle Black Iman was feeding the crows when he heard a guttural sound in the distance, accompanied by noises that resembled the flapping of a crow's wings, but infinitely louder, more powerful and more imposing. A smile appeared on the flabby lips of Makar I Targaryen's son. He knew that his great-nephew had returned to Castle Black. And this time, riding Caraxes. He fully understood the implications of Enar's brazen actions. The prince no longer cared to be seen. War was drawing ever closer and, with it, the deaths of tens of thousands of people. However, he was confident that Enar would be a great king, even if he was the cause of the deaths of tens of thousands of lives. It wasn't just Iman who heard the dragon's arrival. The entire Night's Watch looked up and, in the distance, saw the gigantic crimson dragon flying through the gray skies, with snow falling all around it. The creature's vibrant color contrasted absurdly with the gray sky, making it impossible to ignore that winged hill flying above them. Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, watched the beast through the window and let out a helpless sigh. I just wanted to spend my last days in silence and peace. But here I am, embroiled in another war. Muttering to himself, he picked up his Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, and left his office with a cold, determined look on his face. Outside Castle Black, Enar felt Caraxes land with a thud in the slightly deeper snow. Unbuckling the belt that held him and Lita in the saddle, he slid down the dragon's wing until his feet touched the ground. He looked at Castle Black and took a deep breath, while the woman next to him did the same, sliding down the wing lightly. Lita then looked up at Castle Black and frowned, disappointed by the sight in front of her. The fortress was nothing like the stories she had read when she was young. As well as being in a terrible state, it was now nothing more than a haven for thieves, murderers, and rapists. Thousands of years ago, the Night's Watch was much more than that. Many second and third sons of nobles, trained all their lives, chose to serve in that sacred order of watchmen, protecting the seven kingdoms from the threats coming from the other side of the wall. Nowadays, Castle Black couldn't even be considered an elite force in Westeros. Let's go. Still wearing his riding gloves, Nar commented, walking towards the gates with slow steps. When he realized that the gates weren't being opened, he let out a heavy sigh and raised his voice, "Open the gates or I will reduce this place to ashes. You will be nothing but fertilizer for the soil, nourishing the new life with your own." Jeor recognized the familiar voice and, for a brief moment, thought of the bastard of Winterfell. The voices were almost identical. Casting his doubts aside, the Lord Commander gave the order to his men, "Open the gates." The truth was that he had no choice. The dragon outside could turn Castle Black into ashes in a matter of minutes. To save what was left of the Night's Watch, Jeor made the most pragmatic decision. At the same time, he couldn't help wondering, why was the famous Prince Enar in the north? And even more so, what did he want at the wall? However, as soon as the gates opened, Jeor Mormont was speechless as he stared at the young man before him. His face, his posture, his gaze. It was impossible not to recognize him. "Jon Snow?" he asked in disbelief, his voice laden with confusion. But the young man only smiled serenely and corrected him, "Enar Targaryen, first of his name." Enar stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the Lord Commander. "Jon Snow as the name my uncle gave me to hide my true identity." Silence fell over the courtyard of Castle Black. Jeor remained motionless for a moment, processing those words and gradually realizing their weight. Lord Stark really is a cunning man, he muttered, letting out a helpless sigh. Who would have thought that Eddard Stark's bastard was actually the rightful heir to the Iron Throne? If someone had told him this story before, he would have laughed. But now, faced with the imposing crimson dragon that coiled cover the sky with its wings and the young prince's unwavering gaze, Jaeger could only accept the reality being placed in front of him. "What is your purpose in the Night's Watch, Your Grace?" he asked, finally regaining control of his emotions. "Surely there are more important places for you to be." Yes, he could imagine that Enar should be seeking alliances right now and not at the Wall. Enar gave him a sharp look before replying simply, "We'll talk more in private, Lord Commander." Without waiting for an answer, he advanced towards the castle. Lita followed close behind, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Her grey eyes rested for a moment on the Valyrian steel blade attached to the waist of the former Lord of the Bear Islands. She didn't underestimate Jaeger Mormont. Old though he was an experienced warrior. If the man had been in his prime, he would have been a troublesome opponent. Of course, that was before the blood ceremony. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Negotiations with Free Folk. 4. Gods, demons, or any entity of chaos, all will die on my sword. That is a fate I have decreed upon the nexus of time and space. Enar Targaryen. After listening to Enar's explanation of what was about to happen, Jaeger remained silent. On the one hand, there was the fight for humanity's survival, on the other, his responsibility as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. In the end, being a cold and pragmatic man, he chose the obvious. "I've prepared Castle Black to receive the savages." Jaeger spoke with a bored tone, showing a slight touch of anger at the mention of the savages. For someone who had fought against them for many years, he never thought that one day he would be preparing negotiations with these people. "Thank you for being understanding, Lord Commander. We can't just let the others get another 100,000 almost immortal troops. Besides, with Mance holding the Horn of Winter, he would destroy the Wall with his people." Enar was sincerely grateful to hear that Jaeger had agreed to the negotiations. When he announced that he would negotiate with the wildlings to get them into the north, most of the men of the Night's Watch would be outraged. Not because they didn't care about the survival of humanity, but because they had spent so long fighting the savages that they simply saw the act of breaking the oath as something completely unacceptable. "Does your grace think they'll bend the knee?" Jaeger asked in a calm tone. As someone who had fought against the savages for many years, he knew very well what they were like and how their society worked. The so-called free people was not just a title, but a way of life that had lasted for thousands of years. It wouldn't be easy to get the savages to let go of all their history and customs, even if it meant surviving. Many people would rather die than betray their own traditions. Enar certainly knew what Jaeger was talking about. Looking into the eyes of the former Lord of Bear Island, he replied in a calm tone, "I gave them the chance to enter the north and mingle with our society. If they ignore my act of kindness, prepare to kill all the leaders of the tribes and Mance himself. It's better that they die by my hand than turn into white wanderers." Enar concluded, his voice cold and chilling. Jaeger flashed an equally icy smile as he listened to the Targaryen prince's cruel words. He hoped that the wildlings really would refuse Enar's offer. He had long wanted to decimate those arrogant enemies. "Your grace is truly a man of the north," Jaeger commented with a satisfied tone, appreciating the prince's determination and ruthlessness. Kindness, although valuable, was not enough for a king. He needed to be cruel when necessary, especially against enemies. Enar rolled his eyes. He didn't think that being a decisive man had anything to do with growing up in the north, but he said nothing and remained silent. Looking away, he saw his great-uncle watching him with completely blind eyes. Obviously, the man wasn't taking the potions with rabbit blood. Our family is safe and reunited. Daenerys, Visenya, Rhaenys, and Rilla want to meet the old and powerful Aemon Targaryen. Enar said with an amused tone, noticing a smile appear on the old maester's lips. Jaeger looked at the old maester and couldn't help but smile too. It had been a long time since he had seen Aemon laugh as innocently as he did at that moment. He knew that the man was happy to know that his family still cared about him. At the same time, the old lord of Bear Island couldn't help but miss his own family. By the way, Moonfire has bonded with Rhaenys. The two of them are inseparable partners. If it weren't for the dragon being too big to enter the room, the two of them would sleep together. Enar commented, making Aemon smile even more happily. Although he couldn't claim his own dragon, he was still pleased to see that beautiful silver creature with purple scales find a partner he could trust when the time was right. But Enar's next words made Aemon smile even more. Daenerys, your great niece, emerged from the fire intact and, with her, three dragons. Balerion, a small black dragon with reddish scales, he's quite arrogant and undisciplined. Syrax, a golden female dragon, so silent you wouldn't hear her flying. And lastly, Vermithor, a dragon with bronze scales and green eyes, the grumpiest of the brood. Aemon couldn't help thinking that this year of 294 was truly magical. So many things had happened that he felt he could finally die without worries. Knowing that House Targaryen was stronger than ever was comforting and, with Enar's efforts, he knew that the Targaryens would rule this entire planet for eternity, or until the universe was destroyed. At least that's what Enar had told him. Lita looked at the almost 100-year-old man with a curious gaze. After undergoing the baptism of Blood, her king had told her that she could live for thousands of years without any difficulty. But living 100 years was still something she could never have imagined achieving in her lifetime. Thousands of years seemed too far away for her. At that moment, even a decade seemed like a long time, let alone thousands of years. Jaeger, Aemon, and Enar talked about many things, mainly about the coming war, not the war of men, but the war against the others. All three were worried about this, especially Enar, who wanted to kill the Night King as soon as possible, although he knew that this wish would not come true so quickly. The evil gods would not let the war end so easily. Both sides would invest divine powers like never before. It could be said that the Night King was no different from a demigod after receiving so much power from the cold god. However, Enar discovered that these gods of evil didn't perform the long night just to satiate their desire to kill and destroy. Like him, all the gods could sense the immaterium dimension, and they all felt the gestation of the chaos gods. Even though they were gods, the gods of evil didn't want other gods to be above them. So the gods of evil decided on something simple, to prevent humanity from spreading indiscriminately in order to avoid the birth of the gods of chaos. That was the reason humanity had never advanced. Just as they were about to advance to the next stage of society's evolution, the gods of evil began the long night. The gods of good, who were on humanity's side, fought their enemies tooth and nail, and the planet's current system of power was thus established. Enar didn't have to fight the long night, but also the gods of evil, and even though they were preventing the birth of the gods of chaos, he didn't agree with the method. He would be the emperor of mankind, how could he see his people being killed indiscriminately? If the gods dared to touch humanity during his reign, he would kill every god and goddess in that damned pantheon if he had to. He would do even worse than Kratos did when he destroyed Olympus, he would cleanse the world of these filthy divine existences. As for the gods of good, Enar didn't quite know what to do with them. They had helped humanity and preserved the last spark of civilization in all the long nights that had happened. Otherwise, humanity would still be in the Stone Age. Is there a problem, Your Grace? Aemon couldn't see, but Jaeger noticed the cold, thoughtful expression of the young prince who would become king if he won the civil war, which he thought was quite likely Enar would win the war and become king. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in Robert, but after seeing the Crimson Dragon, he really doubted that the dragon could be killed. It was more likely that the king and all his allies would be killed instead. It's okay, I just thought of certain annoying faces I want to kill. Enar certainly couldn't say that he was preparing to kill gods. He didn't want his allies to be frightened by such a terrible and frightening fact in the eyes of all the people on the planet. Jair looked at the young prince suspiciously. He noticed something deeper in Enar's words, but seeing that he didn't want to talk, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch didn't ask any more. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Negotiations with Free Folk, v. Is he a man or a god? Leaf, 18th of her name and queen of the forest court, asked herself, looking at Enar Targaryen. Mance looked at the wall, closer and closer, with a calm gaze. His brown eyes observed the dozens of leaders of the tribes of the free folk, including the last giants of the world known today. Honestly, the only reason he had accepted the negotiations was because the three-eyed raven had delivered the letter containing the terms. And he knew, the negotiations won't be easy or even smooth. Having personally seen the army of the living dead, he would give up his titles without any hesitation to survive what was to come, but the free folk were different. Many would rather die than bend the knee and betray ancient traditions. Behind Mance, miles away, hundreds of thousands of savages were camped out and slightly warmed up. Although the wall was indeed cold, in the far north it was 10 times worse. So much worse that a savage, even one with resistance to the cold, couldn't survive for more than a minute without clothes. The climate wasn't so severe, but with the arrival of the Night King, the far north became a place of death and cold. Not even the largest trees could survive. The sun's heat didn't seem to reach the far north, serving only to illuminate the day. Are you sure they want to negotiate, Mance? Speaking to Mance was a blonde, blue-eyed woman. Her beauty was almost legendary among the wildlings. Even in the south of Westeros, she could be mistaken for a real princess. She was Val, known as the Princess of the Wildlings. The woman had dark honey blonde hair that reached down to her waist. Val had high, pointed cheekbones and her eyes looked light gray or blue, depending on how the sunlight hit her face. She was slender, tall, and had full breasts. Yes, they do, especially that Prince Enar. Mance replied in a cold, calm tone. Of that he had no doubt. He was in possession of the Horn of Winter and could destroy the wall whenever he wished. This was his greatest weapon and, at the same time, his last resort, which he could only use in truly desperate situations. After all, although the Horn of Winter really could destroy the wall, what would happen then? He and his people would have to fight the Night King, the White Walkers and an army of seemingly immortal whites without the protection of the wall. That was definitely bad news. I hope you're right, Mance. We'll die if he decides to kill us. Val replied in an equally calm tone. Don't worry. The Horn of Winter is with my wife. If I'm killed, she'll touch it and destroy the wall. Mance spoke with a cold tone. He might die, but he would take everyone with him to hell. Mance didn't realize it, but when he said it, a rat with icy blue eyes seemed to smile humanely. Why? The rat quickly disappeared without anyone noticing its departure. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous roar resounded for dozens of kilometers. The savages' expressions changed dramatically, many displaying terror upon hearing the roar, which seemed to herald the end of the world. Then, as the sky darkened, everyone looked up and saw a sight they would probably never forget. A gigantic dragon was flying in circles above the wall. Even though they were miles away, they could still hear the flapping of the gigantic icy creature's wings. The perfect weapon to kill the Night King. Mans murmured with a slightly happy look on his face at the sight of the dragon. Half his worries had disappeared when he saw the creature. With a dragon that size, he had no doubt that the savage army would be no more than a slightly larger ant, which the dragon could exterminate with its flames. This confirmed that Enar really wanted to negotiate. Otherwise, the man wouldn't have had so much trouble getting him to the wall. He could very well cross it with the dragon and burn them until there was nothing left but ashes scattered over the deep snow. While everyone was staring dazedly at the dragon in the air, in a tree, among the foliage, a pair of golden green eyes, similar to those of a sea ant, watched the creature in the sky with a fascinated look full of joy. Leaf couldn't help thinking that the Green Lord Seer was right. Her relative had brought the dragon back into the world and, with it, magic was gradually returning. She and all the children of the forest had noticed this phenomenon before, but didn't know its cause. With the return of magic, warp energy, Leaf and the children finally managed to resist the Night King's powers again and got out of the passive situation in which they were just retreating. They dealt a great blow to those Whites and White Walkers, teaching them a hard lesson with the green fire of life. Unfortunately, the magic had not yet fully recovered, and they were unable to conjure up a meteor shower as they had done thousands of years ago. Although Leaf didn't believe that the meteor shower could really kill the Night King, she felt that he was incredibly strong, already entering a realm that no other mortal could reach. A being close to divinity. For this reason, Bryenden ordered Leaf and all the children of the forest to bow before Enar to help him in the fight to come. Leaf, as leader of the children and current queen of the children of the forest, was not against the idea of kneeling, but before doing so, she wanted to see the prince who was promised in person. And although she hadn't seen Enar yet, she could feel him even from miles away. There was no way not to feel that gigantic mass of chaotic magic overtaking the clouds. She estimated that even the Night King, thousands of kilometers away, could sense Prince Enar. Honestly, when she saw Enar's aura, she thought she was witnessing a god walking the earth again, after tens of thousands of years. It was such raw power that she couldn't help but want to get closer to Enar. As a being who felt close to magic, warp energy, being close to Enar was not unlike returning to the sea after so long. She estimated that the air around the prince was particularly pure. Leaf therefore had infinite expectations for her meeting with Prince Enar. "We're going to turn into dragon dung," Rattleshirt grumbled as he looked at the huge beast with a fearful gaze. "Stop shaking with fear, your bones are rattling." Next to the Bone Lord, a red-haired girl spoke with a sarcastic and fearless tone. "I'm not afraid. And watch your words, I'll cut out your tongue." Rattleshirt retorted to Ygritte's words with a slightly murderous tone. He hated being called by his nickname and especially a coward. Ygritte showed no fear in the face of the threat and approached Val, looking at Rattleshirt with a sarcastic look, as if asking if he would dare do anything near the wild princess. Seeing the two start to fight again, Val looked at them both with a cold stare, and that was enough to silence the voracious warriors of the free folk. Her gaze returned to the dragon, which was now perched on top of the wall, its huge red body reminding her of blood, a very obvious color in the white environment she was in at the moment. Val didn't know how a human could tame a beast like that. Even the mightiest warg couldn't come close to controlling such a powerful and magnificent creature. At the same time, she couldn't help but marvel at the wall. It was the first time she had seen the grandeur of the monument had killed millions of people just for blocking the way south. The same gate that had imprisoned the free folk for over a millennium was once again blocking their only chance of survival, yet the irony of fate was that they had to depend on the wall to fight the Night King's seemingly endless army. And she had to admit, needing the help of the object that had always imprisoned them was a more than cruel fact. If possible, Val wanted to destroy the wall with the Horn of Winter, but she knew it would be suicide. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Negotiations with Free Folk, 6, I want to have giant babies with her. Torment, after being defeated by Lita. Passing through the tunnel that led to Castle Black, Val noticed pairs of eyes staring at her with contempt and hostility. This didn't surprise her. If hatred could be easily forgotten, the world would have been at peace long ago. But hatred, like resentment, didn't disappear, it only grew stronger over time. The Free Folk and the Night's Watch could never be friends, they hated each other, even though there were exchanges on both sides. The closer he got to the end of the tunnel, the more blinding the light became, until he was through it and his vision gradually became accustomed to his surroundings again. When her eyes had adjusted, Val looked around and saw the members of the Night's Watch in elevated positions. They carried swords, but none wore bows, which eased her worries slightly. As for Castle Black, it was the first time she had seen such a large structure and, despite being in a terrible state, she still found the place majestic. She wondered if other castles were as big as the one she was in. However, her eyes soon settled on the chairs and tables set up in the center of the courtyard, obviously prepared for them. Then her blue gaze fell on the main table opposite the Free Folk. There, sitting in a larger and much more comfortable chair, was he. The color of his hair was something Val had never seen before, a mixture of gold and white, a very beautiful shade. His eyes were as striking as his hair, a shade of purple she had never seen on anything other than a cloth from a city called Mir, brought by Mance. As for his beauty, she had never seen a man, or rather a young man, so handsome. But she soon put these trivial thoughts aside when she saw him get up from his chair and walk over to them with a smile. "Your Grace, it is an honor to finally meet the king beyond the wall." When the young man said this, the members of the Night's Watch let out a few mocking words, but Val realized that the young man himself had spoken with due respect to the king of the Free Folk. "It is my honor to meet the father of dragons, Your Grace," Mance replied, as they both greeted each other cordially. Enar nodded and motioned for everyone to sit down. "Food and wine have been prepared, you may eat at your leisure." Enar's gaze fell on the two giants with a helpless expression. "As we didn't have any chairs or tables big enough for them, they'll have to sit on the floor anyway. Don't worry, as long as you serve them food and water, they'll feel that your grace is being cordial to them." Mance spoke in a calm tone. "Aren't the food and wine poisoned?" When Rattleshirt said this, silence hung around. All the eyes of the Night's Watch, including Jehers and Imans, showed expressions of anger. The law of the guest in Westeros was something sacred. Curiously, all the people who broke this ancient law died, almost like a punishment from the gods in the eyes of the people. Enar's smile remained the same. He took a glass of wine from the Free Folks' table and drank the entire contents without any hesitation. "Don't worry about poison or anything like that. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. I don't need to use shameful means." He spoke with a courteous tone, but the coldness in his words made Rattleshirt feel a chill run through his body. "I apologize for his words, we're very direct." Mance spoke, bringing the atmosphere back to calm, but anyone could sense that the place was more tense than before. Enar's gaze fixed on the giants, more specifically on the two standing in front of him, Mag Martun Doeg, known as Mag the Mighty, and Woonweg Woon Dar Woon, known as Woon Woon. Under everyone's surprised gazes, instead of the common tongue, Enar spoke in the language of the giants, a language as old as the true tongue, spoken by the children of the forest. "Welcome, great warriors. I am Enar Targaryen, king of the land you are in." Enar said to the two giants with a smile on his face as he handed them each a jug of wine. "Little man friend of the giants." Woon Woon was the first to speak. His voice was slurred and slow, but incomparably powerful. He took the wine and drank without any hesitation. A single jug, which would have filled the glasses of 5 men, was emptied in one go. He had never drunk wine before and, when he tasted it, he found it incredibly delicious. The little man's drink is good. Woon Woon commented with a loud laugh, which startled the night's watch. Mag also drank the wine and, like Woon Woon, enjoyed the drink. Little man is the friend of giants. He repeated Woon Woon's words, making Enar display a satisfied look. As for being called a little man, Enar didn't mind. At the moment, he really did consider himself a dwarf in the eyes of the giants, although that would change later. Your Grace can speak the language of the giants. Val exclaimed in shock. It wasn't just her, everyone, including the members of the Night's Watch, looked at Enar with surprised expressions. I can speak even the true tongue. Enar commented in an amused tone when he saw everyone's reaction. Seeing the past and learning from it was really quite a broken skill. There was no language in this world, or in the future, that he couldn't speak. At Enar's words, everyone looked at the young man and was speechless, but soon sat down in their respective positions. As we know, the Night King exists and controls the White Walkers, along with an army of practically immortal whites. Taking a seat, Enar spoke, making everyone focus on him. You are migrating south because of this and you must pass through the wall. Enar continued. I can grant you passage, but on 2 conditions. Kneel before me, and Mans must give up his titles and bow, as must his people. As Enar finished speaking, a tall, red-haired man stood up, knocking on the table. I will never bow to a southerner, especially a boy who doesn't even have hair on his sack. Tormund shouted loudly, and everyone heard his words clearly. Lita, make Lord Tormund learn to keep quiet and wait for the others to finish. Enar ordered with a smile as he watched the show unfold before him. Tormund was surprised to see a delicate girl wearing white armor and wielding a sword. Noticing her intentions, he laughed out loud and spoke arrogantly, Do you think a pretty little girl wearing metal armor is going to intimidate me? I am Tormund, Mead King of Ruddy Hall, Speaker of the Gods and Father of Armies. He stood up from his chair and walked towards Lita with his impressive height of 2 meters. However, as soon as he had finished speaking, he felt the world spin and, in an instant, the sky appeared in his vision while a stabbing pain ran through his legs, almost as if they were broken. One of the Free Folk's greatest warriors had gone down without even being able to hit the enemy, or even see how she had moved. Feeling the cold tip of the sword against his throat, Tormund opened his mouth in shock, watching the cold grey eyes that stared at him with indifference. Don't interrupt my king again, or I'll cut off your head for this insolence. Lita said, looking at Tormund with a calm and impassive countenance. Tormund swallowed. He was a man of 2 meters, much heavier than any ordinary man, but now he was nothing more than a toy in the hands of the girl in front of him. How could that not be shocking? What did they feed you at birth? Giant's milk? Bear? Or maybe from the crimson beast above us? Sitting on the floor, he asked with a tone genuinely admiring of Lita's strength. I want to have babies with you. Our children will be big and monstrously strong. Tormund declared loudly, making Enar, who had been drinking wine, almost spit out his drink at the unexpected statement at such a tense moment. Lita looked at the man who was staring at her passionately and pursed her lips. Without even bothering to reply, she turned back from Enar, casting a cold, slightly murderous glance at Tormund. Tormund sat down again and said to Ygritte, who was standing next to him, Look at her. She's looking at me with such intensity. She must be thinking about the warm nights we're going to have and how many giant babies we're going to have. Ygritte looked at Tormund speechlessly. She was sure that the look on the girl in white armor's face was not one of love, but seeing the man's passionate expression, she knew that anything she said would be ignored. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Negotiations with Free Folk, 7, Dialogue really does work miracles when it comes to diplomacy, but the truth of the world is measured by who is stronger. The weak will never have the equal status to negotiate with the strong. Enar I Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos. Your Grace is asking us to kneel, but what's in it for us? Mance ignored the whole situation with Tormund and Lita, his eyes were fixed on the prince's purple eyes. The people of the north won't take us in. We'll be treated worse than slaves. No, they won't even consider us human. We're just thinking beasts to the rest of Westeros. What Mance said made many look at their king with respect. Although the threat of the Night King was one of the reasons for everyone to accept Mance, a former Raven, as king, but Mance himself was the main reason. The man became one of them and even married and had children. I will give you Sea Dragon Point and D Stony Shore, I will leave them as your fiefdoms and for all the free folk. Enar spoke after a brief silence. Not only that. If you kneel before me, I'll give you enough food to last 6 months and I'll help you build your towns and villages. For the next 10 years, the food you buy from Reach will be half price, until you can finally grow crops with the help of the glass gardens. Enar's words surprised all the members of the Free Folk. How could they know how many people they had? There were hundreds of thousands of mouths feeding all the time. At this very moment, of these 100,000 men and women, around 10 people were starving to death every day. Now, knowing that they could have a place and food moved the hearts of many of the Free Folk. Yes, although at first there was mistrust and hostility on the part of northerners like yourselves, they are a straightforward people and respect the strong. Enar continued. You just have to show that you're not man-eating monsters and you'll gradually be accepted over the coming decades and hundreds of years. But all of this has to start with you taking the first steps to make something like this happen. Enar finished, looking directly into Mance's eyes. Looking into the young prince's sincere eyes, Mance breathed a sigh of relief. Enar's terms were 10 times more generous than he had expected. Honestly, he had only expected permission to cross the wall and submit, while his people gradually spread north. But not only had the prince promised him fiefdoms, he had already prepared food so that they could feed themselves for months without worrying about hunger killing their children. Not only that, being able to buy food from the Reach at half price for 10 years was more than enough for them to establish themselves in the north without many dying. Just as Mance was about to speak, a man he didn't like at all stood up and spoke in a deep, strong tone. I am Marlowen, leader of the Ice River clan tribe. Southern King, do you think you can rule us? We fight giants, mammoths, and beings you can't even imagine. My clan and I will not kneel to a boy. As soon as he had finished speaking, he spat on the ground. His stern face looked at Enar, without hiding his sarcasm. Lita was furious at his extremely insulting words and actions. She drew down in an instant, and the sword shone in the sunlight, almost as if it were made of pure light. Watch your words, you filthy cannibal. I'll cut off your bloody head and feed it to the pigs along with your disgusting body. Lita spoke with an extremely cold and deadly tone. If it hadn't been for waiting for Enar's permission, she would have already gone ahead and brought the cannibal's head to him. Marlowen, right. Enar gestured for Lita to remain silent and stood up. If you think I'm weak or something, please draw your sword and step forward. But know that you will die. Enar stepped forward and stopped in the middle of the space between the two tables. The space measured about 10 meters, but it was enough for him to kill Marlowen without any difficulty. Drawing Lady Lya from her scabbard, Enar waited for the cannibal's response in silence, his eyes fixed on the green eyes of the leader of the Ice River cannibal clan. Marlowen, seeing that everyone was watching him, remained silent for a moment. But this silence only caused Tormund, who had been silent until then, to speak sarcastically and end up laughing. The great cannibal of the ice river is afraid of a boy? Ha 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 ha. You'd better go back to your mother's teats, cannibal. She'll feed you meat from your brothers. Tormund's words caused all the free folk to burst out laughing. Aren't you going to use your crimson beast? Marlowen asked, pointing to the dragon perched on top of the wall. No need to worry, why are you not worthy of being eaten by Caraxes? Enar replied with an extremely sincere tone, so sincere that it caused laughter on both sides. I've never eaten someone with your hair color, it must be delicious. Perhaps I could command the beast you call Caraxes. Marlowen spoke as he held up the spear made of bones, very large bones, probably from a giant. The tip of the spear was made of steel, which was rare for the common people of Westeros and even rarer for the wildlings. Enar laughed at the cannibal's audacity. If it were so easy to steal the gift of a dragon bond, many bastards and descendants of the great dragon lord houses of Valyria would not have become irrelevant over the years. However, Enar looked at the cannibal walking towards him. The man had a cruel, sadistic smile on his lips. On his clothes, there were dozens of human ears, forming a vertical belt. Enar wasn't afraid of a mere cannibal. He would end the life of that human scum in an instant. What was about to happen could not be called a fight, but a massacre without resistance. Normally, Enar didn't use so much strength against mere humans. His body strength alone was equivalent to that of hundreds of men. Even in his future fight against Robert, he would only use the normal strength of a man, because he wanted a brutal and crazy fight with his cousin. But Marlowen naturally wouldn't have the privilege of such a protracted and epic fight. Enar needed to show his strength more than ever at that moment. Clenching Lady Lya's fist tightly, Enar stepped forward and, under everyone's shocked gazes, his body accelerated at incredible speed. Marlowen didn't even manage to defend himself before his left leg separated from his body. The man only realized the loss of his limb when he overbalanced and fell to the hard ground, breaking his nose in the process. First, Enar shook the blood off the sword with one swift movement. Looking at the severed leg, he spoke with a sarcastic tone, "Don't run so fast, it's dangerous. You could fall. You bastard." Just as Marlowen was about to finish his sentence, his arm was ripped from his body with a spray of blood splashing onto the floor in an instant. Enar didn't stop. He cut off the cannibal's right leg and then his left arm. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The man had lost all four limbs, leaving only his head. Enar approached, pointing the tip of his sword at Marlowen's head, bringing the blade dangerously close. Looking down with an extremely cold gaze, Enar didn't even allow the man to say anything else. He lowered the sword, piercing his brain and killing him instantly. An ordinary human would never stand a chance against him, especially after drinking the water of life. A deafening silence hung in the air. That display of power could never belong to a mere human. But standing before them was a man who had surpassed the limits of humanity. "Does anyone else think I'm weak and can't fight the Night King?" Enar looked at the leaders of the free folk and asked calmly. His voice was cold and indifferent, very different from the warm and polite tone of before. And they had to admit, they would rather the king spoke to them again in his warm voice. The current one sent shivers through their bodies. Looking at Marlowen's butchered body, they all nodded in agreement. Who would be foolish enough to fight a monster like Enar? Especially after watching him sever a man's four limbs in less than 10 seconds. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Negotiations with Free Folk. 8. I learned not to trust my visions of the future completely in the harshest way possible. Enar I Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos. Seeing the Night's Watch recruits dragging the severed body and limbs of the Ice River clan leader, Enar sat back down and spoke in a gentle tone, "Now that we've cleared the garbage from the environment, we'll begin negotiations again. We understand the benefits your grace is asking for, but this is not a decision we can take lightly. I'll go back to the camp and, after discussing it with the majority, I'll come back with a definitive answer," Mance replied, getting up from his chair. He wanted to accept the proposal, but, looking at the leaders of the tribes around him, he knew that many were still reluctant to agree. He didn't want to force something like that. Forcing someone to submit can always bring variables, and he didn't want to cause any more chaos than was already occurring. However, Mance could see that at least a third of the group was ready to agree to the terms, and that took a lot of the pressure off him. Knowing that he had supporters was comforting. Enar wasn't surprised. If Mance had accepted straight away, he would have suspected that the free folk were tricking him just to get into the north and spread quickly, making it practically impossible to eliminate all the free folk in the north in a short time. Winter is coming, and with it, death, Enar spoke in a calm tone. "I'll be expecting good news, Your Grace." Mance looked deeply at Enar and nodded. "May the gods have mercy on us," he said with a serious tone. "Mance, I'll be staying at Castle Black as a guest. I'll be seeing if the Southern King is someone of his word," Val said, surprising Mance, who pondered for a moment and accepted the Wild Princess's proposal. "Watch out for him," Mance said with a tone tinged with concern. "My wife will kill me if anything happens to you." Val smiled at the mention of Mance's wife, her sister Dalla. Like any woman of the free folk, Dalla was an excellent warrior and even wiser than most men. "Take care of my sister and unborn nephew," Val said with a serious tone, while looking at the giant Woon Woon. "Besides, I have a great bodyguard." Mance nodded and turned to leave, along with the other leaders of the free folk tribes, leaving Val with Woon Woon and Ygritte as bodyguards. "I hope I'm not a nuisance, Your Grace," Val said to Enar, who smiled kindly at her. "It's an honor to have the famous Wild Princess in my improvised court," Enar said with a laugh, making Val laugh along with Ygritte. Enar's eyes fell on Ygritte for a moment. In another reality, in another life, that woman was his great love, and he could understand why Jon Snow had fallen hopelessly in love with that not-so-beautiful red-haired woman. Even looking at her, he felt that the two of them were really compatible. In the free folk camp, in the main tent, Dalla, Mance's wife, held a silver cipher decorated with first men runes. Her belly was so big that it was hard to imagine how many babies she was carrying and how she could still move. Dalla, like her sister Val, was blonde and blue-eyed. However, in contrast to Val's mature charm, the Queen of the Wild exuded a more youthful aura. Even so, her eyes revealed that, despite her age, she was a wise woman, something that many could confirm. Stroking her enormous belly, Dalla whispered to the baby in her womb, "You may not be born a prince, but your father is trying to give you a safe home, a place where you can run and play without fear of dying of cold or hunger." Dalla had not yet chosen a name for her son or daughter. According to the customs of the free folk, children were only given names after they reached a certain age. In the far north, children suffered the most, as many didn't survive the first few years of life. However, although she was a long way from seeing the child reach a certain age to receive a name, Dalla had already imagined countless names, for both girls and boys. Suddenly, a feeling of intense cold gripped the air, alarming Dalla, who had been extremely vigilant since her husband's departure. Without hesitation and enduring the pain of being pregnant, the Queen of the Savages shouted, "Prepare for battle." As soon as she spoke, drums echoed throughout the camp. She recognized the chill that sent shivers down her spine. It wasn't the cold of winter, but the coldness of death. It wasn't the first time she had felt it. When her parents died and were resurrected in front of her, she had experienced the same icy sensation. An icy mist began to spread silently over the surroundings. Hundreds of bright blue eyes, like blue stars, appeared through the mist. The sound of horses' hooves echoed, alarming the watchmen who were on standby at the edge of the camp. Then tens of thousands of similar eyes opened in the mist. The savages' expressions showed pure terror at the sight of the tens of thousands of undead. And leading the whites were hundreds of men and women wearing ice armor and wielding ice swords, riding dead horses. White Walkers. An army of whites, led by White Walkers. Dalla held a sword, but didn't leave the tent. She had a more important task than fighting, protecting the Horn of Winter. She knew exactly why the Night King had ordered the attack so close to the wall, where his powers were weakest. He had discovered that the Horn of Winter was in her possession. In the sky, a three-eyed raven was watching the army of whites led by 100 White Walkers, looking stern and full of concern. At that moment, he felt that he was having trouble seeing scenes from the future, as if he was being interfered with by something. Separating another raven from himself, Brynden Rivers, the three-eyed raven, controlled the animal and sent it to deliver a message to Enar on the wall. At the same time, he used the three-eyed raven's body and performed magic again, something he had never thought he would do again. White branches emerged from the hard, frozen ground, wrapping themselves around dozens of whites, strangling them and separating their heads from their bodies. Even with their heads ripped off, the whites continued to move, only their heads remained motionless on the ground. However, faced with tens of thousands of enemies, Brynden, who was old and weak, couldn't slow down the advance much. Especially when the White Walkers noticed him. One of them condensed a spear of ice in his hand and threw it into the air. The spear tore through the wind with an intensity reminiscent of that of a scorpion, showing just how strong a White Walker was. Brynden dodged the ice spear and gave up trying to stop the Whites' army. He focused only on the White Walkers and just prayed that Enar would arrive quickly with Caraxes and incinerate all these enemies right then and there. While Brynden was fighting the White Walkers, uncontrolled brutality was unfolding when the Whites collided head-on with the Free Folk army. The horde of Whites, who were afraid of nothing, including pain, advanced uncontrollably against the savages. The first encounter between them was brutal, to say the least. The Whites gained the upper hand by a large margin, killing thousands in a single onslaught. What caused the most fear were not the Whites, but the friends who died and revived instantly, attacking their former comrades in arms without hesitation. While the savage army was fighting the Whites, a White Walker sneaked into the camp. On his shoulder, a half-decomposed rat pointed towards the main tent. A cold smile appeared on the White Walker's blue lips and, despite his handsome appearance, only the purest terror was transmitted to the people around. Any men who tried to stop him were easily killed. A second attack wasn't even necessary, they usually died at the first blow, and those who survived were unable to get up and fight again. A boy no older than 11 saw the White Walker and didn't hesitate to attack with his spear. His parents had been killed in front of him by a White Walker. There was only hatred in his eyes. Arg! The boy shouted to gain momentum and courage, but, faced with the monstrosity that was a White Walker, his struggle seemed futile. The White Walker cut the boy in half, scattering his guts in the surrounding snow. He seemed to still be alive for long seconds, with tears in his eyes, watching the figure who had killed his parents walk away from him. Note: today is my birthday, and I've left a 40% coupon for Tyr Targaryen, so you can read all the advanced chapters for 40% off. Discount coupon for Patreon, E949D 40% read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, The White Walkers. Eventually I will find all my primarchs. Enar I Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos. As Enar was preparing to return to his quarters, he raised his head and looked towards the north, his eyebrows heavily furrowed. He felt that the world around him was completely separate from the other dimensions. Endless layers of space superimposed on each other formed a dome that interfered with his prescience. Enar stopped his steps and released the energy of the immaterium dimension inside his body. The brutal energy tore through the fabric of reality itself at atomic levels and ripped a huge hole in the dome that separated him from the immaterium dimension. Normal people couldn't see it, but he could personally see the huge hole in the sky, which, however, was gradually closing. At that moment, Enar knew something was happening. Just as he was about to climb the wall, he caught a glimpse of a black crow crossing the sky towards him. The crow then spread its wings, slowed down and landed gracefully on his shoulder. At the same moment, a message was sent directly to his mind, and Nar's face changed dramatically. Enar spoke to Lita and ran towards Caraxes. "Let's go quickly to Caraxes, the free folk are being attacked by an army of whites and white walkers." Lita's eyes widened and she quickly followed her king. Miles from the camp, Man stopped his steps and motioned for everyone to be silent. He began to listen carefully to the small sounds that reached him. When he heard a small war cry, he knew immediately that the camp was under attack. "They're attacking the camp," Man shouted and ran towards the camp without any hesitation. There was only anxiety and a touch of fear in his eyes. His wife and unborn child were in the camp. The other leaders weren't far behind either, especially the leader of the giants, Mag, who ran towards the camp with surprising speed for his size. He held a huge wooden club that was the size of a normal man. While Mance was advancing at full speed towards the battlefield with all the leaders of the free folk tribes in the camp, Della was facing the biggest threat she had faced so far in her life. Della could hear the terrified screams outside the tent, and along with the screams of terror, a feeling of cold that was getting closer and closer. Showing that the White Walker was getting closer and closer to her and her tent. Then, under Della's calm eyes, the being broke through the layer of fabric at the entrance and entered the tent, making the place even colder than outside. Della shivered at the cold that surrounded her, as if it would swallow her up at any moment. "Oh beautiful queen, you will die by my cold hands and I will use your body and that of your unborn child as a slave." The White Walker's voice was like the crackling of ice on a winter lake to Della's ears. Obviously, she hadn't understood what he had said, but she could make out the meaning of his words from the gestures the White Walker made as he spoke. Without any hesitation, she knocked over the pedestals containing the hot coals, causing a fire all around. "Mortal fire may work on whites, but not on us, Queen of the Wild." The White Walker spoke with a sadistic smile outlining his thin, graceful lips. Again, Della didn't understand his words. She had never heard such an ugly and frightening voice before. Still, Della didn't back down and pulled out a sword and, despite being pregnant, advanced while the fear in her heart grew by the moment. But thinking of her son and the winter horn on her belt, she knew she couldn't back down. The White Walker's ice sword moved, cut through the air, and when both swords clashed, Della's body flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Unfortunately, she had fallen on her belly, causing the strong woman to let out an extremely painful moan as strands of blood ran down her legs. The strength of a White Walker was not something an ordinary human could fight. They had the strength of 10 men and were as fast as a cheetah. Without the White Walker's weaknesses, it was completely impossible for a human to kill a White Walker. Della, still lying on the ground and with blurred vision, touched the blood dripping between her legs with her trembling hand and knew that she had hurt her son, possibly killing him. A simply agonizing pain made the woman let out a cry of desolation. It wasn't a physical pain, but a mental pain that seemed to come from her very soul. The cry of a mother mourning her son made the White Walker smile even more cruelly. It was music to his ears. As a being born to hate anything that had warmth and life, he loved the feeling of causing pain in a person. As the White Walker approached Della on the ground, he suddenly stopped and looked back. Sounds of heavy footsteps were heard, and the entire burning tent was dragged away by a colossal force, exposing Della and the White Walker for all to see. The flames had already consumed the camp, while war cries and wails blended into a symphony worthy of being played in hell. The White Walker was unable to react when the great wooden club struck him full on, throwing his body backwards as he spun in the air. He fell to the ground like a horse turd, but soon got up, showing that he was intact. At least he was, but the ice armor couldn't say the same. On it, countless cracks were spreading, revealing the force of the blow. The White Walker ran towards Mag, the leader of the giants, at a speed almost imperceptible to ordinary eyes. In seconds, he covered the distance of 30 meters and arrived in front of the giant in an instant. Mag simply swung his club again, a furious roar erupted from the gigantic being, but this time the White Walker managed to dodge, performing an acrobatic feat in the air impossible for any human. With a swift blow from the icy being's ice sword, he opened a large gash in the Mag giant's hairy skin. Blood spurted into the air, but Mag ignored the pain in his arm and attacked the White Walker with a sequence of brutal, fast attacks. The White Walker dodged each attack inches away from being hit, showing that even he wasn't as relaxed as he looked. Della, still lying on the ground with her hand on her stomach, got up with a look full of hatred, but thinking of what she had to protect, she took a few staggering steps away. However, the White Walker noticed her leaving and condensed a spear of ice in his hand. After dodging another blow from Mag, he threw the spear towards the Queen of the Savages. Mag tried to stop the attack by throwing herself into the middle of it, but he was slower and the spear passed right through him. On the other side, Mance, who had just arrived at the camp, ran towards his tent, ignoring everything else. His expression lit up when he saw his wife's figure, and although she seemed to be injured, he felt enormous relief to see her still alive. But then, the expression on Mance's face hardened, his eyes widening in shock as he watched the spear of ice pierce his wife's back, running through her body from side to side. What was most cruel was that the spear pierced mercilessly through the center of her belly. No! He roared furiously as he advanced towards his wife's fallen figure. Arriving in front of her, he crouched down and held her still living body in his arms. Mance, our son, our sweet son. I couldn't protect him. Resting her head peacefully on her husband's chest, Della spoke with a trembling T1 as tears flowed unstoppably down her cheeks. Her blurred vision began to darken as her gaze remained on her husband's face. In the end, the woman's heartbeat stopped completely and the light in her eyes vanished completely. Mance repeatedly kissed his wife's forehead and whispered as he stopped himself from crying. "It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right, darling." Mance didn't even mind when Caraxes landed next to him and Enar climbed down from the dragon and ran towards him. Seeing the scene before him, Enar's mood couldn't have been more complicated. However, he soon sensed that the baby wasn't dead. He could see a faint pulse of life coming from Della's belly. "Mance, the child is alive." Enar reached the two of them and spoke in an instant. Even for a moment, Mance woke up to hear Enar's cry. "I can save the child." Enar spoke seriously, looking him straight in the eye. "Do it?" Mance pleaded in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Enar didn't hesitate. He removed the spear from Della's belly and opened her belly with a swift movement of the dagger given by Mance. He cut through the placenta and reached out, pulling out a wrinkled baby covered in blood. Enar looked for any wounds on the baby and saw that half of its head was crumpled in a grotesque way. Without wasting any more time, he cut his wrist and performed a blood ritual on the newborn baby. What were the chances of a premature baby surviving something so brutal so soon after birth? Enar didn't know. He couldn't see into the future at the moment, but he was sure that if he didn't try, the baby would die anyway. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, The White Walkers, 2, O my angel of blood, command my red legion and bring peace to our enemies. Enar I Targaryen, after seeing his most powerful Primarch feeding the baby his own blood, Enar only stopped when he felt the amount offered was enough. However, just as he was about to continue, he spotted an icy figure approaching, wielding a sword of ice. Lita! Enar shouted, and a white figure shot past him, advancing towards the White Walker. Performing a blood ritual on a newborn baby, Enar couldn't move. He needed to help him control the Immaterium's energy, or the child would explode like a bomb. Lita, aware that Enar could not be distracted, positioned herself in front of the immortal aberration her king had once told her about. A White Walker. A creature that until then had only existed in the pages of books appeared before her. And in that instant, Lita had to admit, the tales about the White Walkers were weak. No written description captured the true presence of those beings. The cold around her was 10 times more intense than the text suggested, and the terror the creature exuded was as palpable as a nightmare come true. But Lita didn't flinch. Never in her life had she known fear, and it certainly wouldn't be now, not after receiving the gift of strength from her king. Drawing dawn from its sheath, the blade seemed more sacred than ever. Lita began to move around the White Walker, circling him like a wolf circling cornered prey. Her cold gray eyes looked more deadly than ever. The White Walker stared at the woman in front of him with blue eyes that resembled blue flames, and for the first time his expression turned serious. It wasn't the sword that was warning him of danger, but her. In his 1,000 years of existence, he had never met a human who made him feel so threatened. Not even the giant he had faced before had aroused in him a sense of danger as intense as that woman in white armor. The White Walker advanced. Her body left residual images in the air as her sword cut through the void at breakneck speed. Clang! Lita blocked the blow with dawn, but felt her arms tremble slightly under the overwhelming impact of the enemy force. The energy transmitted by the clash of the blades was overwhelming. Clang! 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 A relatively calm exchange of blows unfolded on the battlefield. Both were testing each other's strength and technique without any hesitation. Each blow was swift and deadly, always aimed at the opponent's head. Any mistake would result in definitive death. Lita repeatedly brandished dawn against the ice blade. She was surprised by the strength of the enemy's sword. It was definitely not made of ice, but of a material that only looked like ice. No ordinary steel sword could withstand so many blows from dawn, a blade forged from meteorite steel. At the same time, each impact of the ice sword froze Dawn's surface, annoying Lita in a way she had never imagined. The White Walker was taking the fight very seriously. His opponent's strength and technique were truly sublime, especially the woman's strength, which matched his own. After 5 minutes of exchanging blows, they both retreated. Lita, in particular, decided to go all out, including the use of lightning manipulation. Lightning crackling. Gray rays danced across Dawn's blade, making the sword even more sacred. I am Lita, the blade of Enar. Lita introduced herself as she advanced with calm, slow steps, the white cloak of the royal guard accompanying her movements. Imikar, slayer of 1,000 men. Surprisingly, the White Walker replied in the common tongue. As soon as they had introduced themselves, they both disappeared from their respective places and found themselves in the middle of the battlefield in an instant. Lita was even more brutal than before. Dawn cut through the air at such an absurd speed that the very atmosphere distorted around the blade, and a sonic boom echoed throughout the camp. Boom! The blades clashed and, shockingly, the White Walker was thrown backwards, his expression filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had lost a duel of strength against a mere human woman. However, Lita didn't wait for Imikar to recover from the shock. She appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye and swung her sword in a vertical blow. Fortunately for the White Walker, he followed his instincts and conjured an ice barrier to block the enemy attack. Even so, the sword cut through the ice shield with shocking ease, but there was a slight delay in the attack, which allowed the White Walker to dodge by a few centimeters. "You dodged that," Lita commented with a dissatisfied tone. She wasn't dissatisfied that her enemy had escaped, but that she hadn't managed to kill him. All because she hadn't yet completed the blood ritual transformation and wasn't at the peak that Enar had predicted for her. Lightning crackling. Perhaps sensing her dissatisfaction, the grey rays seemed to feed on her anger, becoming even more powerful. They now covered her entire sword and a large part of her arm. Lita unexpectedly felt her reflexes were even better than before. Her reaction speed and strength had also increased. It was then that she understood, only through Beatl and the flames of war could she become stronger. Only a perfectly forged sword could be a good sword. And she was determined to be the best sword in Enar. Die! Lita whispered as she advanced towards the White Walker. Imakar only saw a flash of gray lightning cross his vision like a fleeting image, almost imperceptible even to his eyes. Then, under his wide-eyed gaze, Lita's blade sliced through his body from shoulder to abdomen. In an instant, the White Walker crumbled into small stones of ice that fell to the ground. At the sight of her enemy's death, Lita felt an infinite pleasure run through her body. However, controlling her emotions, she let out a warm sigh, charged with a fiery aura. Without wasting any time, she turned back to the king, where she found him holding a cocoon of blood, a sight that reminded her of her own blood ritual. According to Enar's description, his blood had transformed into a cocoon around her, allowing her, like a butterfly, to emerge as something other than a mere human. She now possessed superhuman strength and abilities. Enar looked at the cocoon in his hands and let out a sigh of relief. The most dangerous part had passed and the child had survived. Even so, he felt that the transformation the baby was going through was not something ordinary. Because of his blood, the baby had a unique connection to the immaterium dimension. The God Emperor knew that the child resting in his arms, undergoing a complete metamorphosis, was destined to be one of his future primarchs. Which primarch exactly? That, he didn't know yet. But he would find out as soon as he had finished annihilating the horde of White Walkers and Whites. Passing the blood cocoon to Mance, who held it as if it were the most precious thing in the world, Enar turned his gaze to Lita and nodded, pleased with his lady commander of the royal guard for having managed to kill a White Walker. "Lita, take care of Mance and his son. I will burn this horde of Whites and White Walkers," Enar said as he approached Caraxes. "Yes, my king." Although she wanted to be by Enar's side, protecting him at all times, Lita was someone who followed Enar's orders with an absolute attitude. However, Enar stopped and turning to Lita, he spoke. "By the way, capture a Whites, we need a sample to show to the lords of the north. I want to see which idiot will refuse to bend the knee at the sight of an undead." Having said that, he climbed onto Caraxes and the dragon took to the sky with a few quick steps. Lita watched the dragon fly into the sky and looked at Mance, who was holding the blood cocoon containing his son. The king beyond the wall was covering his wife's body with one of the cloths from the surrounding tents while caressing her face with such affection that it surprised her. At the same time, she regretted that the child would grow up without a mother. She knew the pain of growing up without a father and imagined that growing up without a mother was just as painful. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, The White Walkers, 3, I've come to like the war. The monotony of the QRT and its palace conspiracies are getting more and more boring. Enar I Targaryen, before the conquest of the continent of Essos. In the air, Caraxes flew at a low altitude, less than 30 meters off the ground. Below him, the army of Wights and White Walkers clashed with the army of savages. War cries mixed with the savages' cries of pain and fear. Honestly, this war was much more brutal than the war between the Red Legion and the Dothraki. Both sides were human and afraid to die, there was always some hesitation in the blows. But that didn't apply to the Whites and White Walkers. They were thinking monsters, partially resembling humans, but definitely not human. They fed on the warmth of the living and seized corpses with necromancy. There was no hesitation in their actions, almost as if taking a life was as natural as breathing. The White Walkers, in particular, were literal monsters on the battlefield. Just one of them could take on hundreds of men. Worst of all, they were fast and excellent swordsmen, which made them real killing machines. Enar estimated that his soldiers would have to go through the blood ritual to fight such a monster. Of course, if the enhanced soldiers had heavy armor and firearms, things would be completely different. The soldiers he planned to create would be even more deadly than the White Walkers, truly fearless warriors. Even if they were assigned to a suicide mission, they would accept the order without any hesitation. These were the soldiers Enar wanted to see read, mainly to fight against the evil forces of the evil gods and the future chaos gods. Stroking Caraxes' neck, Enar whispered, "While my fearless soldiers have yet to be born, it'll be you and me supporting the empire of humanity, partner. Let's put on a show for the free folk and bring them hope." Dracarys. In a mere instant, a loud, grandiose roar rang out across the battlefield sky. The gigantic crimson creature flew low and spat out red flames. The flames descended from the sky and hit the Gruendi, literally creating a sea of fire. All the whites that came into contact with the red flames were reduced to ashes without any difficulty. A long, straight curtain of fire, 100 meters long, appeared on the battlefield. The snow mixed with the ashes of the whites, creating something truly incredible to behold. Enar didn't focus on the whites. He just helped the free folk reorganize to defend their position while he prepared to deal with the real problem, the White Walkers. These beings were quite problematic, especially with the current number of hundreds of them on the battlefield. They all knew how to conjure ice magic and necromancy, which was the real problem. "Perses." Enar whispered and held out his hand. He seemed to be holding an imaginary bow and pulled the bowstring. Surprisingly, a fiery arrow formed between his fingers. The arrow seemed to be made of pure fire, it burned as expected and looked especially frightening. Taking aim at a White Walker, Enar held his breath and released the arrow, which shot out like a bullet, tearing through the air at subsonic speeds and hitting the enemy directly in the chest. The fiery arrow pierced the icy being's armor and, in the next second, the arrow simply exploded. The White Walker became ice-rubbly in an instant. Enar didn't stop. While Caraxes burned everything in front of him, he conjured fire magic and killed them one by one. Each arrow could be conjured in 2 seconds, and the conjuring time got faster and faster as Enar increased his proficiency. Obviously, the White Walkers didn't stand around waiting to be killed. They ran across the battlefield, dodging the arrows and dragon fire that rained down on them. As they dodged, they counterattacked, throwing ice thorns at the dragon and its rid. But despite his size, Caraxes was young, powerful, and surprisingly agile in the air, capable of performing real acrobatics. The savages watched in awe as the epic scene unfolded before them. They could imagine that Mance would write a song about that moment. How could he not? The scene before them was worthy of a story that would be told for thousands of years. Mance, who had arrived on the battlefield carrying a blonde, blue-eyed baby, looked at it all with a calm gaze. But inside, he really wanted to be in Enar's place, burning the creatures that had taken his wife's life, making them feel the same pain he felt. Looking down at his son in his arms, his gaze softened. Although his son couldn't be a prince, he could be the heir to his future house. With the size of the fief that Enar had granted him, he would become a great lord in the north, second only to House Stark in the future. Turning away, Mance saw Lotta watching the battlefield with an anxious look, as if she wanted to take part in the war. "You can go. I can take care of myself," Mance said, standing up straight. At his waist, a silver horn with runes of the first men could be seen. It was the horn of winter, the reason his wife had died. Despite Mance's words, Lita remained by his side. She remembered the king's orders and would carry out her mission until he ordered otherwise. Seeing this, Mance sighed, but said nothing. He focused on what was happening at the moment and took command of the army of savages without any hesitation. Even with a baby in his arms, he drew his sword and went to the front line, which made Lita very happy, as she could now take part in the war while protecting him. Brynden, who controlled the three-eyed raven, watched as the battlefield gradually shifted to the side of humanity and sighed with relief. He really couldn't hold out much longer. He was old and about to die, unable to use much of the weirwood's power. However, when he saw Enar performing fire and blood magic, he realized that the boy had seen things from the past and learned a lot. But he needed to warn the young king not to spend too much time in the past. The Valyrian dragon gods might be dead in the present, but they weren't in the past. If Enar returned to the past too often, he would be felt by those gods, and that was definitely not a good thing. Especially for people like him, who could project their consciousness into the past. It wasn't at all difficult for a god to capture his projection and enslave it. This wasn't scaremongering, it had already happened to other green seers. Gods could be incredibly powerful when they were backed by the infinite power of faith. Suddenly, when Brynden felt he was about to lose control of the three-eyed raven, a new wave of magic filled him. He looked up at Enar Atop the dragon and was shocked to see him pointing at him. Secretly admiring the young king's superb control of magic, Brynden bravely advanced against the White Walkers. He felt 18 again, full of strength and youth, the same young man who had fought for the hand of his half-sister, Shira Seastar. Remembering that incredible woman, Brynden couldn't help but speed up his magical attacks even more. And, unlike before, he now had magic to abuse. Rise. Shockingly, 30 tree men sprang from the ground and stood an impressive 15 meters tall. They moved slowly, but their blows with the roots were not slow at all. Enar couldn't help but smile with excitement. He felt like he was in Narnia, fighting the White Witch. All that was missing was a talking divine lion. Remembering that the god of many faces was called the Night Lion, Enar smiled mischievously. He wished the god were there, maybe he could get a lion carpet to decorate his throne. Sensing Enar's excitement, Caraxes was also extremely happy. They both seemed born for war. Only by fighting could they feel the true pleasure of war. The Crimson Dragon unleashed flames even more violently than before, his flames making the snow melt and the earth scorch. The White Walkers and Whites were the ones to suffer. Especially the White Walkers. No matter how fast they were, they could never be faster than a flying dragon, so Caraxes practically became their worst nightmare. Reducing them to ashes and killing them almost instantly. Even ice shields couldn't last more than half a second in the face of flames capable of melting rock. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The White Walkers, 4 down, 16 to go. When all my Primarchs are born, the universe will know humanity for the first time with my 20 legions of Adeptus Asteroutes. Enar I Targaryen, looking at Sanguinius. With a thud, Caraxes landed on the ground. His long neck snaked through the air, and he opened his mouth, shooting a funnel of flames at a group of whites still alive at the moment. There was fire all over the battlefield, of the army of tens of thousands of whites, There were now only a few hundred left. Enar didn't know if he had killed all the White Walkers, but he was sure he had eliminated most of them. Which, in all honesty, was a great victory. Depriving the Night King of his necromancers was something very valuable, almost 100 dead White Walkers, a feat he hadn't expected to accomplish before the war against the Night King. Suddenly, Enar looked towards the far north. His eyes shone brightly. The dome T had prevented him from communicating with the nexus of time and space, and the warp dimension had disappeared, or rather had been broken. Looking up, he saw that the color red had advanced a little against the color blue. He knew that his victory over the F-Orcs of evil had increased Arhila's power, giving the Red God a slight advantage, even though he was on another continent and in enemy territory. At the same time, Enar's prescience returned to normal. Images of the future began to appear before him, endless possibilities laid out in front of him. Honestly, that dome, placed by some god, made him realize that he wasn't invincible, at least not yet. The only thing limiting his power was his own body. But Enar could wait. His body was transforming and LD become powerful without him having to do anything. However, there were a few things he could do to speed up this process of improvement. He didn't like being unable to connect to the nexus of time and space, including the warp. Even if it was only for a few minutes, those minutes could be crucial in the Great Crusade. Especially for him, who needed to act as a beacon for when the spaceships crossed the warp, traveling to other points in the known universe. If he couldn't act as a beacon, how could the navigators move in the warp, a place that had absolutely no sense of direction or even the concepts of high and low? However, Enar felt a cold gaze upon him. The Dragon Prince raised his eyes, and his vision seemed to travel hundreds of kilometers away, until it landed on the peak of a snowy mountain. In that inhospitable place, where no race could flourish, a figure was riding a horse. He had blue skin, black armor covered his body, and his eyes were a deep shade of blue. On his rocky-looking head, a crown of ice glittered like blue crystals. The two exchanged glances, intense and murderous. Enar was the champion of light and the Night King the champion of darkness. Both were born to be eternal enemies. There was no possibility of friendship between them. Their race had determined that they would be adversaries. However, there was a feeling that they both shared at that moment. A feeling of anticipation for the fight that would take place in the future. Curiously, they were both confident that they would win the war. Enar was confident because he could see the future with his prescience, and the Night King was confident in his own strength. Both were extremely certain of their victory and never even considered the possibility of losing to the enemy. Enar stopped looking at the Night King and turned his attention to the army of savages, who were clearing the battlefield and gathering up the bodies of their dead comrades. Guiding Caraxes towards the free folk, who were gathering up the corpses, Enar approached and spoke with a determined tone, "Let me help you with that." Mance, who was about to set fire to the dead, was surprised for a moment, but lowered his torch and gestured for Enar to continue. Enar spoke in a gentle tone, "Dracarys." Caraxes didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and unleashed a jet of red flames onto the corpses. Mance, looking at his wife among the dead, held his son and showed him the scene, wanting the baby to remember his mother for once. What Mance didn't know was that the baby would actually remember his mother. A depressing atmosphere hung over the now destroyed camp, sounds of weeping and wailing filled the air. Widows, sons, daughters, brothers, mothers and fathers had all lost someone. Even though the death toll had not yet been counted, Enar could see that at least 30,000 people had died in the attack. Most of them were men who had fought. Enar let out a sigh. He wished he had foreseen the attack with his prescience to prevent so many deaths, but fate was cruel and didn't care about mortals. Descending from Caraxes, Enar walked up to Mance and placed his hand on the king beyond the wall's shoulder, a silent gesture of comfort and mourning. He never wanted to feel what Mance was feeling at that moment. Just imagine his wife's dying gave him an uncontrollable urge to destroy everything. What's the baby's name, Mance? Enar asked, looking at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed child. He could see that the baby had mutated from the warp, developing extra limbs on its back. It wasn't noticeable at the moment, but it would become obvious as the child grew. I ask that your grace appoint him. Mance looked at his son with a gentle gaze and spoke with a determined tone. Enar didn't hesitate to reply, Sanguinius. The Primarches were important. They were the generals who would lead his 20 legions. He currently had 4, including Sanguinius, who was still a baby. Note, Titus, Sigismund, Macoro Fukin and Sanguinius. They would be demigods, immortal beings, and the warriors most loyal to him and, in some ways, more his children than his own blood children. Not that his sons and daughters would be weak. On the contrary, they would be extremely powerful, but Enar would never share his power with them. It wasn't out of selfishness or reluctance to give up his power. He simply didn't want his sons and daughters to bear the burden of seeing the future. Enar knew well that the prescience changed a person. If they could change something for the better, they would. But with the Chaos gods on the prowl, any good intention could easily be twisted. How could Enar allow such a thing to happen? Even if his sons and daughters inherited his gifts, they would never inherit the gift of prescience. He alone would be enough to see the future. He didn't want his sons and daughters to fall to the forces of chaos because they wanted to do something good. Sanguinius. Hearing his son's name, Mance didn't complain about how exotic the name was, he just felt that the name had an important meaning for Enar and that satisfied him. Even if he died in the future, his son would at least have the king's support. This relieved him, as he felt he could be one of those tens of thousands of dead men. When Enar was looking around, he noticed Leeton next to him. The girl was still in clean armor, which wasn't surprising. Whites and White Walkers don't have blood, so it's hard to get sucked into something that doesn't exist in the enemy. I've captured 3 whites, my king. Lita spoke, remembering the task Enar had given her earlier. Good work, worthy of being my lady commander. Enar nodded with satisfaction. With the whites, it would be much easier for the northern lords to bow down. Lita seemed immensely happy with Enar's praise. She wished she had more enemies for her to capture and receive more praise from her king. Let's go. Enar spoke in a calm tone, ignoring Lita's abnormally happy look. Are they going to kneel? Lita followed Enar and asked in a calm tone. They've already knelt, but they don't know it yet. Climbing into Caraxes' saddle, Enar replied. He looked at the tens of thousands of people in front of him and let out a sigh. Only a real tragedy could change humans' minds and make them want to evolve. Which was strange. You had to be facing a precipice to want to change. Humanity was strange, but perhaps that was why humanity was the reason the Chaos Gods were born. This chaotic and contradictory entropy of humanity was the perfect nourishment for the immaterium. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Rob and the Free Folk. One king has already knelt before me, the first of many. Enar I Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos. Under the eyes of all the Night's Watch, Mance Rayder, king beyond the wall, knelt and placed a crown of ivory bones at Enar's feet. I, Mance Rayder, abdicate my titles and become your vassal. My sword and shields are yours. I will defend your laws as if they were my own, and I will fight by your side, as will my sons and their sons after him. Mance spoke with a serious voice full of majesty. He was kneeling before Enar, looking straight into the purple eyes of the boy who had saved his son's life. I, King Enar I Targaryen, first of his name, Knight of Caraxes, King of the Undels, the Roanars, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, Father of Dragons, Son of the Light of Volantis, the Promised King, Destroyer of the greatest Khalasar of his time. Enar pronounced his long list of titles, looking at the man kneeling before him. His voice was regal but gentle at that moment, which made the atmosphere less tense and more grandiose. I accept your oath. Rise, Mance, Lord of House Raider, Lord of Sea Dragon Point and Stony Shore. Enar finished, declaring Mance Raider's titles in front of everyone. As for what his uncle W. Old think about him granting Mance these fiefs, Enar didn't really care. Westeros belonged to House Targaryen, all the lands on that continent were theirs. In the future, the nobles would only have the right to administer the fiefs on his behalf. They could only own the castles and the surrounding lands. Other than that, everything belonged to him and House Targaryen. Of course, this would only work until the Great Crusade. In the future, the fiefdoms would be greatly expanded, and the noble houses would control planets. Some, like the great houses, would dominate entire solar systems. The noble houses of Planetos would spread across the galaxy, while Planetos would become the center of the Imperium. But that was for the future. In the present, Enar was about to begin his reconquest. At Enar's words, Mance stood up and greeted him like a vassal. Your Grace. Lord Mance. The two exchanged greetings. Enar didn't treat Mance with contempt or as someone less important. After all, the man had once been a king, and the status of king was not to be despised, as it was the source of his political power. The heir to Winterfell, Robb of House Stark, will arrive at Castle Black in a few days. He will act as representative of House Stark, and you will bow to him again. Only after that will you be recognized as a Lord of the North. Enar commented with a smile and, despite the pain of losing loved ones, the leaders of the free folk seemed more relaxed and even smiled. They had a home and could finally live as they should. Val, holding her nephew, looked at her sister's son and couldn't help but hug the child a little tighter. She never imagined that the last time she saw Della would actually be the last time she would see her sister's sweet smile and gentle gaze. Val, I want you to take the name of my house as your own and, if I ever fall in the coming war, I want you to act as regent until Sanguinius can rule. Mance approached Val and spoke directly about his purpose. He knew that his chances of dying were incredibly high, as were those of all the men who would take part in the war. Val was the best choice he had should he die. Others might kill his son to take over his titles and fiefdoms. I was sure that some tribal leaders were unhappy with his decision to kneel, but no one dared to say anything to Enar present. Everyone still remembered how the dragon had saved their lives. Val looked at her sister's husband and nodded silently as she gently held her nephew, trying to get him to sleep, which proved futile. Teehee baby seemed to have infinite energy. She swore she had never seen Sanguinius close his eyes and go to sleep, but she knew it was impossible. Val had seen a few babies in her life, and they all had one thing in common: constant sleep. Every baby slept most of the day. So she assumed that Sanguinius slept when she wasn't looking. What Val didn't know, however, was that she was incredibly wrong. Sanguinius had actually never slept since his premature birth. His special bond with the warp dimension nullified any need for sleep. This wasn't a problem at the moment, but as the little Primarch grew up, he would become more and more distanced from humanity until he finally reached his peak. Hello, beautiful lady. Near Enar, Tormund greeted Lita with a big smile on his face, without hiding the flirtation in his words. Lita suppressed the irritation that was growing in her heart and stopped herself from cutting off the head of that savage who couldn't recognize the word no. She had never met such an irritating man in her entire life. And she was born in Dorne, the home of the most lustful men in the Seven Kingdoms. Even the most inconvenient Dornish man wouldn't come close to the level of irritation that Tormund caused him. The idiot constantly talked about the giant babies they would have and the endless nights of passion. Just imagining it made Lita feel a wave of revulsion. She was a bloody sword, not a woman. Einar watched the spectacle between Lita and Tormund with great interest. Of course, he knew that Tormund would never have a chance with Lita. Not because the woman was too proud, but because she valued the oaths of the royal guard above her own life. In Lita's mind, she was a sword and nothing more. Only protecting and serving Einar for all eternity could bring a smile to the lips of Housedane's Sword of the Morning. Apart from that, Einar really doubted that Tormund could even get her to look at him with the slightest bit of kindness. However, it was very interesting to see Tormund try, and Einar had to admit, the red-haired man certainly had guts. Few men were interested in someone stronger than themselves. Fixing his eyes on his great-uncle, Aemon, Einar knew that the old man wanted to ask what was next. "What are we going to do, Your Grace?" Because they were in a place full of strangers, Aemon addressed Einar formally, not as a family member. "I'm staying at Castle Black until the Lords of the North arrive at Winterfell. While I'm here, I'll order all the checkpoints, as well as Castle Black, to be refurbished for the war to come." Einar commented in a calm tone, while observing the deplorable state of the fortress. Although the wall was a great help, he knew that the gigantic ice wall's days were numbered. It was inevitable, the wall would fall and, with it, humanity's first line of defense. It wasn't that the wall wasn't strong, but the power of mortals couldn't compare to that of the gods. On a normal long night, the gods wouldn't intervene, but this was no normal long night. All the evil gods were personally involved in this war. No one wanted to see humanity grow, as this would allow the birth of the Chaos Gods, something completely unacceptable to the evil gods, who did not wish for the existence of beings stronger than themselves. So the wall would fall one way or another. Nothing could stop the war that was to come. That's why Castle Black and the other Night's Watch checkpoints, such as the Shadow Tower and East Watch by the Sea, needed to be reinforced and refurbished for when the wall collapsed. "I'll send a raven to Commanders Sir Dennis Mallister and Cotter Pike." Aemon nodded and walked away with his aging body. The man wanted to help as much as he could, without any rest. Einar wanted him to rest, but he knew that Aemon wanted to give his all before what was to come. Perhaps that was the only thing he could do, since he was no longer fit to hold a blade. Honestly, Einar wanted Aemon to go through the blood ritual, but he was uncertain about the old man's survival. Aemon was so fragile that even a small amount of energy could cause irreparable damage. Nevertheless, Einar decided to try. He would talk to Aemon and, if the man wanted to, he would do anything to help him. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Robb and the Free Folk, 2, the world really is full of surprises. Robb Stark, Wasihing the Giant. Robb couldn't help but take a deep breath at the sight of the gigantic wall. He had heard the stories, but seeing it in person was something completely different. Just imagining that his ancestor had built such a masterpiece was enough to fill the heir to Winterfell with pride. Incredible. "I want to see the view from the top." The grandiose feeling Robb was experiencing disappeared the moment he looked down and saw Arya riding beside him. "When we get back to Winterfell, you're going to spend a whole month locked up in a tower. And I personally will make sure that Septa teaches you to sew and indoctrinates you for days." Robb gave Arya a stern look. If he didn't discipline his sister now, she might gain even more courage to run away from home in the future. Arya's smile had never faded so quickly. She looked at her brother with a pleading look. To be forced to learn to sew and listen to the Seven preach. She would rather throw herself from the tower and end her suffering once and for all. That wouldn't be a lesson, but a real mental torture session. Seeing her desperate expression, Robb nodded, satisfied. He just wanted to make sure that Arya understood that running away from home was not an option, especially for a girl. Arya, never run away from home again. This world isn't kind to girls. He stroked his sister's hair and spoke in a gentle tone. How many times had he seen his father cut off the heads of rapists? Dozens of times. Just imagining something like that happening to Arya made his mood darken. Arya nodded, but it was clear from the look on her face that she wasn't convinced by her brother's words. She was not a helpless lady and she knew how to protect herself with the needle, the gift Einar had given her. She had trained in hiding and was confident that, at the slightest opportunity, she could kill a man. Spending her days in a castle, surrounded by jewels, expensive dresses and sugary cakes was perhaps every commoner girl's dream, but not hers. Arya wanted to explore. She wanted to know every corner of the world and live the life she chose, not be a lady destined for marriage and children. If Rob knew what was going through his sister's mind, he'd probably increase the punishment to 10 years, and he'd still think it was too little. Not that he was cruel, but as the eldest brother, he wanted the best for Arya. He wanted her to have a worthy destiny, a good husband, beautiful children and, in the end, a happy life. That was his sincere wish for all his siblings. Putting Thessy thoughts aside, Rob focused on the gates of Castle Black, which were already open to welcome them. Waiting for them was an old man, too old for him to guess. But when he noticed the Maester's necklace around his neck, Rob could assume that it was the Maester of Castle Black. Looking into the old man's lilac eyes, Rob noticed a striking resemblance to those of Einar. "Welcome, heir of Winterfell. I am Aemon of House Targaryen, Maester of Castle Black. I will escort you to the meeting place, where everyone is already awaiting your arrival." Aemon greeted Rob with a kind smile and then cast a curious glance at the girl riding with him. Rob was speechless when he discovered Aemon's identity. He opened his mouth, but couldn't answer immediately. "Incredibly. You're like Einar. Who was your father?" Arya jumped off her horse, excited, and looked at Aemon curiously. Aemon couldn't help but laugh when he saw the girl's energy. "Little nature spirit," he greeted Arya with a smile before answering, "My father was Makar, first of the name. And when I refused the throne, it was passed on to my brother, Aegon, fifth of his name." Arya suddenly stopped and stared, her eyes widening so much that they seemed about to pop out of their sockets. It wasn't just her who was shocked, Rob also displayed an incredulous expression. Refuse the throne? How many men would do that? His own father, Ned Stark, had refused the throne, as had Jon Arryn, but how many others would be indifferent to the greatest power in an entire continent? "You may call me Maester Aemon," he continued in a gentle tone, noticing the surprise on the young men's faces. "When I took my oaths, I stopped being a prince and gave up all my titles and possessions." Aemon gestured for them to follow him and began walking towards Castle Black Hall, his steps slow but steady. Rob and Arya looked at each other, still processing what they had just heard. After a brief silence, Rob spotted Ser Roderick Castle and, pulling himself together, spoke firmly, "Ser Roderick, organize the supplies and weapons inside Castle Black. I will go to the meeting." "Yes, milord." Roderick nodded respectfully. With that, Rob took Arya's hand and entered the fortress. But as soon as he passed through the gates, he stopped abruptly, shocked by what he saw. In front of him, a giant wielded a huge axe, chopping wood with frightening ease. A log the size of a grown man looked like a simple toy in his colossal hands. "This is Woon Woon, one of the last giants of his kind," Aemon introduced the creature with a smile, recalling his own reaction to seeing him for the first time. Arya watched the giant with fascination and wondered if he could put her on his shoulders. If Rob knew about his sister's dangerous thoughts, he would have a heart attack and, without hesitation, lock her in a tower for the rest of her life. Putting the giant's presence aside, Robb turned his attention to understanding what had happened before his arrival. The war against the White Walkers and the Whites had already begun. And, to his surprise, the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, had knelt before Enar, accepting him as his sovereign. Robb had countless questions, and Eamon, ever patient, answered them all, without hesitating to share everything he knew so far. On hearing that they had captured Whites to present to the Northern Lords, Robb felt more confident that he could get them to bend the knee to Enar without too much bloodshed. Although he knew that some bloodshed was inevitable. The Northern Lords were stubborn as stone and, no matter how terrifying dragon fire was, they wouldn't bend easily. Arya listened to everything with her eyes shining with excitement. She wanted to be invisible so she could spy on the Whites up close. Just imagining herself killing one, as he or ancestors had done in the past, made her chest inflate with pride and excitement. Once again, if Robb knew of his sister's thoughts, he would have a tall tower built on an isolated island and lock her in, just so that the 6-year-old girl would learn, once and for all, never to have such dangerous ideas again. Arriving at Castle Black's hall, Robb saw that there were many people in the place and sitting in the most important seat was Enar, with a relaxed posture in contrast to the severe atmosphere in Tehi Air. As he entered, Robb felt everyone's gaze fall on him. As heir to Winterfell, he didn't fear the stairs, as he had already spoken in front of the Lords of the North countless times. Robb. Enar greeted his cousin with an amused look. You're right on time. Lord Mance will kneel for you and take your oath in the name of Lord Stark. Aren't you going to pour me a glass of wine, Your Grace? Robb asked with an incredulous tone, causing everyone around to burst into loud laughter. The tense atmosphere melted away as if it had never existed. Robb looked discreetly at Enar with admiration. He hoped to have this kind of skill when he was Lord of Winterfell. Observing those present, Robb arrived at Enar's side with Arya and spoke aloud, I am Robb of House Stark, heir to Winterfell and representative of the Lord of the North, Eddard of House Stark. Welcome to Castle Black, Lord Stark. Jair stood up and greeted his liege's successor. The Great Bear, Jair Mormont. Robb greeted Jair with a smile. He couldn't imagine that such an honorable man would have a son like Jorah, a slaver. Lord Stark. Mance stood up and respectfully greeted his future lord. Lord Mance. Robb, who already knew who Mance was through Aemon, greeted the king beyond the wall with equal respect. Enar smiled as he saw them greet each other and spoke aloud, since Lord Stark has arrived, we will begin the ceremony. Note, we will begin the reconquest after the Northern Lords have bowed, which will happen in the next few chapters. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Robb and the Free Folk, 3, I like what's coming, Enar thought, watching Robb look at Val with a passionate gaze. I, Mance of House Rayder, Lord of Sea Dragon Point and Stony Shore, bend my knee and promise to honor my oath. When House Stark needs it, House Rayder will be there to fight alongside the Lord of Winterfell, Mance declared in a loud, clear tone, his voice not hiding the seriousness of the moment. After hearing Mance's oath, Robb stood up and spoke aloud, I, Robb of House Stark, heir of Winterfell and future guardian of the North, in the name of Enar of House Targaryen, first of his name, Knight of Caraxes, King of the Undels, the Roenars, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, accept your oath. May our homes have peace and prosperity. With Mance kneeling before Robb, the atmosphere became more restrained, and the hostility coming from the noble houses lessened slightly. Arya, who was eating a piece of bread, watched the whole scene and nodded. To her, it was natural that Mance had knelt down. In her eyes, the North belonged to House Stark, and House Raider becoming a vassal of House Stark was to be expected. However, Robb knew that Mance's fiefdoms were at least too large, so vast that they could easily form a small kingdom. He cast a disgruntled glance at Enar, who was sitting in the largest seat. In Robb's eyes, his brother was using the wildlings to prevent House Stark from completely dominating the north. Feeling Robb's gaze, Enar realized that his cousin had got it all wrong, but he didn't try to explain himself, especially in the presence of everyone. He had only granted those lands to Mance to avoid dissatisfaction among the free folk, there was no other intention behind it. Enar sat in the center, with Robb on H's right and Mance on his left. The three most powerful men in the hall were talking in low voices. "Do you think House Stark will turn its back on House Targaryen, Your Grace?" Robb asked casually, as he sipped his wine. His blue eyes looked at Enar with obvious dissatisfaction. "Not at all. But other places couldn't offer so much land without causing overpopulation and even more chaos. Besides, the other lords of the north wouldn't accept the free folk in their lands," Enar replied in an equally casual tone, looking at Robb. If it had been anyone else, Enar wouldn't have bothered to reply, but since it was Robb, he did, albeit with a slightly helpless look on his face. Robb's mood improved with Enar's words. As long as his brother wasn't being cautious with House Stark, any misunderstandings could be easily resolved. "So why is Arya with you?" Enar asked, watching the girl who was eating like there was no tomorrow. "She hid among the supplies. When we found her, she was devouring dried meat like a sneaky squirrel. As we were already far from Winterfell, I didn't want to delay the journey and brought her with me," Robb replied with a helpless expression, but with a smile on his lips. Enar looked at Arya and believed that she really could do something like that. The girl was impulsive and a bit crazy when it came to big adventures. "I'll love to see Eddard's expression when he sees his daughter again," Enar commented in an amused tone, making Robb roll his eyes, although he also smiled. "She'll be grounded for eternity," Robb said, glaring at his little sister. Arya, realizing that the two were talking, looked at them with confusion, while a few crumbs of bread were still around her mouth. She still had no idea of the cruel punishment that awaited her at Winterfell. "How long are you staying in Castle Black?" Robb asked with a serious expression, changing the subject. After hearing the reports about the war against the White Walkers and the White's army, he realized that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. "1 month. Then I'm going back to Winterfell to bring those arrogant northern lords to their knees," Enar replied in a calm, casual tone. "Fortunately, you destroyed the Dread Fort. That will bring many lords to their knees without bloodshed, which spares us a lot of chaos," Robb said in a relieved tone. He, more than anyone, knew how the lords of the north acted and what their temperaments were. "What can I say? I'm amazing," Enar replied with a confident smile on his lips. Robb rolled his eyes at Enar's overconfidence, but didn't deny it. After all, he really was incredible. However, he couldn't help adding, "Try not to kill. Many are just stubborn, but they are good men." Enar was speechless, but remained silent. He didn't like rebels and considered himself incredibly merciful for not killing certain people. "I'll try, but don't expect me to do it. I'd rather kill everyone than suffer betrayal at a delicate moment." Robb nodded. He was pleased that Enar was at least trying. As for the rest, he just hoped that the northern lords would be more understanding. If they weren't, he would let fate decide. He had already done enough to help them. Mance watched the two of them chatting casually and was a little confused by their union, considering the rumors about the birth of the young king. However, it wasn't his place to comment on anything. He remained silent, just eating and thinking about building his castle and city as quickly as possible. While Robb was drinking, he noticed an incredibly beautiful woman, with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding a baby with the same features. Mother and child, he assumed. However, he couldn't stop his heart from beating faster at the sight of such a graceful woman. Einar noticed this and couldn't help but flash an amused smile. Val, of House Raider, sister of Mansa's late wife. She is known as the Princess of the Wilds and is currently single and childless. Einar spoke in a casual tone, as if he hadn't noticed the growing interest in Rob's gaze. However, the playful smile on his lips told another story. Hearing Einar's words, Rob's blue eyes lit up slightly. He admitted to himself, he found the woman incredibly attractive, and her status was something not even his father could dispute. Besides, if he married Val, he could help make the savages more civilized. If Einar could hear Rob's thoughts, he would be speechless. He would never have imagined that his brother could fall in love so easily that he would consider marriage without having exchanged a single word with Val, and being the heir to House Stark to boot. But looking at Val, Einar understood why a boy of Rob's age would be so fascinated. The Princess of the Wild was indeed a sight for sore eyes. If she wore a silk costume from Mir, she old easily pass for a real princess. Rob, if you keep staring at her so intently, you'll make her evaporate from the planet, Einar whispered, noticing his cousin's fixed gaze on the woman. Caught red-handed, Rob put on an embarrassed expression and tried to respond in a seemingly calm tone, I was just looking at her a bit. Einar gave him a teasing look, not believing a single word that came out of the Winterfell heir's lips. Good. I hear she has a lot of suitors, and you're not exactly tall and strong, said Einar, feigning relief as his lips curved into an amused smile. Rob felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. He had never imagined that words could hurt so much, but the mere thought of Val marrying another man made his stomach turn. A feeling of anger and competitiveness welled up in his chest. I'm handsome, I'm heir to Winterfell and I'll have ice, a legendary Valyrian steel sword. I'm a great match for marriage. The more he said it, the more confidence appeared on his face. How could he not fight for his first crush? Looking at the possible suitors, Rob felt his determination grow even more. The redfish would be furious if Rob married Val, right? Einar muttered, with a look full of amusement and teasing. Just imagining Catelyn's ex-Pres Zion when she heard who Rob wanted to marry, Einar quickly thought of a way to get Val and Rob to meet and marry as soon as possible. He wanted to laugh, but held back, no one could know about his nefarious plans. Besides, he was sure that Rob would thank him forever for helping him marry such a beautiful and incredible woman as Val. Note, 300 Power Stone for the next chapter. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, The Lords of the North, that'll be fun. Einar I Targaryen, feeling certain looks full of hatred and anger coming from the Lords of the North. A month has passed quickly. Shadow Tower, Castle Black, and East Watch by the Sea have undergone an astonishing transformation. The reforms only finished so quickly because the free folk were paid with food to help with what was needed. Tens of thousands of people infinitely sped up the time it took to erect wooden walls and fortify the gates. However, around 60 to 70,000 savages were ready to set off towards the fief of Mance. Einar, Rob, and Arya joined the march to Winterfell. Here Mance would meet Eddard of House Stark and swear his oath again in the eyes of all the lords of the north. Who, by the way, were already at Winterfell at that very moment, just waiting for him to arrive. Arya, do you want to come with me or Rob? Aenar asked as he put on his flying gloves. He looked at the 6-year-old girl wearing men's clothing. There was no hesitation in Arya's words. With you. How could she miss the chance to fly on a dragon? She would probably kill herself with rage if she refused to fly on a dragon, something that perhaps every child in Westeros has thought of doing one day. Einar wasn't surprised by Arya's answer. If she refused he would be shocked. Looking at Rob, who was chatting happily with Val, he felt that his efforts this month had paid off handsomely. Teaching Robb to woo Val had proved easier than expected, and the heir of Winterfell had quickly learned to compliment a woman without making her feel uncomfortable or too invasive. Sure, Robb might be in love with Val, but he was sure that Val wasn't in love with Robb. Val was a mature woman, how could she fall in love so easily, but that didn't matter in Enar's eyes. Companionship in his eyes was much more important than love. In science, infatuation doesn't last more than 3 years, and that feeling of euphoria and always wanting to be by your loved one's side gradually calms down. In the end, only love remains. You might say that love and infatuation are the same, but both are different. Passion is something selfish, always wanting the lover's attention or always being by his or her side. Love, however, is born of companionship through coexistence and the difficulties the couple faces over the years. That's why Val not being in love with Robb wasn't important in Enar's eyes. He would much rather Robb had a wife who would be with him for life than a passing passion. However, after seeing Val's reaction to Robb's flirtations, Enar knew that Val was also interested in Robb, although he didn't know if it was because of Robb's status or something else. "Robb, stop bothering Val and let's go," Enar shouted at Robb, who simply looked at him with a disgruntled look. Enar rolled his eyes and no longer cared about the heir to Winterfell. He hadn't expected Robb to be one of those friends who abandoned years of friendships for a woman. "Follow me," Enar spoke as he climbed over the iron netting that held the saddle in place. Arya looked at the dragon so closely with a look of admiration and without any hesitation, followed Aenar. As soon as Arya reached the saddle, she was picked up by Enar and placed in front of him. Lita positioned herself behind Enar, as she could leave her king alone again. Putting the belt around the three of them and closing it tightly, Enar spoke to Caraxes in High Valyrian. "Sovgan Caraxes." Under Arya's shocked eyes, the dragon stood up, and even though she was on the ground, she was at a very high height. Then the dragon began to walk, and with a loud flapping of its wings, it took off into the sky quickly. Looking down, Arya saw the free folk marching in a straight line and couldn't help but shout excitedly. "Faster!" Lita, behind Enar, twitched her lips abnormally. She really couldn't believe that there were people who enjoyed flying on a dragon and still asked to go faster. Enar couldn't help but laugh at Arya's words and decided to teach the little adventurer a lesson, making her feel the real danger. With the connection between man and dragon, Caraxes understood what his rider wanted and began to lean to the side, gradually turning in the air. Arya turned pale and an expression of fear appeared on her face as the dragon simply stood upside down in the air. If it hadn't been for feeling Enar's arm behind her, the girl would have started screaming in fear a long time ago. Her expression of fear satisfied Enar and Lita, who secretly laughed at the brave girl. Although what he did was cruel, Enar thought it was an appropriate lesson. Under no circumstances could Arya try to ride Caraxes Al1. He had no doubt that Caraxes would devour the girl in a rage, and she had to learn that Caraxes might seem calm, but he wasn't. He was cruel, sadistic, and had a very strong sense of humor. He was cruel, sadistic, and liked to devour corpses. After he felt that enough was enough, he asked Caraxes to stop maneuvering in the air, and the Crimson Dragon flew normally in the air, making the poor girl breathe a sigh of relief. Being upside down in the air was a terrible situation that she never wanted to experience again. "I'll never fly on a dragon again," Arya murmured with watery eyes, almost as if she was going to cry at any moment, but the girl showed a determined expression and didn't cry, even though she wanted to cry as loudly as possible at that moment. "Arya, when we get to Winterfell, I'm taking you on a special flight." Hearing her words, Enar flashed a gentle smile and spoke in an amused tone. Although he knew it was sadistic, he enjoyed seeing the look of fear on Arya's face. Every older brother liked to scare his younger brothers and sisters, perhaps it was a natural part of the world. Arya's face paled at the mention of the special flight. She had an idea of what this special flight would be like, full of acrobatics and maneuvers in the air. If it had been before, she might have been excited, but after experiencing it for herself, she just wanted to get back on the ground and never get on a dragon again. "I'll pass, I'll learn to ride a horse." Arya showed an expression that she wasn't interested and spoke in a casual tone, trying to sound like she wasn't afraid, but just disinterested. "All right, horses are very interesting too." Enar definitely saw that she was lying, but didn't reveal her lie and acted along. Looking down, Enar saw the free folk marching over the King's Road, heading towards Winterfell. From there, these people would go to the Fief of Mance and start building the initial settlements for the construction of the city and castle. Winterfell Castle. Looking at the great hall full of lords and ladies of the north, Eddard looked inexpressive sitting on the throne of the Winter Kings. Ice, the Valyrian steel sword of House Stark stood beside the throne with its imposing size and full of power. It wasn't hard to guess that a person would be cut in half with extreme ease by the sword. "Lord Stark, why have we been called so urgently? Is it about the war against Prince Targaryen across the sea?" Lady of House Mormont, Maege Mormont asked with a worried tone. She had already received the news and couldn't help but show a troubled expression. She hadn't expected Lyanna to have a child with Rhaegar. On the one hand, she was happy that Lyanna's legacy still existed, on the other, she was disgusted that the fruit of her rape was still alive. When Maege spoke, all eyes focused on Eddard, waiting for his answer. It was obvious that everyone was ready for war when it came, they just needed the orders of the Lord of Winterfell and Protector of the North. Feeling the anxious glances towards war, Eddard felt a headache coming on. How could he tell these people that they were not going to fight against House Targaryen, but alongside it? However, after seeing everyone's expression, he knew that anything else would not be accepted by these lords and ladys. Some wanted revenge, others just wanted a good war, and some were undecided. Suddenly, the gates of the Great Hall opened and a young but powerful voice sounded throughout the place. "Of course we're going to war, a war against House Baratheon and their supporters. Nota, tomorrow the 2 daily chapters will be back, so give me lots of power stone. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, The Lords of the North, 2, I give you 2 options, kneel or perish. There is no third option. Enar I Targaryen, God, Emperor of Planetos. All eyes turned to the tall boy with the golden white hair. He was wearing black clothes, but the red crest of the 3-headed dragon was unmistakable to anyone present. Next to him was a woman in white armor with grey eyes, as well as a smaller girl whom everyone knew as Arya Stark. Maege looked at the boy, stunned. She hadn't imagined that the man they had just spoken about would appear in front of her at the same moment. Ignoring everyone's stares, Enar walked to the seat of the Winter Kings and, under Eddard's helpless gaze, sat down on the throne that only the lords of Winterfell could occupy, or their wives in the case of regency. Seeing Eddard cede the winter throne to Enar, all the northern lords felt that something was incredibly wrong. It was almost as if Lord Stark was bending the knee to the boy. This frightened them for a moment. Faced with confused and incredulous looks from the northern lords and ladies, Enar spoke in a calm tone, "Before we begin, I am Enar of House Targaryen, first of your name, son of Lyanna of House Stark and Prince Rhaegar of House Targaryen." When his voice faded, a momentary silence followed, before swords were drawn, axes raised to chop off heads and warhammers prepared to smash them. Great Jon, in particular, held his huge sword as if it were a toy. The blade was bigger than ice, the Valyrian steel sword of House Stark. "This is not your rightful place, fruit of rape." The Lord of the Last Hearth growled angrily, glaring at the arrogant Targaryen boy. Enar laughed and replied, "I don't remember asking permission to sit down, Lord Umber. He paused and then looked at Great Jan with a cold gaze. And watch your words. I'll cut your head off if you ever accuse my father of being a rapist again. He married my mother under witness, and that was proven with evidence in the Old Town. Enar's words left everyone incredulous, which was understandable, given that they had fought a war to recover Lyanna, kidnapped by Rhaegar Targaryen. And why should we believe his words? Maege asked, analyzing Lyanna's son with a deep, penetrating gaze. Don't you know it yourself, Lady Mormont? Enar smiled, amused. My mother was a wolf and she was from the north. If someone tried to rape her, she would cut off the attacker's cock and make him eat it. His words made many women on Bear Island nod. Maege, in particular, who had trained Lyanna to ride a horse, knew this better than anyone. She also remembered how Lyanna had taken part in the tournament of Harrenhal as the mysterious Knight of the Laughing Tree and competed halfway through the event, before having to flee on the orders of King Aerys II. Note, although the theory that Lyanna was the Knight of the Laughing Tree has not been confirmed, I prefer to believe it rather than the theory that Howland Reed took on this role. Rhaegar took part in the search for the mysterious knight, and it's possible that he met Lyanna while she was still changing clothes. This would make more sense for the development of their relationship and would better explain why Rhaegar crowned Lyanna Queen of Love and Beauty. That still doesn't prove anything. Great Jan muttered, raising his voice. His statement made those who were still undecided look at Enar with more hostility. I lost my husband in the war that your despicable father and grandfather started. If you think I'm going to kneel before you, you're wrong. I'd rather burn in your dragon's flames than kneel to the cause of my husband's death. Barbary Dustin, wife of William Dustin, who had perished in the war 12 years ago, spoke with a cold and indifferent tone. If you wish, I will reward milady with fire. I will extinguish your husband's noble house, which so many lords and ladies of House Dustin have sweated, bled, and given their lives to preserve. Enar showed no emotion at Lady Dustin's words. He stared at her, observing her mature beauty, and replied with an equally icy tone. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water on Barbary, abruptly snapping her out of the stupor of anger. And it wasn't just her who woke up. Silence spread through the hall as everyone processed the imminent threat of the destruction of their own homes. Enar cast a satisfied glance at the thoughtful expression on the faces of those present and continued before their indecision dissipated, I know that many have lost loved ones in the war. I too have lost important people. My grandfathers killed each other, my uncle died because of it, and my parents perished in the conflict, as did Lady Dustin's husband. My good mother, Queen Elia, was raped and then cut in half by Gregor Clegan's sword. My brother Aegon, who was only a baby, had his head smashed against the wall. Enar paused, letting his words sink into the minds of the northern lords. But we're not in a tournament to decide who owes the most. We have all suffered, and the dead will not return. His gaze, laden with sincerity, swept over every face in the hall. The young Targaryen's words struck a chord with many of the lords of the north, including Lady Barbary. One by one, they began to sit down, somber expressions dominating their faces as they remembered the loved ones they had lost. Then a man's voice broke the silence, he is the son of Lyanna and Rhaegar. Lord Stark and I were present when he was born. I saw with my own eyes when Lyanna declared that she was married to Rhaegar and begged Lord Stark to protect the boy. And so he did, raising him as a bastard for 12 long years, even if it tarnished his honor. Everyone turned their gaze to Howland Reed, the Lord of Greywater Watch. When they saw Enar sitting on the winter throne, they remembered the bastard boy they had seen before. Comparing them closely, they realized that it was indeed the same boy, which only confirmed that Howland was telling the truth. So why did the war happen? Asked Maege, in a genuinely confused voice. A conspiracy to destroy House Targaryen, orchestrated by the Faith of the Seven, the Order of the Maestus and Lords of the Great Houses, replied Enar, before continuing, my father, Rhaegar, Sent a letter to my grandfather Ricard warning him about the wedding. He gave it to Lisa Tully, but the letter never reached him. Instead, another letter, written by Hoster Tully, was delivered, saying that Lyanna had been taken to King's Landing. The meaning of Enar's words fell like a sharp blade on those present. Anger began to well up in everyone's hearts, even Eddard Stark's. He had married his daughter. He had married the daughter of the man responsible for the death of his father and brother. How could he not feel hatred? Fucking Southerners. Filthy traitors. They must all die and burn in the wrath of the old gods. The shouts echoed through the hall. Barbary snorted coldly and said, I always said the Maestas were traitorous grey rats. She had always believed that she hadn't married Brandon Stark because of Whaley's, Ricard's Maester at Winterfell, who had convinced him to marry Brandon to Catelyn Tully. Now it all made sense. It had been a conspiracy all along. I know you're angry. I'm even angrier. So I give you two options, kneel or perish. There is no third option. Enar spoke coldly, his eyes sweeping the hall, staring at the northern lords without hesitation. Prove you're a real man and fight. Great Jon stood up and spoke aloud. He was anti against kneeling, but he wanted to see if Enar was worthy. All the lords and ladies of the north nodded, their gazes fixed on the young Targaryen, waiting for his answer. Enar's answer came quietly, but clearly. He stepped down from his throne and drew his sword. This sword is called Lady Lya. It is made of star steel and named after my mother. Enar took up a combat stance and declared, whoever the challenger is, step forward. I promise not to kill anyone who comes, but expect a few broken bones. Or a hand. Lita wanted to fight in the king's place, but, knowing the customs of the north, she stood still, watching everything with a calm, cold gaze, ready to defend Enar at the slightest sign of danger. The first to stand up against Enar was Robert T. of House Glover and heir presumptive to House Glover. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, The Lords of the North, 3, Arrogant and barbaric people often only understand the language of the strongest. Only the fist matters to such people. Eddard of House Stark, watching Enar take down the northern lords one by one. Robert was tall, with a deeply wrinkled face and grey-brown hair. He wore chainmail under a red overcoat, and his scarlet cloak was fastened with a silver brooch in the shape of a chainmail cuff. The heir to Deepwood Motte carried an impeccably silver warhammer, as well as the symbol of House Glover. Your Grace. Robert greeted Enar with a rough, gruff tone. Lord Robert. Enar returned the greeting. Without exchanging any more words, they both advanced. Robert had confidence in his strength, his hammer could sink into an enemy's chest as if he were crushing a watermelon. But the moment blade and hammer collided, the heir to Deepwood Motte was violently pushed backwards. The scene caused astonishment among the northern lords. It was the first time they had seen a sword surpass a hammer in terms of strength. What would it take to accomplish such a feat? They assumed that the person would need to have the strength of a horse, but looking at Enar's relatively strong arms and apparently slim body, they couldn't imagine how someone with that complexion could possess such strength. Lord Stark fed the boy giant wolf's milk. Great Jon asked in disbelief. He must have. He's 12 and already so tall, he could grow even taller. Maege looked at Enar with admiration. Whether it was her or any other lord of the north, everyone admired the strong, and Enar had proved to be powerful. With his earlier words, many lords had already put aside old resentments. As they talked, Enar advanced with OUT waiting for Robert to react. To impress the northern lords, he used a rather barbaric method to bring down his opponent, he simply head-butted the heir to Deepwood Motte. Bang! With a loud, dry sound, Robert felt his head shake before falling unconscious to the ground. Ha ha ha. Good fight. Enar the Powerful. The fight was short, but it satisfied the brutal and ferocious tastes of the northern lords. They liked fights like this, fast, brutal and intense. Only this kind of confrontation could be called a fight in their eyes. Enar looked at the northern lords and spoke in a calm tone, "Next." Great Jan was not intimidated by Enar's words and actions. He stood up and, with his long sword, walked towards the center of the great hall. Some servants dragged the unconscious Robert out and cleaned up the makeshift arena. "I'm going to enjoy breaking a few bones in that handsome face." Great Jan spoke arrogantly, not caring about Enar's status. "Since Lord Umber wants a brutal fight, let's fight with our fists, like our ancestors did." Throwing his sword at Lita, Enar spoke with a calm, indifferent tone. Great Jan was stunned for a moment, but then started laughing uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha ha. Very well, young king, let's fight with our fists, just like our ancestors." Passing his sword to his son, Smoljan, Great Jan spoke with a rough, animated tone. The lords and lattice of the north slammed their mugs full of beer on the tables, creating a lively rhythm full of excitement, while shouting words of encouragement, "Give the young king a beating, make him learn the ways of the north." The young king was brought up in the north, you idiot. Who did you call an idiot, you stupid animal? Whether it was Great Jan or Enar, neither of them cared about the surrounding words. In an instant, they both advanced. Great Jan was about 2 meters tall, a gigantic man even by the standards of the north, where men and women were generally tall. However, despite his size, he was surprisingly fast and arrived in front of Enar in the blink of an eye. However, the scene of Enar being punched in the face didn't happen. Instead, Enar's fist hit Great Jan square in the jaw, sending teeth and saliva mixed with blood flying through the air. The man staggered, his eyes wide in shock. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the blow was so powerful that Great Jan fell unconscious to the ground. "Next," Enar said. Another man stood up. This time, it was Great Jan's son, Smoljan. Although he was called small, he was as tall as his father, perhaps even taller. House Umber really did produce giant men. Enar knew that House Umber had giant blood, although he preferred to forget how this lineage was conquered. Believe me, the giant women were as hairy as the males of the species and had such ugly faces that it was hard to imagine how the male giants could consider them beautiful. Even so, Enar admired the ancestor of House Umber for having done the impossible, sleeping with a female giant and, what's more, fathering a child with her. "When my father wakes up, I'll say that I defeated the enemy that defeated him." Smoljan spoke with an arrogant tone, just like his father. No one had any doubt that he was, in fact, Great Jan's son. Father and son resembled each other as much as could be expected. "Sword or fist?" Enar asked curiously. He was prepared to defeat all the northern lords and, if necessary, even the lattice, should they wish to fight. "Fist. It's been a while since I've had a real fight," Smoljan replied, popping his stiff shoulder as he walked towards Enar with a big smile, showing off his teeth. Enar smiled back, "It's been a while since I had a good fight either. The last one was against Kuldrogo, the man who commanded the largest Kalassar of his time, with 100,000 warriors. I defeated him in front of his people and cut off his head." Enar's words won the admiration of the men present. Facing an army of 100,000 men was no ordinary feat and, surely, that fight deserved to be recorded in the books. "The second field of fire. I've heard of it," Smoljan commented with an excited smile. Just imagining facing someone like that made his blood boil with excitement. Enar smiled and assumed a fighting stance, like an experienced boxer. He advanced without giving his enemy time to react, shortening the distance in an instant. Enar's first punch hit Smoljan in the chest, taking his breath away. The second punch hit his shoulder, followed by the dry sound of bones breaking. The third blow caught the left side of Smoljan's body. Like his father, he fell to the ground, like Goliath before David. Next. Enar said with a calm tone, as if he had done something simple and ordinary. However, the northern lords showed no fear in the face of Enar's consecutive victories. On the contrary, it made them even more excited. Whoever defeated the young king would gain all the prestige he had been accumulating. How could that not excite them? So, despite Enar's quick and absolute victories, the lords were only more motivated. What followed was simple, brutal, and physical. One by one, the northern lords were taken down, falling unconscious to the ground. Enar showed no weakness in his attacks, breaking bones, teeth, hands and arms. The atmosphere became more and more intense with his victories. Every time a lord fell, the audience cheered. 2 hours later, all the northern lords were awake and didn't seem to care about their injuries. When Eddard saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Things had gone more smoothly than he had expected. There had been no deaths, just a lot of broken bones. The ground was marked with blood and missing teeth. The Lord of Winterfell rose from his seat and attracted everyone's attention. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Eddard knelt before Enar and swore his oath, "In the name of the old and new gods, I, Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Guardian of the North, do solemnly swear by my ancestors that I will fight alongside House Targaryen against their enemies. I will respect their laws and rule the North in their name, just as my children will, and their children's children." When Eddard knelt, all the lords of the North followed suit. House Umber, House Karstark, House Manderley, House Reed, House Mormont. One by one, all the noble houses of the North bent the knee. Enar had convinced them that he was not a weak man and that he could lead them to victory on the battlefield. The young king watched everyone kneel before him and just smiled, "Thinky ng, I'm coming, Robert. And I'll fight you head on." Note, the next few chapters will have a time jump of 1.5 years, after which we'll go to war. Warg. I'm laughing too much at the content of orcs in Warhammer, what a crazy and funny race. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Dragonstone Island, it has begun. Enar I Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos, Lord of the Ruby Throne of the known universe. 296 BC, 14th year of the reign of King Robert I of House Baratheon. North, Winterfell Castle. Enar, in one of the castle towers, was sitting in a chair as he watched the troops gathering outside Winterfell. The 14-year-old, measuring 2 meters and 20 centimeters, was taller than countless humans on the planet. Behind him, Leda, with her impressive 2-meter height, stood loyally by her king's side. "Lord Stark has asked which place will be attacked first, Your Grace." Leda asked the question with a calm, cold tone, while lightning could be seen dancing in her pupils. "The valley." Enar replied with a calm expression. His voice was slightly cold, but nothing that disturbed the atmosphere around him. Leda didn't question why attack the valley first. Enar's orders were absolute for her. If he wanted to go directly to King's Landing, she would open the way for him. "How are we doing with Mance?" Enar asked curiously. "The horned castle has been erected at Sea Dragon Point. The city around the castle is gradually stabilizing, and House Stark no longer needs to send as much food as before." Leda replied, remembering the report she had received. She relied on Sansa to help her with these matters, which relieved the pressure on her. Especially after the Maester of Winterfell, Lewin, had mysteriously died in an accident falling down the stairs. Things had become a little complicated for managing House Stark. However, with Sansa's help, Lita managed to stabilize Winterfell's finances. And believe me, it was the women who carried out this task, while the lords preferred to relax and just act as judges in cases of crime in their own fiefdoms. That's why Mace Tyrell and Tywin Lannister were exceptions. They both tightly controlled their finances, without bothering to delegate this work, which was generally considered tedious. Note: I wish I was a nobleman so I didn't have to do income tax. Coastal lands could help, but this was more common in the south, where people were better educated. In the north, even the noble houses didn't value knowledge as much. Perhaps only House Stark and House Manderley really had servants who could do mathematical equations. Enar nodded, satisfied, remembering that the inexperienced savages hadn't made the transition difficult by moving to Sea Dragon Point and Stony Shore. Although some still fled and hid in the northern forests to continue their nomadic lives, this was a small minority of less than 1,000 men and women. My family will arrive in Porto Branco in a few days with our fleet of ships and my Red Legion. Enar commented, looking to the future. Unlike a year and a half ago, and there were millions of possibilities, now the number had grown to billions. Instead of decreasing with the passage of time, the possibilities had increased dramatically. The reason for this was very simple: any decision he made could change fate accordingly. Those billions of timelines were merely the result of Enar's choices. Sometimes he had to think for days to make the right decision, which posed a great danger. But everything came with a price, and he wasn't unhappy about it. He already had a lot, he couldn't complain about the price that came with his powers. Yes, I'll have the Queen's quarters prepared. Lita replied with an indifferent tone. Her eyes lit up at the mention that the entire court of Essos was arriving in Westeros. The reconquest was ready, and they would begin the march to the Vale. Your Grace, what about the Riverlands? Lita asked with a touch of caution in her voice. The Riverlands were a delicate subject in Winterfell. Although everyone already knew the fate that awaited House Tully, destruction. Hoster Tully will feel the despair of seeing all his vassals betray him. And when he is alone, isolated in the castle of Riverrun, he and his cursed fortress will be melted into lava. Just like Harren the Black in Harrenhal. Enar pronounced Hoster Tully's fate with indifference. Traitors should receive the punishment they deserve, death. Hoster Tully's death was something he had already planned. Just as House Horfell and House Tully rose to Lord Paramount thanks to Aegon the Conqueror, now House Tully would fall like Hor. As for putting another noble house in the place of House Tully, Enar didn't plan to do that. All the Riverlands would be placed under the possession of the crown. As would all the 7 kingdoms. In the future, there would no longer be such a strong sense of nationalism among the kingdoms, there would only be the Imperium, and nothing else. These grandiose reforms would make many furious, and several noble houses would rebel. But Enar wasn't exactly worried about that. There were plenty of other people willing to accept the new reality and become the next generation of nobles. For the houses that didn't adapt, only oblivion and extinction would be their ultimate fate. He would show no mercy to rebels and traitorous noble houses. Suddenly, just as Enar was about to say something, he heard someone knocking on the door. Gesturing for Lita to open it, he looked calmly at the red-haired woman who appeared before him as soon as the door was opened. Catelyn Stark, born Tully. The woman looked as beautiful as the last time he had seen her, but she was thinner and slightly paler, a sign that she had not been eating well. Your Grace. Catelyn greeted Enar with an etiquette that would make many ladies stare. Lady Stark. Enar returned the greeting and gestured for her to sit down in front of him in a beautifully crafted chair. But Catelyn didn't move, and instead of sitting, she knelt before Enar. I come to your grace with a request. Enar looked at the woman kneeling in front of him with disinterest. He wasn't petty enough to hurt or even order Catelyn's murder, even if the woman had made his childhood worthy of being called a living hell. I'm listening, Lady Stark. Enar spoke with a calm tone. Spare my father's Livy, House Tully is loyal to House Targaryen. Catelyn didn't dare raise her face and spoke her words with her head bowed. Her voice was tinged with pleading and sincerity. Hearing Catelyn's request, Enar's eyes gradually grew colder. However, he spoke calmly. What is the motto of House Tully, Lady Catelyn? Family, duty, and honor. Catelyn didn't hesitate to answer, she was proud of her family's motto. How did House Tully come to power? Enar asked again. By aiding in the conquests of the Riverlands and the destruction of House Hor. Catelyn answered again without any hesitation. So tell me, why did your lord father, Hoster Tully, conspire with others to overthrow House Targaryen? Enar asked, his voice might have sounded calm, but that seemingly calm voice sent shivers through Catelyn's body. It felt like her body was warning her of the imminent danger. She bowed even lower, her forehead touching the ground, but despite this, she didn't hesitate to answer. My father? Yes, your father. Enar whispered. He wanted you or your sister to be queens. But whether it was Jonnaran or Eddard Stark, they both refused the throne, which frustrated your dear father's plans. Tell me, Catelyn. If you were in my place, would you spare Hoster Tully's life? One of the men who orchestrated the war 14 years ago, which caused the death of my family. Enar spoke without any impatience. He wasn't surprised that Catelyn had come to him to ask him to spare her father's life. It was normal for a son or daughter to beg for their father and mother. Any child who had kind parents would do that. It was completely normal. But that didn't mean that Enar would show mercy. Hoster Tully showed no mercy when he orchestrated the deaths of his grandfather and uncle, nor when he lied to Eddard Stark, causing even more deaths. I will kill your father, cut off his bloody traitor's head and destroy House Tully. Enar spoke with a gentle tone. Just as House Tully rose with the help of House Targaryen, House Tully will fall or House Targaryen. Enar's words shot like arrows through Catelyn's heart. She wanted to open her mouth and beg again, but the words never left her tightly pressed lips. Rising, she curtsied and walked to the exit of the room. Looking at the woman's desolate face, Enar showed nothing but disinterest. He had no interest in kicking a dead dog like Catelyn. Catelyn, this is the last time we will meet, do not appear in front of me again. You are forbidden to leave Winterfell for the rest of your life. Before she left, Enar spoke with a cold tone. He wouldn't kill Catelyn for her children, but that didn't mean he wanted to see her again. Catelyn didn't answer and walked straight out of the tower room, disappearing from Enar and Lita's sight. I thought your grace was going to kill her. Lita was sure that Enar would kill Catelyn when the woman begged for her father's life. She would have liked to have seen the scene. After all, because of Catelyn, her mother, Ashura didn't marry Eddard. I almost killed her, but I stopped myself. Enar replied in a calm tone. Let's go. Enar said, getting up from her chair. Everyone is waiting for me. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Dragonstone Island, 2, it started here, it ended here and it will start on this island again. Queen Daenerys I Targaryen, looking at the Isle of Dragonstone. Narrow Sea. An imposing fleet was cutting through the voracious waves of the Narrow Sea. Made up of almost 1,000 ships crammed with soldiers, provisions, and supplies for the war, the armada stretched over an area of almost 12 kilometers. Each ship proudly bore the coat of arms of a 3-headed dragon on a black background. The coat of arms of House Targaryen. On board the Black Dragon, Rilla observed the grandeur of the fleet. Her eyes roamed over the horizon, Buletinti, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see the end of the fleet. A sigh escaped her lips. The sight was simply overwhelming. However, his attention was soon diverted when his youngest daughter's voice echoed next to him. "Mother, I don't want to go to Whitehaven." The Dowager Queen turned to Daenerys, frowning slightly. "Why?" she asked in surprise. Until then, her daughter had been just as anxious as Visenya to meet Enar again. But now, there she was, saying she didn't want to go. "I want to conquer our Dragonstone," Daenerys answered without hesitation. At 13, after a year and a half, she had grown. She was now about 1 meter and 57. Although she was still small, she was already showing signs of maturity. Note, I know the age isn't right, but leave it at 13 anyway. Daenerys' words made Rilla frown even more. "I know you want to impress Enar, but the Dragonstone isn't that important at the moment." Her voice came out persuasive, but it didn't seem to have any effect. "No." Daenerys refused her mother's suggestion without hesitation. "I'm going to conquer Dragonstone. It's essential that everyone knows we're back. And nothing better than to start there." Her tone was firm, resolute. "Once I've conquered Dragon Rock, I'll summon all the noble houses of Blackwater Bay and make them kneel before me." Rilla sighed, feeling a twinge of headache. Her daughter's determined expression made it clear that there was no point in insisting. Refuse. How could she refuse Daenerys' order? She was the king's grandmother, yes, but Daenerys was the king's wife. As queen, her right took precedence even over that of a crown prince or princess. Rilla knew that Daenerys wasn't asking for permission, just informing her that she was about to leave. Snorting coldly, the Dowager Queen couldn't contain her irritation. "If you want to go, go. You don't have to tell me." Visenya approached the two, about to speak, but soon noticed the tension in the air. "What's going on?" she asked curiously. It was rare to see her mother and sister arguing so seriously. "Daenerys wants to conquer Dragonstone," Rilla replied, still irritated by her daughter's stubbornness. For her, the most important thing was to reach the north with the troops and the dragons, and any deviation from the plan was reckless. Visenya understood the reason for the argument almost immediately. However, to Rilla's surprise, her eldest daughter didn't take her side this time. "Daenerys is a queen and a dragon rider. She has the right to go where she wants." Her tone was carefree, almost casual. If she hadn't been so anxious to meet Enar again, Visenya herself would have accompanied Daenerys on her conquest of Dragonstone. Daenerys' victorious smile only made Rilla frown even more. "You've both grown up and now you don't want to listen to me anymore," she muttered, dissatisfied, a touch of sadness showing in her voice. "Don't be sad, Mom." Visenya tried to console her. "Daenerys and I just want to do something on our own. If I wasn't so anxious to see Enar, I'd go with her too." Rilla understood her daughter's desire for independence, but she couldn't help feeling left behind. For the first time in decades, she felt like a powerless queen again, unable to influence her own family's decisions. Realizing this, Daenerys softened her expression and took her mother's hand. "Don't worry, Mother. When I conquer Dragonstone and bend all the noble houses of Blackwater Bay, I'll go north with them by my side." Visenya, however, was still cautious. "Take care of yourself. Don't do anything stupid," Visenya warned her sister. She knew Daenerys was fearless, but the world was treacherous. The lessons of Dorne, Rhaenys and Meraxes served as a constant warning to them all. After a brief pause, Visenya added, "I will send 20 ships with the Sardaukar." He remembered Enar's private army, a group of elite warriors who had proved their worth in the battle against the Slavers' Bay force. Those who survived the baptism of fire had become veritable war machines. Although she wasn't allowed to control the Sardaukar, She knew that Titus and Sigismund wouldn't mind sending some Sardaukar to protect and help Daenerys conquer and control Dragonstone. "Thank you, sister." Daenerys thanked him with a sweet smile. Visenya's trust in her made her full of confidence and determination. Suddenly, a shadow passed above them, causing the three women to lift their faces and look up into the sky, where four winged figures could be seen flying above the ships. There were four Drago NS, the largest of which was about 15 meters long. Note: Moonfire is the size of sea smoke after the time jump. Bael Ryan is a little smaller, at 12 meters long. Syrinx is 10 meters long and Vermithor is slightly larger at 11 meters long. Of the four dragons, two were male, Bael Ryan and Vermithor, and two were female, Moonfire and Syrinx. Bael Ryan was by far the scariest with his dark color and reddish scales at the tips. The dragon was extremely temperamental and capable of hurting people at the slightest feeling of anger. Vermithor, unexpectedly, was grumpy like an old man and loved to sleep. Syrinx, the fastest of the fourth dragons, was a true queen of the skies and, like her rider, a voracious warrior. Moonfire, the largest of the four, was the most agile and could perform real miracles in the air. As if sensing Daenerys' desire for flight and war, Bael Ryan let out a roar and lowered his altitude, passing dangerously close to the ship. "Be careful and don't hesitate to run if anything goes wrong." Seeing Daenerys putting on her gloves to ride the dragon, Visenya warned her sister again. There was little need to worry. "When you return to the north, Enar will punish you." Visenya added with a laugh as her cheeks took on a particularly noticeably red hue given her fair skin. "You'll like it, apparently." Daenerys commented with a hint of sarcasm, seeing Visenya's red cheeks. She knew her sister had some quirks in bed, but she didn't comment too much. Visenya glared at Daenerys, but as the older sister, she acted maturely and ignored her provocative words. Half an hour later, 20 of the 1,000 ships broke away from the main fleet and veered off the course that was destined to reach the north. Watching the ship with Daenerys disappear from her sight, Rilla couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. As her daughters grew up, she noticed that they were both becoming more and more independent. Especially Daenerys, she learned that the girl had already killed and tortured some prisoners to seek information. She didn't know much, only that her daughter commanded the entire network of Enar spies, known as the Emperor's Daughters, an order of female assassins and spies. However, Rilla felt that this job was changing her daughter, making her mature much faster than she would have liked. If possible, she would have liked Daenerys to be as sweet and innocent a girl as any princess, but it was impossible given the circumstances in which her family grew up in exile. Looking at the fleet of ships moving away, Daenerys smiled. Conquering Dragonstone wasn't something she decided on impulse, but after receiving the information that Dragonstone was practically empty with only a few hundred defenders, she wanted to conquer Dragonstone herself. Suddenly, Daenerys noticed a small island and ordered the small fleet of 20 ships to approach the island. She would use the island to mount Bael Ryan and fly towards Dragonstone, conquering it with fire and blood. As for what she would do with Stannis' wife and her daughter, Daenerys hadn't made up her mind yet, but as long as they were both redeemed, she would ensure their safety. After all, at least the girl was her cousin. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Dragonstone Island, 3, Dragonstone is mine. Daenerys Targaryen, looking at the Sardaukar filling the corridors of Dragonstone. 9-year-old Shireen Baratheon was reading a book in her room. The girl had the features of her father and mother, her father's square, protruding chin and her mother's large ears. She wasn't pretty, but her blue eyes were particularly innocent and beautiful. She wore a brown dress while resting the book on her thighs. The left side of her face and a large part of her neck was cracked and gray. It was a terrible disease called grayscale, a disease that can leave the flesh stiff and dead, and the skin cracked and scaly, stained black and gray and stone-like to the touch. As Shireen continued to read, she heard a strange sound. It sounded like a long, distant guttural sound accompanied by the sound of flapping wings. Curious about the sound, she put the book aside and made her way to the balcony of her room. Her curiosity turned to a morbid pallor when she saw the black and red creature flying in the sky. On the horizon, 20 ships with black sails bearing the coat of arms of House Targaryen were approaching Dragonstone. Shireen didn't even need to inform them that they were under attack. As the bell began to ring loudly and reverberating, all the guards were mobilized in an instant. Riding Balerion, Daenerys couldn't help but stare at House Targaryen's ancestral castle with a look of fascination. The whole structure looked like a dragon made of black stone, erected under a lonely hill with ancient magic from ancient Valyria. She was determined to bring the dragon St1 back to her family before the reconquest began. Suddenly, Daenerys noticed the guards under the castle walls, all holding spears and pointing scorpions in her direction. Daenerys smiled at the sight of those weapons used to kill dragons. Although they only worked on young dragons like Balerion, her own dragon was wearing armor, protecting the sensitive and vital parts of the dragon. As Enar had taught her, she would gain altitude and then fly downwards at great speed, raining fire down from the sky on her enemies, then go up again, repeating the process until there were no enemies left alive. That's what Daenerys did. Balerion descended from the sky at great speed, like a black meteor crossing the heavens. Daenerys felt her hair flutter violently against the wind as the dragon plunged towards the ground. She narrowed her eyes, narrowing her vision to see more clearly, and when she was close to the castle walls, she ordered, "Dracarys." At Daenerys' command, Balerion roared and spat black and red flames at the guards on the walls. The Mother of Dragons had targeted the scorpions, destroying the most dangerous weapons first. Screams were heard as men ran with their bodies engulfed in the dragon's flames, some rolling on the ground in an attempt to stop the fire while others fell from the walls and died soon after. Daenerys didn't show much emotion at the scene before her and regained altitude before repeating the same process as before, destroying all the guards on the walls. In a medieval world, having a dragon meant that a castle was no longer a war fortress, but a stationary target ready to be shot down at any moment. No matter how many giant arrows the scorpions fired, the chance of hitting a target flying through the air extremely fast was as slim as a sniper trying to hit a moving target's head. An almost impossible mission even for the most experienced snipers. By the time the scorpion's arrows shot out, Balerion was already tens or hundreds of meters away. How could something like that hit a dragon? In the end, after half an hour, there were no more men on the walls and House Targaryen's fleet had already docked at the port of Dragonstone. Curiously, there was no attack from the locals who were descendants of Valyria, with blonde or platinum hair, blue or lilac eyes. Daenerys made Balerion land not far from the small village on Dragonstone where the Sardaukar were disembarking. She looked at Enar's private army with a curious eye. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen them, their curious appearance still aroused her curiosity. The Sardaukar wore long white and gold robes, and you could see nothing but their eyes beneath their golden helmets. They were silent and possessed an aura capable of frightening any normal adult. "Surround the castle, IWILL demand the surrender of Dragonstone or I will burn everyone inside the castle without any hesitation." Daenerys ordered as she looked at the army called the Golden Horde by the people of Essos. That was a lie. Balerion still didn't have as much power as Balerion the Black Dread, but the people inside Dragonstone didn't know that fact. After all, a dragon hadn't appeared in Westeros for hundreds of years. What people knew about dragons came from exaggerated stories and tales spread among the commoners. Looking at the army before her, as far as Daenerys knew, half of the Sardaukar were unsullied who had been given to Enar by an important nobleman from Slavers Bay, a nobleman she didn't care to remember the name of, as she hated anyone with slaves. These Unselid became the Sardaukar and eventually became human again. Although they had lost certain skills with discipline and the ability to kill a baby without any hesitation, they made up for it with indomitable determination and a sense of loyalty to Enar. Inside Dragonstone, Celis Baratheon, née Florent, was sitting on a black throne in the shape of a dragon. Shireen could be seen on her lap. The woman was protecting her daughter even at this moment. "Axel, how are we dealing with the invasion?" Celis asked with a worried tone. The woman was visibly pale. She had personally seen guards being burned alive and their screams still seemed to ring in her mind. "We have 20 men left and the other side has about 1,000 men and 200 men. Axel Fl. Orant, chaplain of Dragonstone, serving his nephew, Stannis Baratheon, replied with an equally pale expression. Nobody wanted to die, and Axel was no different. If possible, he wanted to guard the castle until reinforcements arrived from King's Landing, but this was no ordinary invasion. The other side had a dragon and could storm the castle at any time. The only reason they weren't dead was because the enemy wanted them to surrender. They're asking us to surrender or we'll burn in dragon fire." Axel spoke with a tense tone, but continued speaking. "Queen Daenerys I of House Targaryen has said that as long as Dragonstone opens its gates for her arrival, she will not harm anyone, not even Lady Celis or her cousin, Lady Shireen." Celis didn't answer and asked something, looking straight into Axel's eyes. "Is there any chance of us winning?" Axel hesitated, but answered. "There's a small chance, but they're minimal. We can take Queen Daenerys hostage and buy time, but that's almost impossible with a dragon and an army that will follow her when the gates open." Closing her eyes tightly, Celis hugged her daughter tighter and let out a sigh. Dragonstone wasn't as important as Shireen. "Open the gates, we surrender." Opening her eyes, Celis spoke with a eerie tone. She knew she would be considered a traitor when the news reached King's Landing, but she didn't care. At least she and her daughter would be safe. The Queen calling Shireen cousin showed that she recognized the blood bond between them. And the fate of the murderer of relatives was cruel. Shireen had a curious look in her eyes, knowing that it was her cousin who was the dragon rider made her eyes sparkle. In her eyes, she had a chance to see the dragon up close and even win a dragon for herself. The innocent girl didn't know that this was impossible. But as Shireen had thought, she did have a chance of bonding with a dragon, although the chances were almost nil given the 4-generation lineage separating her from Rhaelle Targaryen, grandmother of Robert, Stannis and Renly. With Celis's decision, the gates of Dragonstone were opened and the Sardaukar advanced, protecting Daenerys in their midst. Balerion flew above them all, looking at anyone with a particularly fierce gaze. "Welcome to Dragonstone, Queen Daenerys." Celis greeted Daenerys with an unpleasant expression. After all, no matter how kind Daenerys had been to preserve her and her daughter's lives, it didn't change the fact that no one would want their castle invaded by anyone. "Lady Baratheon, I hope you're in good health." Daenerys greeted Celis back with a kind and warm gaze, as if they had been friends for a long time. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Dragonstone Island, 4, I want to see who will dare refuse my orders. Queen Daenerys I Targaryen, after sending ravens to all the noble houses of Blackwater Bay. Looking at the black throne, which seemed to protrude from the ground, Daenerys walked with her head held high and sat down. She observed the throne room, filled with Sardaukar, with an amused look. She could see that everyone was protecting her zealously, even gently. Her lilac eyes fell on her cousin, little Shireen Baratheon. Honestly, there was no indication that they were related. Pretty. Although Daenerys didn't want to criticize her, she definitely didn't think she was pretty, but her innocent blue eyes made her look adorable. "Hello, cousin." Daenerys ignored Celis and greeted Shireen with a sweet, gentle smile. "Hello, Queen Daenerys." Unlike Daenerys, who could call her casually, Shireen knew she could do the same. Her mother had taught her to be respectful to royalty. "You two needn't worry. Your safety will not be violated and, unlike my cousin, your father, I will not kill my relatives." Perhaps noticing that they were both still slightly tense with so many soldiers around, Daenerys spoke in a comfortable, unhurried tone. The feeling of conquest in her heart made her extremely satisfied and full of vanity for having taken Dragonstone so easily. Even if reinforcements arrived from King's Landing, she was confident of holding the ancestral castle of House Targaryen until Enar arrived with Caraxes. Celis's body relaxed at Daenerys' words and, although she didn't want to, she felt it appropriate to call Robert a kinslayer. After all, Robert and Rhaegar were very close cousins. Robert's own father, Lord Stefan Baratheon, had been a close friend of Aerys too. "Thank you for your kindness, Queen." Celis bowed and ordered Shireen to do the same. Even though they had become hostages, she could see that Daenerys was keeping her promise not to hurt them. Daenerys nodded and spoke with a regal tone, worthy of a queen. "Call the Maester of Dragonstone." About 10 minutes later, an old man wearing a grey tunic and a large metal necklace appeared in the throne room. He walked slowly and with a slight limp. Beside him, there was a young man wearing a similar robe, with a metal necklace just like the old man. "Maester Cresson and my successor, Maester Pylos, your grace." Cresson looked first at Celis and Shireen. When he saw that they were both safe and in good condition, without any injuries, he turned to Daenerys and spoke in a respectful tone. "Send ravens to all the noble houses of Blackwater Bay. Summon them to kneel before me and retake their oaths to House Targaryen." Daenerys looked at them both and spoke with an indifferent tone. Her voice was stern and slightly cold, demonstrating her clear dislike of the Maesters. As essentially the master of the Whisperers of Enar, she knew secrets that many would never know. Her husband had told her of countless events, from the conquest of Aegon to the present day. Suspicious fires have destroyed books on blood and fire magic over the centuries, as well as the deaths of countless babies, including all of Daenerys' brothers and sisters who were born and died in the Red Keep. All orchestrated by the order of the Maesters and the faith of the Seven. Just the thought of her brothers and sisters dying without being able to know the beauty of the world made Daenerys want to kill them both at that very moment. As for the claim that it was normal for incestuous babies to die, Daenerys laughed scornfully. Valyria had existed for 5,000 years. If incest really was such a problem, the most powerful empire the world had ever known wouldn't have lasted 100 years. But it lasted for 5 millennia and, instead of wasting away due to blood defects, its children gained powers through blood magic and could even live longer than any normal human. The death of hundreds of babies from House Targaryen was unnatural, let alone inevitable. Perhaps sensing her coldness and antipathy, Cresson was confused, but he knew that the queen in front of him probably didn't like Maesters. He feared for the fate of Old Town, although he didn't understand why the Targaryen queen harbored this aversion. If Daenerys knew of Cresson's thoughts, she wouldn't be surprised. With such a grand and cruel plan, neither the Church nor the Order of Maesters would share such information with many people. This kind of conspiracy could crumble the foundations of the faith and the order itself in the eyes of all commoners and noble houses. "Yes, your grace. I will send the ravens immediately." Despite his confusion, Cresson did not hesitate to obey Daenerys' orders. Daenerys, however, would not let the Maester act unsupervised. She gestured for 2 Sardaukar to remain at Cresson and his successor's side at all times. As soon as Cresson left the throne room, he didn't care to be overheard and, looking at Pylos with a semblance of regret, muttered, "The order sent you at a very bad time, child." "It's all right, brother Cresson. I'll show you that not all maesters are bad. Pylos, a young man of just over 20, spoke in a gentle tone, remembering the image of Daenerys sitting on the stone throne. Honestly, his heart beat faster as he contemplated how beautiful she was. How could Cresson, almost 80 years old, not have noticed that look on Pylos' face? He knew how to recognize admiration and fascination. After all, he had once been young himself. But to harbor such feelings for someone like Daenerys was something a maester shouldn't even dare to consider. However, Cresson said nothing to alert Pylos. Not while they were constantly watched by the queen's guards. He just prayed that the gods would grant Pylos' young mind a little clarity and that he would forget this feeling. Unrequited love was one of the worst pains a man could suffer, and when it came to a beautiful queen, this feeling could drive Pylos to his death. Cresson had heard and read reports about Enar Targaryen and his dragon, Caraxes. It wasn't just him who read these reports, practically every maester did, and they were curious what method Enar had used to hatch the dragon egg, which was apparently supposed to be petrified after hundreds of years. After all, there were no living dragons in the world, and the dragon egg could only have come from one of the dragons during the Dance of the Dragons. Along with his report, there was some information about King Targaryen's personality, and they knew that he was not a merciful man, which could be seen when Enar Targaryen had burned tens of thousands of people alive. What would such a man think when he discovered the admiration Pylos felt for his wife? Cresson assumed that Pylos would die in a very painful way, so he prayed that Pylos would forget that feeling and focus on staying alive. Driftmark, home of House Velaryon. Looking at the letter that had arrived at the castle, Montfort Velaryon smiled with satisfaction. Arraign, summon our vassals and fleets. We are going to Dragonstone to kneel before Queen Daenerys I Targaryen, wife of King Enar I Targaryen. Brother, what about Lord Stannis? Arraign couldn't help asking with a curious tone. May he burn in dragon fire along with all of House Baratheon. Montfort spoke with a cold tone. In those 14 years, if there was one house that had become poorer and poorer, it was House Velaryon. Whether it was Robert or Stannis, both had suppressed House Velaryon with all their might. Not only did House Velaryon have to pay heavy taxes to the crown and to Stannis at Dragonstone, it couldn't build any more ships than necessary. It had few ships for trade and even fewer warships, especially when Queen Rhaella was fleeing to Essos. The fleet escorting the queen and the princesses had sunk in the terrible storm, leaving House Velaryon with even fewer ships. With the rise of Enar, Montfort saw that House Velaryon could rise again. Just so you understand, in almost every Targaryen court, there was a master of ships from House Velaryon. The position of master of ships had practically become a hereditary position of House Velaryon. I'll summon our vassals and fleets, we can reach Dragonstone in a few hours. Arraign spoke with a smile. He felt that this was the chance for him to be legitimized by the king, and with his brother's help, he could create a noble house vassal to House Velaryon. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Dragonstone Island, v. I want to kill that annoying old man, Daenerys thought as she heard the 100th compliment coming from the Lord of Claw Island. My queen. While enjoying the breeze on the balcony of her room, Daenerys heard the voice of one of the Sardaukar ring out from behind the door. Yes, Merrick. Daenerys asked with narrowed eyes, feeling comfortable in the breeze. Her silver hair fluttered gently around her face. A fleet has been seen approaching Dragonstone. Merrick, surprised that Daenerys had remembered his name, spoke with a respectful tone. Any known coats of arms? Daenerys asked, curious. A silver seahorse on a sea-green background, Merrick replied. House Velaryon. A satisfied smile appeared on Daenerys' lips. For House Velaryon to have come to Dragonstone so quickly was a sign of how eager they were to be sworn back to House E. Targaryen. With the Velaryons on their side, at least 20 to 30% of the ships in House Baratheon's fleet would disappear in an instant. Daenerys began to dress herself. She had forgotten to bring Missandei from House Martell's ship. The Gurrai had become a close friend of the Sand Snakes, as had she herself. Oberyn's bastard daughters were a funny bunch and easy to get along with. She wore a black outfit with the dragon of House Targaryen in red in the middle of the chest. The creature's wings formed a beautifully elaborate neckline, elegant without being vulgar. Montfort Velaryon, accompanied by his half-brother, straightened his clothes and adopted a posture worthy of a descendant of ancient Valyria. After all, in terms of kinship, however distant, House Velaryon had provided 3 brides for Targaryen princes, including a king consort during the reign of Rhaenyra I Targaryen. Not to mention the countless marriages between the two houses before the conquest. Aegon the Conqueror's own mother was Valaena Velaryon. As soon as the doors were opened, Montfort heard the herald announce his arrival: Montfort Velaryon, Lord of the Tides, Master of Driftmark and head of House Velaryon, along with his half-brother, Arrayne Waters. Arrayne was surprised to be announced, but quickly followed his brother. Montfort entered the throne room and, when he came within 10 paces of the black stone throne, he stopped and bowed to the beautiful young woman sitting on it. "It is an honor to be in your noble presence, my queen." Sitting on the throne is Queen Daenerys I, Stormborn of House Targaryen, rider of Balerion, the Unburned, mother of dragons, maiden of healing, daughter of fire and light. Merrick introduced his queen in a cold, indifferent voice, watching the GUSTS from a distance. He and his brothers in arms protected Daenerys at all times. "Lord Velaryon, Lord Arrayne, welcome to Dragonstone." Daenerys crossed her legs elegantly, one over the other, and greeted them both with a curious look. The 2 men in front of her were handsome, like any descendant of Valyria, and carried themselves elegantly. Lord Montfort's half-brother, however, looked rather malicious. But Daenerys knew that this malice was not directed at her. His smile itself conveyed that impression, which meant that he was a cunning man and probably thirsty for power. "Thank you for the warm welcome, Your Grace." Montfort replied with a polite smile, marveling at Queen Daenerys' beauty. "I presume Your Grace the King is coming to Dragonstone," he asked with a respectful tone. "My husband is in the north, about to begin our reconquest. He will not come until Dragonstone is besieged by the usurper fleet." Daenerys smiled as she replied, although she was slightly annoyed to feel that Montfort was not paying her enough attention. "My queen was lucky. House Baratheon's fleet is in King's Landing right now, or Your Grace would have a hard time dealing with 200 Dromons." Montfort spoke with a relieved tone. The thought of 200 Dromons facing the T20 ships of House Targaryen frightened him. He could imagine that King Enar would actually kill him if Queen Daenerys suffered any serious injuries or, worse, died. The Dromons would burn in dragon fire, Lord Montfort. There would be no difficulty, it would just take longer to destroy them all. Daenerys commented with a dissatisfied tone upon hearing the insinuation that she would be in danger even riding a dragon. What could Montfort say? He knew that this was the young queen's arrogance and her confidence in Baelrion's power, but he didn't share that same certainty. There were 200 Dromons, not just boats, but real warships. Still, he said nothing. It would be foolish to contradict a young and arrogant queen, especially one with a dragon. Regaining her composure, Daenerys asked, even though she already knew the answer, "I presume Lord Montfort has come to kneel before me, his queen and my husband's representative." Montfort and Arrayne didn't hesitate. They both knelt, but only Montfort said the oath. "I, Montfort, head of House Velaryon, Lord of the Tides and Master of Driftmark, swear to fight alongside House Targaryen against their enemies and to respect their laws as my own. I will protect the seas in the name of House Targaryen until the end of my days, as will my son and the sons after him." I accept your oath in the name of my husband, Lord Montfort. I swear never to dishonor your name or that of your house. Your family will always have a place at my table until the end of my days, thos of my children and the children after them. Sitting on the throne, Daenerys accepted Montfort's oath with an interested look on her face. It was the first time she had received an oath, and she really liked the feeling. However, she wasn't so enthusiastic about Montfort's oath. Enar had already told her that she and her whole family would live for a long time, so long that they could watch entire empires disappear while she would remain young, beautiful, and as full of life as a teenager, no matter how many thousands of years passed. Daenerys assumed that she would see all the lords of House Velaryon disappear one by one, until one day House Velaryon itself would cease to exist. After Montfort's oath, other lords of Blackwater Bay came, House Celtigar, House Bar-Eman and House Sunglass. They all swore allegiance to Daenerys and, consequently, to Enar, who was still in the north at the time. Now Daenerys was sitting in the head seat while food was served on the table, where the lords of Blackwater Bay ate and praised her beauty and elegance at every turn. For the first time, Daenerys understood why flatterers were so annoying. They were like flies trying to win her attention so that she would grant more benefits to the noble houses. Especially Lord Ardrian Celtigar, the old lord of Claw Island. In addition to an almost insatiable greed for gold, he was so arrogant that anyone would think that House Celtigar was a house of dragon lords. Honestly, Montfort himself wasn't as presumptuous as Ardrian. Their first dinner on Dragonstone was a fiasco. Daenerys felt that the food was tasteless and the wine bitter. The presence of those men made the meal even more unpleasant. However, she kept a smile and ate without hesitation, while listening to the flattery of the Blackwater Bay lords. When dinner was finally over, Daenerys pretended to be tired and retired to Aegon's room, as it was called, since all the Targaryen kings and queens used this chamber when they spent time in the castle. Damn Ardrian, I want you to die as soon as possible. My ears are tired of hearing so many compliments. Daenerys cursed the old lord of Claw Island. She had never seen anyone so disgusting, even when he spoke compliments. Falling into bed, the mother of dragons let out a comfortable sigh and buried her face in the clean, fresh-smelling sheets. She couldn't help wishing she was in Enar's arms at that moment. Remembering her husband, whom she hadn't seen for a year and a half, Daenerys snorted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Even though he knew he was busy, she thought he could at least have sent a raven or entered her dreams. But her husband had completely ignored her for a year and a half. In all honesty, Daenerys suspected that Enar had probably found a lover to spend time with in the north. At the thought of that possibility, she felt like killing the whore who had seduced her husband, and then forgiving him for his betrayal. Daenerys knew she couldn't resist his charms and would give in after a few words of repentance and some sweet tea kisses. Humph! Snorting once more, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. If Enar had known Daenerys' thoughts, she would have protested vehemently. Because of the water of life and the warp dimension, he was adapting and constantly improving himself. In the process, he couldn't shield anyone from his mind, so he did absolutely nothing but train and grow stronger until he could finally communicate across great distances again. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters AEAD on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, White Harbor, they're here. Enar Targaryen watched as the fleet of House Targaryen appeared on the horizon. North, White Harbor, your grace. Wyman Manderley, keeper of the White Knife, Shield of Faith, defender of the dispossessed, Lord Marshal of Mander and Knight of the Order of the Green Hand, greeted Enar with a respectful look as he watched the gigantic crimson dragon lie down at the back of Newcastle. Even though it wasn't the first time he had seen the creature, he still couldn't help but feel a sincere fear in the face of the gigantic beast, capable of reducing White Harbor to ashes in a few minutes. Lord Manderley, I see you're still in good health. And eating a lot. Enar greeted the Lord of White Harbor with a joke. Lita stood behind him, watching the fat old Lord of Newcastle, the castle of House Manderley. She couldn't believe that man could walk as big as he was. She estimated that no horse could support his weight. Wyman touched his enormous belly with his fat fingers and let out a loud, powerful laugh. Perhaps I should have eaten fewer eels. These are my so-ns, your grace. Whaley and Wendell, both great knights. Next to Whaley is his wife, Leona. Wyman introduced his sons with a big, proud smile. Your grace. Both brothers bowed with difficulty and greeted the king with respect. They looked at him with admiration. The first impression Enar gave them was of an incredibly tall man. Like their father, Whaley and Wendell were huge and fat. Curiously, the wife of Whaley, heir to White Harbor, Leona, was a rosy, plump woman with yellow hair. Her face was round, fleshy and ruddy, although you could see that she had been a beautiful woman in her youth. These beautiful young ladies are my granddaughters, Winafred and Willa. Wyman introduced them with an even prouder smile than when he had introduced his sons. Your grace. Winafred and Willa greeted Enar with curious looks. They were shocked by the king's height, feeling like children next to him. Note, damn George Martin for creating such similar names. Although it's normal in Nordic and English regions, I still want to cry when I remember how many similar names this guy wrote in his books. You have a fine family, Lord Manderley. Enar complimented the old Lord of White Harbor with a smile. He could tell that the whole family was close-knit and cherished the affection between them. I'll order them to serve a sumptuous lunch. I hope the king will be pleased with the hospitality of House Manderley. Wyman said, maintaining a cheerful, charismatic smile. Perhaps later, Lord Manderley. My fleet of 1,000 ships will arrive at White Harbor in a few hours. Although Enar had said that the fleet would arrive in a few hours, in fact, it would only arrive in half an hour. Wyman's face changed dramatically when he heard the number of ships. 1,000 ships was not a small number, perhaps no port in the world could dock so many at the same time. What's more, the city couldn't support so many people. He assumed that there would be between 60 and 70,000 men. Don't worry, Lord Manderley. They're bringing supplies to camp outside the city and prepare for war. Enar certainly knew about Wyman's concerns. Any lord of a port city would be stressed by a fleet of this size. Wyman's face relaxed when he heard the king's words. It seemed that Enar had everything prepared and that he, as the host, wouldn't have to worry about many things, which pleased him. At the same time, he was shocked by the size of the king's fleet and army. This was no small number of men. In fact, it was second only to the Reach in quantity, surpassing the Western Lands and Storm's End. With the horses lent to them by House Manderley, Enar, Lita, Wyman, Whaley, and Wendell set off towards White Harbor's outer harbor. Once on the quay, Wyman looked at the horizon, but saw no sign of the fleet. Just as he was about to suggest that Enar sit down, he couldn't help holding his breath when he spotted small black dots on the horizon. There were countless of them. And as they approached White Harbor, he could see the immensity of the fleet. Thousands of ships were breaking the violent waves of the narrow sea. The black sails, bearing the crest of House Targaryen, filled his entire vision. Incredible. There was no other word to describe what he was feeling at that moment. Visenya watched the port city with a surprised look. Between the choppy waves, White Harbor seemed to emerge from the sea. The entire city was white and looked especially imposing from afar. White Harbor. Visenya murmured with a bright gaze. She wanted to see Enar as soon as possible. Being away from him for a year and a half had simply been agonizing. Only when he wasn't around did she realize how much she missed his presence. Even dinners were less lively without him. Looks like we've arrived. Rilla commented, balancing herself on Tihi's ship without stumbling. She had flown on a dragon countless times, keeping her balance on a ship was nothing compared to this. Looking at her daughter, who seemed excited to be reunited with her nephew, Rilla rolled her eyes. However, she understood the pain of being away from the person you love. She couldn't help but think of the man she had loved when she was just a girl, at Daenerys' age. He was just the heir to a minor house, while she was a queen. In the end, she married Aerys, not the man he loved, on her parents' orders and out of duty, as was expected of a princess. Suddenly, the temperature around them rose, drawing the attention of Visenya and Rilla. Both noticed the approach of the Reverend Mother, Kinvara. "I've already ordered the fleet to slow down." Kinvara spoke in a respectful tone and, as soon as she had finished, a trumpet sounded. Other trumpets soon followed, announcing the order to the entire House Targaryen fleet. "Thank you for your hard work." Rilla thanked Kinvara with a kind look. The two had become great friends over the past 3 years. Kinvara shook her head and replied in a pitying tone, "It is only my duty as my lord's servant. I am merely a tool for his purposes." Rilla rolled her eyes, but she understood why Kinvara and so many others considered Enar a god. His powers, the prescience and brainwashing, were enough to make the commoners worship him with sincerity and devotion. If she hadn't received a higher education, she might also have believed that Enar was a god. Suddenly, Kinvara looked up at the sky. In her eyes, the blue and red hues seemed to be fighting a constant battle in the sky. She knew it was the gods fighting, and the scene before her was a reflection of this confrontation still in progress. Great Other. Kinvara muttered the name of the enemy god of her faith with extreme antipathy. If there was a more disgusting entity in the world, it was the Great Other himself. A being who hated life and had wanted the destruction of the human race since the dawn of humanity. Fortunately, Arhillar and the other gods prevented such a catastrophe from occurring, preserving the spark of humanity era after era, until the present day. Now, Azor Ahai had finally been reborn. Thinking of Enar, Kinvara couldn't have been happier. The Son of Light was everything she had hoped for, and more. He had turned the entire Red Faith into an indoctrination machine, making the religion gain more followers in a decade than it had in the last 1,000 years. How could that not be impressive? For her, Enar was her spiritual pillar, her living faith. With him by her side, she felt at peace to face the wrath of the barbarian gods without any fear. Observing her friend's increasingly fanatical gaze, Rilla subtly pulled away, as if Kinvara were infected by a contagious disease, which, in a way, was true. After all, indoctrination and fanaticism really did act like a plague. Suddenly, as they approached the pier, Rilla and Visenya couldn't help but notice the incredibly tall Yunji man waiting for them. Although his stature was completely different, how could they not recognize Enar? "Welcome to the north, and to the start of our reconquest." They heard his voice clearly, despite the distance of dozens of meters. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, White Harbor, 2, Let the Fighting Begin. Visenya to Targaryen, looking at Rhaenys and Arianne. Walking down the wooden bridge that connected the ship to the pier, Visenya and Rilla couldn't help but be shocked to see Enar up close. His height really surprised them. Which wasn't unusual given that he had grown 20-5 centimeters in a year and a half. Husband. Visenya quickly snapped out of her state of surprise. She approached Enar and greeted him like a virtuous wife. Who would have thought that such a delicate, sweet face could excite on the battlefield like a true Valkyrie? Visenya, my dear queen. Enar held Visenya's face and gently kissed her forehead as he looked at the almost 20-year-old woman before him. She had only grown a few centimeters, which was not unusual. Only a few humans could grow as much as him in a short space of time. Honestly, if Enar hadn't controlled his growth rate, he would have been at least 40 centimeters taller than he was now, 2 meters and 10. Visenya couldn't help but show a happy expression at Enar's actions. Even if it was something simple, it was the small demonstrations of affection that really showed that he cared about her. "You've grown up." After seeing that they had both greeted each other, Rilla commented with a slightly shocked expression. Enar's height really was something of a surprise. However, when she saw Lita's height, she knew it was her grandson's doing, as Titus and Sigismund were of a similar height. One person of such height was surprising, 2 were rare, 3 unusual, and 4 already formed a pattern she couldn't ignore. Rilla assumed that Enar was using blood magic to strengthen the people next to him, but obviously didn't ask about it in front of strangers, as it was a sensitive subject. "Well, I'm still in the growing phase, dear grandmother," Enar commented with an amused tone, making Rilla roll her eyes at her grandson's obvious lie. "Queen Visenya, Queen Dowager Rilla." Wyman greeted both queens with respect. His eyes turned to the sky, where 3 dragons could be seen flying over White Harbor. He couldn't help but be shocked to note that House Targaryen owned 5 dragons, all of which were of considerable size and could be ridden to take part in the war. He also couldn't help but thank Lord Stark for kneeling down without too much difficulty. The King's dragon alone was capable of destroying all the castles in the north. The north was as helpless as a virgin maiden in the face of such flying monsters. "Lord Manderley, it's been years since we've seen each other." Rilla recognized Lord Manderley. She had seen him at the Harrenhal tournament as one of the most important vassals accompanying Lord Stark, who at the time was Rickard. However, the Lord of House Manderley was much fatter than he had been decades ago. The man had been fat for a long time, but he had become even bigger during the time she hadn't seen him. "I'm honored that the Queen still remembers me." Although Wyman knew why he was remembered by Rilla, he didn't care. Others might think him cowardly and weak, but only he knew that this was exactly the image everyone wanted him to convey. While Lord Manderley and Rilla talked, Enar looked at Kinvara and nodded to his loyal subordinate. He could see that the woman was happy to meet him again after a year and a half. Just as he was about to greet her, Enar turned his face when he noticed a ship bearing the House Targaryen crest docked at the quay. A beautiful girl with black and white hair and olive skin could be seen coming down the wooden bridge and quickly arriving at his side. "Enar." Rhaenys greeted him with a tight hug. She didn't care how tall he was and hugged him even tighter, as if to finally satisfy the longing she had felt after so long. Visenya watched the scene and narrowed her eyes. She may have been a little naive when it came to matters between men and women, but she wasn't stupid. It was clear that Rhaenys was looking at Enar in the same way that she and Daenerys looked at her husband. Rhaenys was equally interested in Enar. With the Princess of House Martell at Rhaenys' side, Visenya realized that factions were beginning to form in Enar's court. Remembering Daenerys' words about uniting against other women, Visenya agreed with her younger sister. Knowing of some of Enar's plans, Visenya was not against him having other wives, as long as it was her son or Daenerys who was his heir. With a sweet smile, Visenya approached Enar and took his arm, looking at him with a warm and gentle gaze. "Enar, I'm starving. Introduce me to the food of the north." She spoke with an equally sweet and adorable tone, making it impossible for anyone to refuse her request. "We'll talk later, Rhaenys." Enar stroked Rhaenys' hair and spoke in a gentle tone. As for Visenya and Rhaenys' little movements and thoughts, he couldn't have been more aware, but he didn't interfere. Where there were people, there was selfishness and interests. It was natural for factions to form in his court. As long as no one overstepped his boundaries, Enar could tolerate the palace fights between his wives. You could say that it was also a form of entertainment for everyone. Did you find something like that childish? It was indeed childish, but this childishness was necessary in order to gain more benefits. Rhaenys looked at Visenya with a slightly hostile gaze. Her aunt really wasn't joking when it came to vying for Enar's attention. Worst of all, she knew that Daenerys and Visenya had a great advantage because they were already his wives. However, remembering Arianne's words, Rhaenys was confident of winning this battle for Enar's attention. She had the advantage of knowing how to satisfy a man, something that Visenya and Daenerys certainly didn't know. Rhaenys couldn't help blushing as she remembered the bold words Arianne had said to her. As soon as Rhaenys got off the ship, the whole of House Martell accompanied her. Among them, Missandei searched every corner of the quay for Daenerys, but found no sign of her friend. This made her realize that Daenerys had made another impulsive decision, which, believe me, was not uncommon, especially after Balerion had grown big enough to be ridden. Your Grace. Oberyn looked up at the imposing Enar and greeted him with a surprised expression. He really hadn't expected the king to have grown so much in such a short time. However, when he saw how tall Enar and Visenya were, Oberyn's lips twitched in an unusual way. Although it was rude, he couldn't help wondering if Queen Visenya could handle Enar, given her small body. It was impossible not to think about it when seeing the enormous difference in size between husband and wife. I see you're well, my master of laws. Noticing the strange look on Oberyn's face, Enar rolled his eyes. Prince Martell's thoughts were so obvious that they seemed to be written all over his face. However, Enar knew that such thoughts would be common when faced with the size difference between him and his wives. Fortunately, he was already prepared to perform the blood ritual on Daenerys and Visenya. When he heard Enar call him Master of Laws, Oberyn's eyes lit up with a touch of satisfaction. Now he was part of Enar's court and would have more say in future decisions, which would not only improve his status in everyone's eyes, but also raise Dorne's standing. It would be an honor to serve, Your Grace. Oberyn replied with a respectful tone, bowing elegantly before the king. Enar nodded and rolled his eyes as he felt a burning gaze upon him. Glancing briefly to Oberyn's side, he saw Arianne watching him with a feline gaze. The woman didn't even bother to hide her intentions, expressing her desire vehemently. Enar, however, admired the desert princess's courage. He liked women who took the initiative. Sometimes conquering a woman was a tedious process, and if he could skip this step without any problems, he would gladly accept it. Suddenly, two incomparably tall and muscular young men and two old men in white armor got off one of the boats. Enar couldn't help but smile at the sight of his two primarches and the royal guard, Willem Darry, as well as Rilla's guardian, Ser Barry Stan Selmy. Titus and Sigismund were really big, reaching 2 meters in height. Their muscles were strong and explosive, even their heavy armor couldn't hide the power of their bodies. The four men knelt before Enar. They looked at their king with a reverent gaze, especially Titus and Sigismund, who practically seemed to be looking at a god. I hope the trip was to your liking. Enar gestured for the four of them to stand up and commented with a smile. We will always fight at the king's side, regardless of whether we have to cross mountains and seas. Sigismund spoke with a respectful tone while looking at Enar with a firm and determined gaze. Enar didn't doubt his words. The faith the brothers had in him was something akin to Lita's devotion. Order the ships to dock off the coast and camp in front of the city. Enar ordered, looking at the four men before him. He left these more mundane matters to the four of them. Yes, my king. The four spoke at the same time. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, White Harbor, 3, I don't like being contrary, Prince Martell. Enar spoke, looking coldly at Oberyn Martell. Newcastle, home of House Manderley. At the Triton Court dinner table, in the Great Hall here House Manderley held its feasts and celebrations, The atmosphere was lively and slightly noisy. Observing his court gathered in the north, Enar had a satisfied look on his face. Sitting on the white harbor throne, Enar chewed on a piece of sheep meat while declaring to everyone, "We'll stay a few days to let the Red Legion and the Sardaukar rest. Then we'll leave without delay for Moat Cailin, where we'll meet the rest of the army. The food and weapons are ready to sustain a war for a year, as your grace ordered before leaving for Westeros." Oberyn informed, making Enar nod in satisfaction. Honestly, this amount of food and weapons was far from the total accumulated by the Red Faith over the last 8 years. However, with the long night approaching, Enar didn't want to waste food on a prolonged war. He intended to end this war in at least a year and at most 2. Even with dragons, conquest could not be rushed. He needed time to consolidate his rule in the 7 kingdoms. After all, conquering wasn't just about taking land. Dominating territories was easy, keeping them was difficult. Enar needed to ensure that the nobles who submitted to him didn't betray him as soon as he turned his back on them. It had taken Aegon the Conqueror years to stabilize his rule, and he had had to deal with countless rebellions. Compared to this, Enar felt that his conquest was relatively simple. Aegon I and Jaehaerys I had already solved many of the structural problems for him. Now it was a matter of restoring House Targaryen to the throne of Westeros. Of course, he would speed up the process by appointing some soldiers who had made conquest as the new nobility in Westeros, facilitating his rule over the 7 kingdoms. Husband, Daenerys has left for Dragonstone with Twy ships and the Sardaukar. Visenya commented with a helpless tone, acting as if she was defenseless in the face of her younger sister's reckless choices. Rilla gave her eldest daughter a disgruntled look and snorted coldly. She was unhappy that Visenya had put all the blame on Daenerys, when Visenya herself had supported Daenerys. Enar rolled his eyes when he heard this. He realized that his queen had become more cunning in the time they had been apart. Using his prescience, he clearly saw the moment when Visenya sided with Daenerys in the argument with Rilla. "Don't worry about her. She's already conquered Dragonstone and made almost every lord in Blackwater Bay bend the knee to her on my behalf," Enar said in a casual tone, but anyone could sense the pride in his voice. He was obviously pleased that Daenerys had conquered and helped conquer House Targaryen. The king's words made everyone look at him in surprise. No one expected Daenerys to conquer Dragonstone so quickly. After all, this was the fortress of Stannis Baratheon, King Robert's brother and one of the main nobles in charge of the royal fleet of House Baratheon. The island was, in practice, a naval fortress full of warships. How Daenerys had taken Dragonstone with only 20 ships and a dragon was a question on Oberyn's mind and that of everyone present. The Baratheon fleet is in King's Landing, ready to set sail for Lannisport, where it will join the House Lannister fleet in besieging Highgarden. There were few defenders in Dragonstone, and the nobles of Blackwater Bay stayed behind, fearing that Fleet Redwyne would attack King's Landing. Sensing the confusion in the eyes around him, Enar answered everyone's questions naturally. Enar's words caused everyone to display satisfied expressions. Taking Dragonstone and securing the loyalty of the noble houses of Blackwater Bay meant that they had free passage to besiege King's Landing whenever they wanted. In addition, they had managed to steal a considerable part of House Baratheon's fleet. "When war breaks out in the next few days, I'll go to the Vale and make the lords submit. House Arryn will bend the knee," Enar declared, his voice firm and commanding. Meanwhile, Rhaenys and Visenya will leave for the Riverlands to accept the oaths of Tehi lords of the region and guarantee our authority, while awaiting my return from the Vale. He gave Visenya and Rhaenys a serious look, making it clear that he would use the dragon riders of House Targaryen in full force. "You two have my permission to bulletin Rn and destroy any noble house that refuses to bow." His voice took on a cold, authoritative tone. "Furthermore, I authorize you to appoint new lords and grant land to soldiers who demonstrate valor." Those words made Visenya and Rhaenys' eyes sparkle with satisfaction. Neither of them had expected to take part in the war so soon, let alone receive so much power. Enar had practically handed the Riverlands over to them to conquer. However, before any of them could express their elation, he added with a sharpie look, "But you must not move against Riverrun. House Tully is mine to destroy." Enar turned to Rilla, his voice laden with authority. "I want Harrenhal as a fortress to contain threats from the western lands. I will entrust that task to my grandmother." He paused briefly, before adding, "Queen Rilla will have the same powers as Visenya and Rhaenys." In conventional armies, fighting on so many fronts could be a strategic mistake, weakening the forces by dispersing them. However, with Dragons, few problems couldn't be solved with dragon fire. Rilla was surprised by the appointment. She genuinely hadn't expected to be mobilized for war, but a sense of satisfaction quickly overcame her. The fate of House Targaryen was being played out on the battlefield, and she would not stand idly by while her family fought to regain its throne. "Who will be Lord Paramount of the Riverlands, husband?" asked Visenya, intrigued. Knowing that House Tully would be destroyed, she wanted to know who would take the place. After all, the Riverlands couldn't be without rulers. It wasn't just her curiosity. Oberyn and Rilla also turned their gazes to Enar, attentive. After all, this was no ordinary fiefdom, but one of the 7 kingdoms. Enar, however, answered naturally, without caring about the impact of his words, "House Targaryen will rule the Riverlands." Oberyn and Wyman's eyes widened in surprise. Enar's decision broke a centuries-old tradition. One of the reasons Aegon I had managed to subjugate the 7 kingdoms with relative ease was that he had allowed the kingdoms to continue with regional laws and customs. But Enar saw this as a mistake. The truth was that, even after centuries of Targaryen rule, the 7 kingdoms were still 7 kingdoms, not a single united kingdom. For Enar, this system of power was similar to that of the Holy Roman Empire, where an emperor was elected by the kingdoms, but each still maintained its own autonomy, laws, and customs. The only difference was that House Targaryen could not be replaced by vote. Even so, in practice, Westeros was more like a confederation of interests than a truly unified nation. Such a thing could not be considered serious in the eyes of House Targaryen, which still had dragons, but after House Targaryen lost the dragons, they had nowhere near half the power they had when they had dragons. Without dragons, the weapon to destroy any rebellion, the 7 kingdoms became a hidden danger that all the Targaryen kings feared would one day explode at once. Which proved to be true with the rebellion 14 years ago. Do you think that if Aerys II Targaryen had a dragon the size of Caraxes, the rebellion would have happened? Most likely, Aerys would have suffered the same fate as Maegor the Cruel. Oberyn opened his mouth to reply, trying to persuade the king to reconsider his decision. However, as soon as Enar's cold eyes fell on him, the red serpent closed his mouth immediately. The silence that followed was heavy. "Prince Oberyn," Enar's voice was soft but laden with veiled menace, "I don't like to be contradicted." He brought the wine glass to his lips, without looking away from Prince Martell's expression. "If you are dissatisfied with my decisions, the door is open. You can return to the comfort of the old palace at Sunspear whenever you wish." There was a calm, indifferent tone to his words, as if losing a talented general like Oberyn was irrelevant. If necessary, he could simply train Titus and Sigismund to take his place. Oberyn held the king's gaze for a brief moment before lowering his head, a controlled smile playing on his lips. "I apologize, Your Grace." He bowed elegantly, his voice as smooth as silk. "I misspoke." Enar kept her gaze on him for a few more seconds, assessing. Then he nodded, smiling again as if nothing had happened. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, White Harbor, 4, who should I thank for having such an understanding and kind wife? Enar I Targaryen, looking at Visenya sleeping peacefully beside him. At night, in the bedroom, Visenya could be seen completely naked on Enar's chest. Her long silver hair fell over her body as she kissed him gently, covering his chest with soft, lingering kisses. Sweat beaded on both of their bodies as they stared at each other in comfortable silence. I've missed you. Visenya kissed his chest once more and spoke in a sweet tone. Her lilac eyes stared deeply into his purple ones. Stroking her hair tenderly, Enar commented in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, Visenya. My mind was going through a transformation. If I connected our minds, you'd probably go mad. If there was one thing Enar never underestimated, it was the madness that was his mind. The weight of the past, present and future made his mind a crazy mess of chaotic thoughts. Brendan could bear it, but another person with no training in magic would go mad connecting with his mind. Visenya looked at Enar with concern when she heard his words. She rose gently, climbing on top of him. Straightening her posture, she sat on his waist, her naked body exposed before her husband, without a trace of modesty. I want to help you, Enar. Visenya spoke with a worried tone. I don't want you to go mad. Looking at the naked body before him, Enar smiled and wrapped his arms around Visenya's small figure, bringing her into the comfort of his chest. Kissing the back of her neck tenderly, he felt his body shudder with the kiss and it made him smile. As he continued to kiss her sweaty skin, Enar spoke between kisses. You already help me, my queen. You are my sun in an immeasurable darkness, giddy and me to sanity. Visenya couldn't help but breathe quickly as she felt the kisses on her nape, neck, and shoulder, each touch of his warm lips seeming to electrify her body, causing her to let out small, lovely, sensual moans. You are also my sun and star, my husband, and the greatest man of all. Gripping his white gold hair tightly, Visenya whispered in his ear as her sensitive body squirmed softly at the touch of Enar's lips and his unscrupulous hands. Do you want to continue? Enar asked with an amused tone, although it seemed that they felt the pleasure of the flesh, they didn't, they just enjoyed each other's bodies without breaking the last barrier. No. Visenya refused without any hesitation, there was a teasing smile on her lips. Has anyone ever told you that you're cruel? Enar commented helplessly when he saw the smile on his wife's lips. Only he knew how much effort he was making to hold back. Any other man would have devastated Visenya long before now. However, since she didn't want to, Aenar wasn't going to force anything. He wasn't a monster to do something like that against a woman's will. Don't blame me for sleeping with Ariane. Enar said with the same teasing tone as Visenya. Have you noticed? Visenya asked curiously as she kissed Enar's broad shoulder. She didn't know if she could love Enar even more, but she found that there was still room for her love to grow. Her man was too incredible. However, it wasn't as if she didn't want to give herself completely to Enar, but she knew that something was easily unappreciated. She practically looked at me with flames in her eyes. Enar rolled her eyes and commented amusedly. So you know about Rhaenys? Visenya continued to ask with a curious look. Yes, it's fun to see her trying to attract attention. Enar's lips curved into a smile as he remembered Rhaenys. Pretending not to notice her advances is just too much fun. The frustration on her face is something I really enjoy doing. Visenya was speechless listening to Enar's words, as he felt a little sorry for Rhaenys. The woman was doing everything to win his attention, but she didn't know she was serving as entertainment for him. Don't you think it's cruel? Visenya asked with a smile as she looked at him. Isn't it normal for every younger brother to tease his older sister? Enar turned the question back to Visenya, leaving her speechless again. Visenya smiled and brushed it aside. As Rhaenys was her rival, the longer this went on, the more advantage she and Daenerys would gain. Lying comfortably on his chest, Visenya commented in a soft tone, I want to marry in Harrenhal. You don't want to marry in the great sept of Baelor? Enar asked confusedly. Daenerys wants to get married in King's Landing, I want to get married in Harrenhal. Visenya replied without a second thought. It's a good proposal, especially as it will bring everyone closer together when the wedding takes place. Enar commented with a glare. As we all know, humans are usually happy at big celebrations, they forget their worries and simply have fun with each other. You want to use our wedding for political interests. Nudging Enar's cheek with her finger, Visenya commented with a smile. However, looking at her, there was no sense of dissatisfaction in her gaze. It's our duty as king and queen. Enar replied with a smile as she hugged Visenya slightly tighter, causing Visenya to let out a sweet, pleasant laugh. King and queen. Visenya murmured with a lost look on her face. Is there a problem, my beautiful queen? Noticing this, Enar asked with a soft tone. It's just that I never thought we'd be like we are today. The whole family was focused on a single goal, the survival of humanity. Visenya replied, closing her eyes and enjoying the caresses in her hair. Yes, fate really is unpredictable. Enar commented with a complicated tone. Not for you, husband. Visenya, still with her eyes closed, spoke. I'm not that powerful, at least not at the moment. Enar replied in a calm tone. They were both silent after these words, but the silence was broken by Visenya. Suddenly remembering something, Visenya opened her eyes and asked with a curious tone. By the way, how did Lita, Titus, and Sigismund grow so tall? There was no way of noticing the similar heights between the three, it was obvious that something was going on. Enar didn't hesitate to answer everything he knew, including what he planned for the whole family. So we're going to get bigger, more powerful, able to develop skills like manipulating some element and also able to live for a long time. Visenya asked with an incredulous tone. Yes. Enar replied with an amused tone, he really liked to shock people with his words. When are we going to do this? Visenya asked with a bright look, her voice tinged with excitement. In her eyes, House Targaryen will practically become gods with such rituals. Soon, I just have to adjust a few things in the blood ritual for our family. Enar replied with a smile. Seeing Visenya so excited to become stronger was comforting to him. At the same time, the blood rite for House Targaryen and the blood rite for the Primarches were two different things. House Targaryen would have the more advanced and powerful version while the Primarches would have the weaker version. The reason for this was simple, humans could be used by chaos and even if they had good intentions, those intentions would be manipulated. Therefore, in order to prevent the Primarches from becoming too strong and rebelling if they fell to the Chaos Gods, Enar had to limit their strength. That's not to say that they would be weak, they would be equally powerful demigods. But they would be weaker than the divine dynasty he was creating. Visenya nodded, but the excitement on her face was hard to hide. Who wouldn't he want to have the advantages that Enar spoke of? They practically became gods to the people and would rule for all eternity. Honestly, now I feel a bit stupid for caring about the heir to the kingdom. Visenya commented, settling back comfortably on Nar's chest, using him as a pillow. If they were to be immortal, having an heir was irrelevant. Enar would live forever, just like them, so the idea of choosing an heir seemed irrelevant. That's not true, I can spend a few centuries on vacation enjoying life with my beautiful wives and for that, I need an heir. Enar said with an amused and playful tone, making Visenya laugh. Forgive me for not thinking about your vacation, dear husband. Visenya said with a laugh as she hugged Enar tighter. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 121, Chapter 121 Moat Kaelin, it's a big castle. Visenya spoke, observing the home of House Frey, twins. 3 days later, a war march advanced towards the south of Westeros, made up of a legion of men wearing red armor and men in golden masks. Mounted on a horse, Enar and his courtier could be seen surrounded by the Sardaukar. Unlike the 50,000 men of the Red Legion, the Sardaukar were fewer in number, around 20,000 men, all wearing golden masks and white and gold cloaks. This certainly made a strong impression on the 4,000 soldiers of House Manderley. Many didn't dare approach the men in the golden masks. "Your Grace, in order to reach the Vale and the Riverlands, we have to pass through the Twins, at the Green Fork, on the Trident." Oberyn spoke in a cold tone, mentioning the castle called the Twins. An expression that Whaley, heir to White Harbor, shared. If there was a noble house more notorious than the Boltons themselves, it was House Frey. All kinds of bad and malicious names could be attributed to House Frey and its lord, Valder Frey. Enar nodded. Of course he knew about House Frey. There was no ignoring the noble house that had dared to kill Robb on his wedding day. Even if it was in another reality, House Frey was no different, and the Lord of the Cross Eng was an unscrupulous man whom Enar planned to destroy with his own hands. Will the Lord of House Frey dare block our march south? We have dragons. Visenya asked in a curious tone. Although she didn't know anything about House Frey, from Oberyn and Whaley disgusted expressions, she knew that it was a house with a very bad reputation. "He'll probably want us to pay for the passage," Oberyn replied to the future Queen of Enar, with a respectful tone. "He would dare charge us?" Visenya exclaimed in disbelief. They had over 70,000 soldiers and 4 dragons. This was an army that not even Harren the Black had had the privilege of facing hundreds of years ago. She couldn't imagine that anyone would be foolish enough to demand payment for their passage. "Don't underestimate people's greed, my queen. Gold and silver are often more tempting than life itself," Oberyn said with a serious tone. Although he didn't think Valder would charge the army for passage either, given how cautious he was, he wouldn't be surprised if the Lord of the Crossing demanded something. "When we reach the Twins, we'll attack the castle," Enar declared at that moment, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. They hadn't really expected Enar to attack directly, without even giving House Frey a chance to survive. "Valder Frey will invite us to dinner and poison us. His sons will finish the job by killing us with arrows." Enar spoke calmly, as if it were no big deal, but the expressions of the entire House Targaryen changed dramatically. Rilla, Visenya and Rhaenys knew that Enar could see the future and trusted him completely. So, when they found out what would happen to them, they all displayed cold expressions. If they had previously been neutral towards Valder Frey, they now harbored strong negative emotions towards the Lord of the Crossing. Although not everyone was aware of Enar's abilities, like House Martell and House Manderley, the rest of the people who were connected to the Red Faith, like Kinvara, knew his capabilities very well. Oberyn and all of House Martell looked at Enar with strange expressions. The king spoke almost as if he knew exactly what was going to happen, which was completely impossible in their eyes. After all, seeing into the future was not a power a man could have, no matter how special he was. So Enar's words sounded more like an assumption based on the description he had heard from Oberyn. "No matter how ambitious Valder is, he won't dare violate guest law, your grace. He would make an enemy of practically all the noble houses, including his own vassals, who would not dare trust their backs to such an untrustworthy lord." Oberyn spoke with a serious tone. The right of the guest was something practically sacred, which few had dared to break over the millennia. And those who did suffered terrible fates. "You forget that fear can do wonders for one's reputation. If he kills us, how much prestige do you think he'll gain? Who would dare attack someone who eliminated the Targaryen, who possessed dragons?" Enar said, looking at Oberyn with a smile on his face. "Valder could guarantee hundreds of years of peace and a lot of money. How could he refuse Tywin's offer?" Enar said with a cold tone. Yes, Tywin Lannister had already made contact with Valder Frey. The Lord of the Rock had promised the Lord of the Crossing money and power, including more land. Tywin Lannister. Hearing the name of the murderer of his sister and nephew, Oberyn's eyes sharpened. Yes. My spies have discovered that Valder Frey and Tywin Lannister have exchanged letters several times. Enar nodded. If Valder Frey and Tywin Lannister are allied, then your grace's hunch may indeed come true, said Oberyn. Upon hearing Enar's confirmation, his eyes turned cold and murderous, resembling the gaze of a serpent. Perhaps that was the origin of his nickname among the people. Your grace called Tyrion, who had been silent until that moment. Yes, my lord hand. Enar looked at Tyrion and asked with a smile. Since we know my father is involved, send the news to every noble house in Westeros. Let everyone know how vile he is. Break his reputation and make the vassals of House Lannister fear that Tywin will do something similar to them. Tyrion spoke in a cold tone. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of the blow he would be dealing to his father's prestige. Believe him, one of the reasons the rules exist is to prevent exactly what Enar mentioned. Without rules, anyone can die at any time, and no noble wants to die. That's why everyone respects the right of guests, because they fear that one day they could be in the place of those who have been betrayed. Tyrion's proposal brought a smile to Enar's lips. As he had said, this really was an excellent move against Tywin. When the Ma'an goes to seek alliances, who will trust him? Only a fool would trust a man capable of ordering the death of guests protected under guest law. Tywin probably never imagined that letters that only he and Valder would know could be discovered by someone. Unfortunately, he never even imagined that Enar could see the past, present, and future. Had he known, he might never have left King's Landing and would have concentrated all his forces on staying on the defensive instead of attacking. Do it. Enar gave Tyrion permission and added. Sign it with your name and current position. Enar took the opportunity to tell Westeros that he was someone who knew how to forgive, and accepted Tyrion Lannister as Hand of the King. This would deal a double blow to Tywin and Robert, which would make it harder for everyone to recruit more people. Enar just had to stay in Harrenhal and wait for the lords of the noble house to come to him and kneel before him. Yes, your grace. As an intelligent man, Tyrion knew what Enar wanted to do by asking him to sign the letters. I'll help you, Tyrion. Oberyn smiled and offered to help. Curiously, Oberyn and Tyrion became friends after a year and a half of living together, their hatred of Tywin having made their relationship much easier. They became close friends and frequented all the brothels in Volantis. Seeing both of them walking away, Enar smiled and continued marching towards Moat Cailin, where his uncle was at that moment, waiting for him to arrive and march together to Twins. Enar, I see Moat Cailin. Rhaenys commented, looking up at the gigantic castle made of black stone rising solitarily into the sky and gradually appearing on the horizon. Of the original 20 towers of the castle, there were only 7 still standing today. Originally there were only 3, but another 4 were rebuilt in the renovation of the castle that will be the fiefdom of Rickon Stark, son of the Lord of Winterfell. The walls of Moat Cailin were the same size as the walls of Winterfell. The castle defended the north from the south for 10,000 years and still looked majestic. That was Moat Cailin. Enar smiled over Moat Cailin. Now they just had to wait a bit and march towards Twins, starting the attacks in the Vale and Riverlands. The reconquest had begun. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 122, Chapter 122 Moat Cailin, 2, let's start letting the people know the power of steel and gunpowder. King Enar I Targaryen, first of his name. Eddard looked at the long war march and couldn't help but display a stunned expression. He had heard from Enar that his soldiers would be arriving from Essos, but at the sight of the red and gold wave occupying his vision, the Lord of Winterfell couldn't help but widen his eyes. The number of men before him was not small, on the contrary, it was larger than his own army, which numbered around 30-5 to 40,000 soldiers. "I hope Enar brought supplies for such a large number of men," muttered Eddard. He raised his head and saw 4 dragons flying around the army. After taking one last look at the troops, he descended from the wall of Moat Cailin, ready to greet his nephew and all of House Targaryen. At the gates, Eddard was accompanied by all his vassals as he watched the army of gold, masked soldiers approaching with steady steps. As he looked closer, he realized that it was an extraordinary army. He could see and hear that the soldiers' steps were in perfect sync, as if they were a single entity. This showed admirable discipline, something that the soldiers of the north could never match. Then Eddard spotted Tehe members of House Targaryen. The Lord of Winterfell let out a sigh as he saw them approaching. If there was one thing he truly regretted, it was the fact that his actions had caused so much suffering to innocent people who had nothing to do with the Mad King's sins. "Your Grace." Eddard greeted Enar first, and then his eyes fell on the older woman with the long silver hair and lilac eyes. He took on a regretful expression and spoke in a softer tone, "Queen Dowager Rilla." Rilla watched the mature man before her and couldn't help noticing how much Eddard Stark had changed since Harrenhal. The shy boy, unable to converse with a lady, had completely transformed into a man. "I see you've learned how to talk to a woman without stuttering, Lord Stark." She commented in an amused tone, joking with one of the people most responsible for the fall of House Targaryen. Eddard's eyes widened when he heard Rilla's joke. "Ha ha ha ha." The lords of the north burst into laughter at the queen's words. They looked at Tyr Liege Lord and couldn't help but laugh even louder. Lord Stark, as a young man, really stuttered in front of a beautiful woman, commented Great Jon, letting out a loud and powerful laugh. In the old days, Lord Stark looked like a wolf cub who didn't know how to bite yet, added Maege in an amused tone. Eddard, seeing his vassals laughing at him, was speechless, but cast a complex glance at Rilla. The woman showed no animosity towards him, and that only made him feel even more ashamed. He looked like a hypocrite, while Rilla looked like someone of honor. Honestly, he would have preferred to be shouted at in anger, even slapped in the face, but when he saw the serene, peaceful look on her face, he knew that wouldn't happen. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Eddard knelt down in front of the horse Rilla was riding. "I know that my words can never bring the dead back to life, but I still want to apologize. My actions have led both you and me to lose important people. Every time I remember the events of 14 years ago, I feel unworthy to look you in the eye." He spoke with a tone full of regret and pain. The cheerful atmosphere was shattered by Eddard's words. Everyone looked at him, shocked. Rilla displayed a complex expression and, in an instant, got off her horse. Looking at the man kneeling before her, the Dowager Queen spoke with a weary tone, "He killed your father and brother. You had every right to fight for revenge. I don't blame you for rebelling against my husband and brother. Aerys was mad, a hostage to fear and a grandiosity he never had. Stand up, Lord Stark. We've all lost almost all of our family, we don't need to put the blame on each other. Perhaps, in another circumstance, we could have been a family, with Lyanna being queen of the Seven Kingdoms and Enar growing up as a true prince in the Red Keep, but fate didn't want it that way. Then don't blame yourself. I'd do the same thing myself if I were in your shoes." Rilla helped Eddard to his feet and spoke with a sincere tone. She had 14 years to sink into hatred, but she hadn't. She knew that everything was the fault of Aerys and the other conspirators. The more Rilla showed understanding, the more Eddard felt ashamed, not daring to look the queen in the eye. However, without anyone knowing, he had made an important decision. When the war was over, he would relinquish his titles and pass on the lordship of Winterfell to Robb. Then he would join the Night's Watch and serve the Order until they no longer needed him. Enar, who had heard everything up to that point, cast a calm glance at Eddard and let out a helpless sigh. Sometimes he wished he didn't know what would happen in the future. Still, if that man was at peace with his choice, Einar would accept it. "Let's go in, we have a war to plan." Einar spoke, making the atmosphere slightly more relaxed. Everyone bowed to him and replied, "Yes, Your Grace." Eddard looked at his nephew and realized that Einar knew of his decision, which didn't surprise him. Not for the first time, he suspected that he could see into the future. Remembering the dragon dreams, a gift of House Targaryen, he knew that Einar could indeed have glimpses of what was to come. However, seeing his nephew's look of approval, Eddard understood that Einar respected his choice and would accept his joining the Night's Watch. At Einar's words, everyone entered Moat Cailin and the real pre-war meeting began. In the Great Hall of Moat Cailin, which had been rebuilt, a carved wooden table displayed a map of the Seven Kingdoms. Einar was standing next to it, staring intently at the map in front of him. He pointed directly at the twins, who would be his next target. "Our first target is the twins. We're going to destroy the castle and kill all the Frey." As soon as Anar uttered these words, the northern lords who were not yet aware of the situation were shocked. "Before you say anything, know that Valder Frey is conspiring with Tywin Lannister to kill us as soon as we enter his castle as guests." Einar spoke with a calm, cold tone, anticipating the questions. "Damn Valder Frey! Damn Tywin Lannister!" Great Jon slammed his fist against the table and shouted, his gaze filled with fury. The right of the guest was a sacred law, so strong that even if the most hated of wildlings was staying in a northern castle, no one would dare raise a voice against him. The expressions of the others present were no better than Great Jon's. Knowing that they could be killed under the protection of the right of the guest was terrifying. It was as if there were no laws left to maintain order in Westeros. "For that reason, we're going to destroy the twins and House Frey. This trash can no longer exist," Einar declared coolly, causing many to look at him with admiration, especially the Northerners, who saw his decision as a sign of strength and courage. After all, it wasn't every day that someone dared to destroy one of the most powerful castles in Westeros. "What do you intend to do, Your Grace? Burn down the entire castle with your dragon?" Eddard asked in a calm tone. But behind his apparent calm, there was a silent fury about to explode. Like his liege lord, House Tully, he knew that the Freys were not worthy of trust or respect. "No. Let's test my new siege weapons. They are capable of attacking castles and causing great damage to their structures." Einar's words took everyone by surprise. Eyes widened and expressions of shock filled the hall. A weapon capable of causing major damage to the structures of a castle? How could they not be surprised? Einar knew that trebuchets existed in that world, but for him, these siege weapons were inefficient. So he created something much simpler with the knowledge he had in his mind. He brought into existence the greatest invention of the human race in ballistic terms. Gunpowder. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 123, Chapter 123 Moat Cailin, 3, Fear not. The enemy is powerful, but your king is more powerful. Einar Targaryen to all the lords before him. Tyrion looked at all the lords and ladies of the north and realized that they were present. He noticed the look of confusion on their faces when they saw the weapon called bombard. This, however, did not surprise him. The metal weapon itself wasn't large and didn't look particularly threatening, just an ordinary bronze cylinder. If Tyrion hadn't personally seen the power of these weapons, he would probably have had the same expression of disbelief. But after witnessing its destructive force, he realized that the world was much vaster than he had imagined. Who would have thought that an apparently simple and unimpressive weapon could contain such overwhelming destructive power? Enar watched the Sardaukar loading the cannonballs. The 3 soldiers of his private army stared at him, awaiting his orders. With a simple nod, Enar gave permission for Tehi attack. Boatum! 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 In an instant, Tyrion heard a huge explosion. His ears were filled with a deafening ringing before 3 more detonations reverberated across the field. The northern lords opened their mouths in shock at the sight of the craters in the ground. Never in their lives had they witnessed a simple metal ball cause such destruction. But the proof was right in front of them, and they couldn't deny it. That power terrified them. They imagined that weapon being furrowed at the walls of their castles, and they felt fear. Estimating the resistance of their fortifications against this new weaponry was frightening. Castles with great walls could withstand such an impact for perhaps a month, or just a few weeks. And T.'s conclusion shook them to the core. Castles were known for their endurance and for withstanding sieges for months and, in cases of abundant supplies, for up to 5 years. Great Jan, Lord of the Last Hearth, felt this fear even more intensely. House Umber's castle was made of wood, and in the face of a weapon like that, it wouldn't last a month. Perhaps not even a day. Looking at the faces of those present, an almost imperceptible smile appeared on Enar's lips. He wanted to demonstrate this power to the lords who were still reluctant to follow his orders. However, what they didn't know was that the bombard's rate of fire was absurdly slow for someone who came from a world where a single gun could fire hundreds of projectiles per second. Another limiting factor was the material from which the cannons were made. Being made of bronze, the barrel would quickly overheat and could explode, destroying the gun itself. Even so, Enar was pleased to have been able to develop this technology in just a few years. The blacksmiths of Volantis worked hard to build the bombard. The first one took about 7 months to complete, and it took several more months before it was ready to be used as it was now. Another point he had to mention was that such weapons would never be given to the lords of Westeros. Only House Targaryen could possess such weapons, at least for the moment. Only after 2 generations of cannons would Enar start selling the first generation cannons. House Targaryen should always be 2 to 3 gene ratio NS ahead of the weapons circulating on the market, at least until the Great Crusade, which he would undertake to unify the world, was successfully completed. When the special exploration began, he would release the entire technological tree to the noble Hoyuses and other organizations. By then, the rule of each Targaryen house would be deeply ingrained in the people, including the worship of the God Emperor of mankind. However, that was for the future. Enar needed to start the war for that to happen. As you can see, we're going to use the bombards to besiege Twins and eventually weaken the morale of House Frey's army. Enar spoke with a calm and confident tone, as if it were something normal. But this calmness and confidence caused all the vassals around Acheim to show equally confident expressions, boosting the morale of the entire army. Curiously, like House Tyrell, House Tully was incompetent when it came to controlling its vassals. House Frey, as well as being a powerful Riverlands house, was one of the most powerful, with a large army of 15,000 men. The Riverlands had around 40-5 to 50,000 men in total, with House Frey's soldiers accounting for around 30% of that number, which clearly showed House Tully's incompetence in governing its vassals and accumulating wealth over almost 300 years. House Tyrell, although weak in terms of military strength, was incredibly wealthy, even making loans to the crown several times. However, House Tully, as well as being weak militarily, was poor, as was House Arryn, which was strong militarily. Honestly, apart from House Lannister, House Martell, and House Tyrell, the other great houses of Westeros were pitifully poor. After the incredible display of power, all the lords returned to Moatkale Inn and continued their pre-war meeting. Looking at everyone, Enar continued, although House Frey's army of 15,000 men is no problem in the face of our forces of over 100,000 men, We don't want to cause unnecessary deaths. We have another enemy besides House Baratheon to fight. When Enar spoke those words, the faces of the lords of the north changed dramatically. The only one who was calm was Mance Rayder. The image of the whites sent chills through the bodies of all the lords and ladies of the north. If they could, they wanted to forget that they had seen that undead monster, but it was impossible. They knew they would have to fight those things in the future. Rilla, Visenya, and Rhaenys looked curiously at the Lord of the North's expressions. It was the first time they had seen such an expression of fear on the faces of these men and women full of ferocity. It wasn't just them who were curious, the whole of House Martell and Tyrion also showed curious expressions. Although their curiosity had different purposes. The three women knew about the Night King and the White Walkers, but the rest of the court had been kept in the dark until then. Enar, seeing this, realized that he had forgotten to introduce the White Wanderers. Lita, go get the cage and bring it out for everyone to see, Enar ordered his loyal sword with an amused tone. Lita looked at Enar wordlessly, knowing that the king wanted to shock people more. She left and returned 10 minutes later. She returned dragging a kagi that was the size of a grown man and the width of 2 men. However, what was imprisoned was what caused the shock in the eyes of Oberyn, Tyrion, and all of House Martell. Gruaaaa. A bestial roar escaped the white's blue lips, causing Oberyn's mistress, Elaria Sand, to recoil with an expression of fear. That's a white. As you can see, he's dead, but he can still move. Enar approached the metal cage and commented casually. He punched the creature, causing it to fall to the floor of the cage, but the monster still got up and tried to attack Enar wildly. They don't need to eat or rest, meaning they can march forever, including walking underwater. Enar continued speaking. At this very moment, there are around 200,000 of these things marching towards the wall. Enar's words caused many to show expressions of fear, including the northern lords who had already seen the white. The number was truly huge. Besides, whites can't die normally. So even if I cut off his head, he can still walk around as if nothing had happened. Enar spoke and showed everyone that his words were true. Enar cut off the white's head, and everyone saw that, even with the head cut off, the monster's body and head were still moving. How are we going to fight something like that? Tyrion asked with an incomparably serious expression. From Enar's description, it seemed that the whites were an invincible army that could not be defeated. Nothing is without weakness, including these things. Enar answered Tyrion's question with a calm expression. For normal whites, fire can kill them. But the whites are not the problem, who creates the whites is the crux of the problem. Enar looked seriously at everyone. The White Walkers can create whites infinitely. In other words, when we're fighting the whites, anyone who dies will be transformed into that kind of monster and will kill you without any hesitation. An incredibly heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Enar's words were still clear in their minds. This kind of ability was terrible for humans, who had volatile emotions and cared about their companions. Not only that, the White Walkers, as well as being able to control the dead, can use ice magic to create weapons and shields as they please. They're as strong as 10 grown men and as fast as a mountain lion. Enar spoke calmly. Can we win against such monsters? The one who asked the question was Rhaenys, who was silent, staring at the white trapped in the cage. Her fear gradually calmed down. Yes. Enar spoke without any hesitation. We're going to win. Note, don't expect any technological advances in this first phase of the story. That will only appear in the second part and at the end of the first part. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read C chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 124, Chapter 124 Moat Kaelin, 4, Things are getting interesting. Enar Targaryen watched the mystical being before him. Enar's words rekindled everyone's morale, especially when they saw his calm, confident face. It seemed that nothing could shake the man in front of them, and that made everyone calm down in the face of the impending war. I know many are worried, but the White Walkers are not without weaknesses. Dragon fire, dragon glass, obsidian, and Valyrian steel can kill them easily. Enar spoke in a calm, deep tone, his purple eyes scanning everyone in the great hall of Motsi Island. Fortunately, my queen has conquered Dragonstone, where there is a mineral vein of dragon glass. We can start mining as soon as this war is over. Enar added with a satisfied smile, remembering Daenerys' actions. The girl's bold move had saved him a lot of time. The expressions of many eased at the knowledge that they had the means to kill the White Walkers. Valyrian steel was rare, and dragon fire even more so, since dragons had only recently come back to life after centuries of disappearance. That's good, Your Grace. I will immediately send a raven to Dragonstone, asking Queen Daenerys to start the mining process as soon as possible. Even if she doesn't have many miners available for the job, any amount of dragon glass will help enormously in the Komi-Ng war. Tyrion spoke with an incredibly serious tone. Now that he knew the war wasn't just about the throne, but about the survival of humanity, he was even more determined to end it as soon as possible. Enar nodded, agreeing with his hand's proposal, and D continued, after extinguishing House Frey, the army will be divided into two fronts. The valley and the riverlands will be the first objectives to be conquered. We will attack both at the same time. I'll follow the army to the valley mounted on Caraxes. My wives and my grandmother will fly with the army that will march to the riverlands, to make the lords there bend the knee. The command of the troops marching to the riverlands will be held by three generals, Lord Eddard Stark, Prince Oberyn Martell and Queen Visenya Targaryen. Enar announced, looking directly at Eddard, Oberyn, and Visenya. Visenya, like Rhaenys and Rhaella, has permission to destroy any house that refuses to kneel. At the same time, they also have the authority to grant land to soldiers who distinguish themselves on the battlefield. Enar looked at everyone and spoke aloud. His words caused many to express joy and determination. Feuds were not something common, let alone given out casually. Knowing that soldiers could win fiefs made many sons of lords' eyes light up. These sons had no right to inheritance, not even fiefdoms. Many became knights errant, and the luckiest ones managed to become masters of arms for some lord. As for the destruction of the noble houses of the Riverlands, they weren't worried. The possibility of gaining fiefdoms and becoming a rightful lord was enough for many there to become true barbarians, willing to do anything. Rhaenys observed everyone's expressions and couldn't help thinking that her brother really was fit to be king. Something that any lord would treat with caution boosted people's morale enormously. She had no doubt that these people would do anything to gain a piece of land. That's the power you and I want, Rhaenys. Look, your brother is deciding the fate of houses that have survived for thousands of years with just a few words. Rhaenys heard Arianne's whisper and couldn't help but agree with her. Such power was something everyone wanted to possess. Yes, I'm tempted by such power, but don't tray at me like a woman of great ambition, Arianne. I don't want to waste my time on stupid palace intrigues. Rhaenys whispered to her cousin with a firm tone. You may not want to now, but when your child is born, you will. Every mother wants the best for her son, and, being a prince, he'll need a fiefdom. But do you think only you will have a fiefdom? The other sons of Enar will also want it, and it will be a fierce battle. And the woman with the most power at court will decide who gets the best fiefdom. Arianne whispered in her ear with a serious tone. She would not allow Rhaenys to become passive in the future contest for power at court. If that happened, she and Rhaenys would be at the mercy of other women, and that was not to her liking. Rhaenys' eyes became determined at Arianne's words. Although she didn't want to get involved in a power struggle, she knew that, to ensure a comfortable future, she needed to have at least some influence at court. Looking at Enar discussing matters of war with the lords, her determination grew more and more. Rilla watched everything with an interested eye. She knew things wouldn't get to the point of murder. After all, Enar would never allow anything like that to happen. Therefore, she would just watch everything with curiosity, without getting involved in this palace struggle. Enar didn't know that things were about to escalate, and, even if he did, he would just laugh it off, finding it all very amusing. Entertainment was always welcome in his and anyone else's eyes. We'll start mobilizing the army in 3 days. We'll give the soldiers time to relax before the war, and we'll march on the 4th day. Enar finished the war orders, making everyone nod, especially the lord's sons. Even if the war was dangerous and many died, they didn't care. What really mattered to these young and middle-aged men was gaining merit and land. Enar watched everyone leave the great hall, returning to settle urgent matters of war, and remained silent, glimpsing the variables in this war. At night, in his room, just as Enar was about to lie down to sleep, Lita, who had remained in the room to ensure her king's safety, moved in an instant. Her figure was no more than a fleeting grey ray in the vision of an ordinary man. In the blink of an eye, Lita reached the balcony, her sword dangerously close to the invader's throat. Her eyes, sharp and trained, widened for a brief moment as she recognized the figure before her. A children of the forest. Lita murmured, still incredulous. She had seen so many things that would make anyone doubt reality, but meeting a children of the forest was something she had never expected to witness in her life. Enar, who maintained an unconcerned expression, looked curiously at the woman who had invaded her room. Although he already knew of their existence, it was the first time he had seen a children of the forest with his own eyes. I am Leaf, 16th of my name and queen of the forest court. The children of the forest introduced herself with a surprisingly elegant tone. She bowed to Enar, while her golden eyes, which resembled those of a cat, stared at him with admiration and a touch of horror. Even though she had felt his presence before, seeing him in person shocked her deeply. Magic seemed to bow before the Achaman in front of her, as if she were in the presence of a king. It was as if the magical essence itself recognized him as an absolute sovereign. At the same time, the air around him was incredibly pure. Leaf felt like a fish returning to the sea. The atmosphere around Enar overflowed with magic, and she couldn't help but deeply respect this dense, vibrant energy. Leaf. Enar murmured her name as the lines of the future unfolded before his eyes. He saw countless possibilities, including Leaf's own birth. He couldn't help but be amazed by that race, which resembled elves, but weren't elves. Honestly, he felt that these creatures were highly susceptible to the influence of the warp, and that was incredibly dangerous. However, when he looked into the history of the children of the forest, he realized that there wasn't a single record of madness among the mages of that race. That was shocking, to say the least. Getting out of bed, Enar walked over to the table in the bedroom and sat down, pouring 2 glasses of wine. Come, satisfy my curiosity, Queen of the Forest and the Children of the Forest. Enar commented with a smile, staring directly into the golden green eyes before him. Lita, upon hearing Enar's words, put Dawn away in her scabbard and moved back into position behind him. However, anyone could see the glint of curiosity in her eyes as she watched the children of the forest. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 125, Chapter 125 Motkalin, v. I wanted to see you one more time, my beloved Shira Seastar. Enar murmured, reading the letter in his hand. Leaf looked like an adult, but she was slightly taller than a child, but not childish. Her skin was brown, with lighter patches that resembled the fur of a deer. She had 3 fingers and a thumb on each hand, sharp black claws instead of nails, and large ears. What was most striking about Leaf was her hair, a tangle of brown, red, and gold strands, the colors of autumn, with vines, twigs, and wilted flowers entwined in her locks. Under her hair, a crown of flowers and vines could be seen, evidencing her high status among the children of the forest. "Thank you, Your Grace." Seeing that Enar seemed receptive and kind, Leaf breathed a sigh of relief. Even though she knew she wouldn't be hurt by Brynden, she still felt a little stressed in front of such a powerful being. Sitting down in the chair opposite Enar, Leaf knew it was polite to drink her host's drink and took a sip without hesitation. However, as soon as she did, she started coughing after a small sip of wine. Haha. Enar couldn't help but laugh at seeing the queen in such an embarrassing situation. He couldn't believe that a little wine and alcohol could make such a mystical being look so embarrassed. Leaf wanted the ground to open up and swallow her when she heard the laughter of the king sitting in front of her. She couldn't believe that grapes could taste so bad. How humans could drink something so unpleasant was a mystery she longed to understand. Putting aside the idea of drinking wine, Leaf put the cup back on the table and looked at Enar seriously, as if nothing had happened. "As I said before, I am Leaf, 16th of my name and queen of the forest court." She continued, "I have come at the request of Brynden, the Green Seer, to negotiate with the Dragon King." Enar, however, did not immediately begin the negotiations. Instead, he asked a completely different question than Leaf had expected: "How is my great uncle?" Despite his surprise, Leaf answered sincerely, "His time is near. Soon, he will return to nature. The Green Seer is only not dead because the weirwood is maintaining his vitality, but if he leaves the Tree of Life, he will undoubtedly die." Leaf sighed as he remembered Brynden's condition. 120 years might seem like a lot, but for her, who had lived for thousands of years, it was just an insignificant number. But for humans to live so long was a real miracle. Enar let out a sigh when he heard Leaf's description. Brynden really was very old by human standards. In the end, human life would always come to an end, not even the gods were truly eternal. "I thank you for looking after him all this time. I know how stubborn and annoying a Targaryen can be." Enar looked at Leaf and expressed his gratitude sincerely. "It's our responsibility to look after the Green Seer. Without him, we would have been dead a long time ago." Leaf shook his head and replied with a serious tone. Brynden's arrival couldn't have been more timely for his race. The children of the forest were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and fight the Night King more safely thanks to the presence of the Green Seer. How could they not help the one who had looked after them for so many years? Remembering something, Leaf put on a surprised expression and took a letter out of the coat made of leaves she was wearing. "This is something Brynden wrote and asked me to deliver into your hands, Your Grace." Enar raised an eyebrow, puzzled. He didn't remember such an event happening in the future. How had Brynden managed to hide from his prescience? Opening the letter, the first sentence made his countenance turn serious. "If you are reading this letter, Leaf has successfully delivered my last words. Don't come to the far north after reading this letter. Let me be a hero for the last time in my miserable, meaningless life. The Night King is too close to my location, and I will die at his hands. But before I leave, I'll leave him a kind gift. Fire and blood." Enar couldn't help but smile at Brynden's heroic words and continued reading. "Before I go, I want to thank you for making my life useful again. You don't know how happy I am that you exist. Thank you, Enar. To prevent any deity from predicting the future, or even the Great Other, I used my life as fuel to obscure some events of the future. And this way, I was able to escape your prescience. This spell won't last long, but it will be enough to catch the Night King off guard. I really want to see the look on that blue freak's face when he realizes he was almost killed by a mere human." Enar finally understood how Brynden had escaped his prescience. However, the price for such a spell was too great, even for the gods. The gods may have seemed eternal, but they were not. They grew old and eventually fell into a deep sleep after many years. The only thing that could keep them young was human faith. That's why the evil gods allowed humanity to flourish before trying to exterminate it, accumulating as much faith as possible before the long night. For the gods, humans were like cattle, to be sacrificed as soon as they were no longer useful. In the end, I'll be dead soon. Thank you, Enar. Take care of House Targaryen. I wanted to see you one more time, my beloved Shira Seastar. Looking at the final sentence, Enar couldn't help but let out a sigh. Brynden would die the way he wanted to, that much was clear from the words written in the letter. The man wanted to leave as a hero until the last moment, the complete opposite of his father, Aegon the Unworthy. With a simple thought from Enar, crimson flames consumed the letter, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Thank you for bringing Brynden's letter. Enar expressed his gratitude sincerely. As for Brynden's death, he had no regrets or feelings of regret. He had no right to feel such things in the face of Brynden's sacrifice. To have that kind of feeling would be a complete dishonor. Let's get to the negotiations. Enar looked at Leaf and declared, "State your terms, Queen of the Forest." Leaf took a deep breath and replied with a serious tone, "We want a forest where my people can live in peace, without interference from the human race. No man should enter it without our permission. We will answer to no one but the king on the Iron Throne. We will follow our own laws. The court of House Targaryen must not interfere with the laws of the Forest Court." Leaf pronounced each term with the dignity of a queen, despite the softness of her voice, which was sweet and slightly childish. Enar adopted a thoughtful expression. The first two terms were more than acceptable to him, but the last one made his expression turn grim. Leaf's proposal, in practice, would create a kingdom within the empire he wanted to build, something completely unacceptable. Enar sought absolute power, and allowing a non-human race to have such autonomy went against everything he wanted. The first two terms are acceptable, but the last one is not. You must kneel and accept my laws above your traditions and gods. Enar declared with a non-negotiable tone. He would not allow an independent kingdom to exist within his empire. What if the children of the forest refused to bend the knee because of this? Enar didn't care. He could win the war with or without their support. In the end, it wasn't him who was asking for something, but Leaf. Leaf couldn't hide her stunned expression when she heard Enar's implacable tone. In her eyes, the deal he was proposing was excellent. Enar would gain the support and magic of the children of the forest in the war against the Great Other. But how could Leaf understand the Dragon King's true goals? If he had studied all the monarchs who had ever ruled Westeros, he would have realized that Enar was the most tyrannical and controlling of them all. How could such a man accept something as unrealistic as allowing an independent kingdom within his empire? Your Grace is asking too much. How could we follow your laws above the laws of the gods? Leaf asked, his voice carrying a helpless tone. I have no respect for the laws of men or gods. Everyone must bend the knee. Enar replied coolly. Absolute submission. He knew very well that if Leaf ever had to choose between the Imperium and the old gods, the woman in front of him would choose the gods. Note, sorry for the delay in updating you, I've been busy these past 2 days, spending hours at the registry office sorting out some issues. I just hate bureaucracy. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 126, Chapter 126 Moat Caelan, 6, What have I done? Leaf asked himself years later, looking at the land suffering from the excavation of natural resources and the forests disappearing because of human greed. Leaf looked at Enar and couldn't help but be speechless. The conditions he imposed may have seemed simple, but they were anything but. What he was asking was for the children of the forest to stop following the old gods. 30,000 years of culture and reverence being denied with one simple sentence. Your Grace is asking too much. Even if I accept, my people will not. We have followed the old gods for tens of thousands of years and we will continue to do so. Leaf shook her head and replied with a determined tone. Then we have nothing more to discuss, Queen of the Forest. Enar said with an indifferent tone to her refusal. It wasn't him who was asking for something, but Leaf who wanted something from him. From the start, it was Enar who was leading the conversation, and no one else. Leaf had placed herself in an inferior position in the negotiations ever since she had come to him to surrender. She bit her lip at Enar's indifferent tone. Leaf could see that he didn't care about her power or that of the children of the forest. This frustrated her enormously. In her eyes, Enar was being stubborn, someone who sought absolute power. After 10 long minutes of silence, Leaf spoke, Your Grace. Enar looked at Her and smiled mischievously, as if anticipating the words he had wanted to hear all along. Leaf held her gaze and continued, I and my successors will agree to follow your orders and customs, but the others can continue with their faith and customs. Hearing those words, Enar finally gave a satisfied smile. He didn't care about the faith of a few ants. As long as the queen or king of the children of the forest was loyal to him, Enar was willing to show a little mercy to a race of extraordinary talents like the children of the forest. At the same time, he knew he could influence the children of the forest society, gradually merging human civilization with the other. Leaf didn't know it, but in time, the children of the forest would go from worshipping the old gods to worshipping him, the God Emperor of humanity. Enar pretended to think for a moment and, to Leaf's relief, nodded, looking directly into the golden-green eyes of the mystical being before him. I can accept those terms, Queen of the Forest. Leaf finally flashed a happy smile and got up from her chair. She approached Enar and knelt before him, removing the crown from his head and placing it on his lap. I, Leaf, 16th of my name, Queen of the Forest Court, swear in my name that I will follow the laws and orders of King Enar I Targaryen until the end of my days. Nature and the old gods bear witness that my oath will pass through time and follow my line until we are no more. Leaf pronounced each word with a serious and sweet tone. Her hair fell down her back as her eyes stared into the purple eyes in front of her. I accept your oath, Lady Leaf, Mistress of the God's Eye. Enar named her directly as Lady of the God's Eye and all its surroundings. He assumed that the children of the forest wouldn't want to live in a place without a weirwood, so he simply granted Leaf one of the only places south of the wall that still had these sacred trees intact. In addition, the God's Eye had little interaction with the human race, making it a suitable location for the children of the forest's fiefdom. Leaf certainly knew the Eye of God and couldn't help but show a happy expression. As Enar had assumed, her people really didn't want to live in a place without weirwood. The choice of their fiefdom was more than appropriate, for, as well as being untouched by the human race, the site was home to countless sacred trees and held deep significance for their race. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to the lords, and you'll need to get acquainted with the nobles of Westeros. Taking a sip of wine, Enar spoke in a calm tone. There would be no discrimination from everyone, especially the lords of the north, who would see the alliance as something sacred. Yes, Your Grace. Leaf knew exactly why Enar wanted her to get close to the humans, nothing more than a way of showing off her own power and influence over the lords and ladies of the court. Seeing that Leaf accepted his orders without hesitation, Enar nodded in satisfaction and began to ask about the history of the children of the forest, a subject that Leaf related with pleasure and enthusiasm. The conversation lasted all night, but the three people in the room didn't feel the slightest bit tired, despite the long hours of conversation. With the warp's energy, Enar didn't even need to eat or sleep. He just did it out of habit. Essentially, he could live without food and drink, but obviously he didn't. If he deprived himself of these things, what would he do? If he deprived himself of these things, what would be the difference between him and a machine? Then, the next morning, in the great hall of Moat Cailin, there was a being next to Enar who made everyone look at Leaf with astonishment. Especially House Martell, whose members had always heard of the hammer to the W-aters, a cataclysm caused by the dark magic of the green seers of the children of the forest, who, according to legend, created the stepstones and the broken arm of Dorn with a powerful spell. By the beard of the earth giant, are my eyes really seeing a children of the forest? Smalljan asked incredulously, his eyes fixed on Leaf with intensity. Seeing his son acting like that, Great Jan patted him on the head and then greeted Leaf with respect. Welcome to these halls, nature spirit. It wasn't just him, all the northern lords and ladies greeted Leaf with respect. In the eyes of the northerners, the children of the forest were representatives of the old gods and children of nature. How could they not respect the envoys of the gods they believed in? Seeing that everyone was present, Enar stood up and spoke in a calm tone. Leaf, 16th of her name and queen of the forest court, came to me last night and bent her knees. I granted her the eye of God and its surroundings as her fiefdom.